Hey, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Everyday with Jay's election coverage. Thank you for joining tonight. We've got quite a few things going on at once here. The first polls are going to close in about 2 minutes. The battleground states we're looking for at 7 o'clock are going to be Georgia, I believe at 7, and then 8 o'clock, I believe, Michigan. I'll go over the whole list in just a second. Hey, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. So I see a lot of you have voted already in the thing, in the poll. Hey, Potato. Everybody buckle up, buckle up. Get your votes in. Someone said, am I going to be the only one that wants Camilla to win? I'm not sure. Hey, everybody. Hey, Danielle. Amy C. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in tonight. Potato, thanks for staying up for the craziness. Hey, Light Fawn. Welcome in, welcome in. You're welcome for the coverage. Thank you for joining tonight. I figured we could chill out and see what happens together, right? We're all in this together. We the people. We the people. Sour cream chip kind of evening, Cryptic. I just got done eating. Ta-da. Tammy, good to see you, Tammy. Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin are the battleground states. Hello, Sassy Southern. Hi, UA. I didn't say UI this time. You know why I say UI? Because of University of Idaho. I swear that's why. So let me tell you what we've got on the screen for your viewing pleasure this evening. On the left side of your screen, we have the Associated Press. We are live in New York. We have a map. And then we also are showing the Trump rally and the Harris rally. On your middle screen, you will see the states, and we will start counting those electoral votes as they come in. Thank you for being here, Amanda. Hey, Captain. Lucia. Aqua Hearts. Kay. Go Michigan, my home. Mine too. Mine too. Hey, Danielle. Sherry. Cheesehead. Wine, Crime, and Mayhem. Happy Election Tuesday to you, too. Northern Beans is making bacon cheeseburgers with potato salad and baked beans. I love it. You heard Wisconsin had a snafu? Well, I heard that Pennsylvania had a snafu. Just called. All right, let's tune into Fox News. Something was just called.
News voter analysis.
Meanwhile, Vice President Harris will sail to victory in liberal Vermont. And as we look at the race for 270 electoral votes, that's what it takes to win. Throughout the night, we will be adding up as each state is called. Right now, you see 19 electoral votes for the former president, 3 for the vice president. And we are going to be following all of this throughout the night. And also on the bottom of the screen, you can see these races as we get the raw vote total in.
Yeah, and that's going to start happening very soon. But let's turn to the Senate for a moment, because this is another big story. Control
these are the Senate.
Of the United States Senate.
So right now the Senate's being called. So you guys can see that on the right side of your screen is going to be Fox. Happy election night, the Captain Lee fan and Batman. Hi, Diana. You're making arepas? A ham sandwich? Hey, Music City. Your hubby's from Belleville. I'm from Romeo. So fellow Michigander here. But I think we have everything that we need up here. The 270 electoral votes are needed to win. And I'm not going to judge anyone here for who you vote for. And I really expect the chat to not do so either. It's really not worth it. Hello, Toe Beans. Hello, 911. Hey, Jeff Kent. Good to see you. Damn, it's been a while, Jeff. Arrow, I'm with you. I don't care who you voted for. I'm just proud of you for voting. So what other thing is exciting on the Florida ballot was the recreational marijuana. The marijuanas. So I'm glad that Captain Ganja is here because we're going to find out if Florida will get recreational marijuana, which means if you are 21 and up, you can just go to a dispensary and buy yourself some pot. Georgia's been getting threats. What made you move to Florida? I've just always loved Florida, Music City. I have come and gone from Florida 3 times. So I'm here again. Batman is chewing a bone. Exciting night, guys. Exciting night. Yes, exactly, Potato. Don't ever fall out over politics. It's not worth it. You know, we are all we the people, and these people don't know us. They don't give a fark about us. I went today and voted. Oh, Lucia, I'm so proud of you for going. And bless your daughter for doing that. Aw, Jeff, I appreciate that. Say hi. Say hi. And just, you can pop out. It's good to see you, though. We do need a lighter, don't we? We need something. Did you really, Captain Ganja? I fought for legalization as a shortwave pirate for 27 years. Love marijuana. What is a shortwave pirate? Sunset, I'm with you. I'm with you. Jay, do you know Frank Hughes or any Hughes in Romeo? Not in Romeo, no. I don't think so. Frank Hughes does not ring a bell. How old is he? Tammy says, I want Trump to win, but I won't go ham if he doesn't. You didn't know I was... It's getting expensive, 911 crime time. Well, there was a lot of, constitutional amendments on the ballot in Pinellas County. Oh, I got you, Ganja. Aunt Kathy voted in Georgia. You are coming in hot at 7 o'clock. Let's take a peek at and listen in on Fox News, guys.
Okay, this is Taylor County. It is rural. It is small. There's about 10 to 12,000 raw votes there. Trump's percentage of the vote is big at 77%. So let's do the same exercise again. Go back to 2016. The percentage of the vote, okay, it was lower. 4 years ago in 2020, same county now, right around 75%. And as of tonight, okay, by the way, raw vote, 93.76. Hold on to that number, okay? It's important because he's doing better on a percentage basis, but the raw vote doesn't help him a ton. That may suggest, as we pop around the map throughout the night, that...
Is the name of their garage Hugo's? Because I don't know those people, if so.
Here, a lot of people vote by mail, et cetera, and we'll see whether or not we're able to top that number from 2020, but it's questionable and debatable at the moment. If I've got time, I'll just show you Florida. Just one more time here, 30% in.
Here we go, 30% in Florida.
Miami is missing. You know, we're waiting for the Hispanic vote down there in Miami, the Cuban vote as well. Broward County, 70% in. Heavily Democratic there, but about 60% of the vote right now going for Kamala Harris. The Trump team is saying that they're getting on the radio right now. They're cautiously optimistic. They're doing radio in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, all the way at the top. That means the former president telling people there's still time and finish strong. That's the message from Mar-a-Lago right around down here.
Is the background music too loud,
guys?
guys?
Brett and Martha.
Let me know.
You have time, Bill. We're going to have a lot of time.
Roger that.
Okay, yeah.
We have a lot of waiting to do
You
still.
know, Georgia is really crucial
Yes.
as we look at this raw vote total. And they're also getting a lot that we expect to come in very fast. Madison Allworth is actually
I'll
in
be on for a
Norcross,
while.
Georgia, with the view from the ground. Hey, Madison.
Hey, Brett. Hey, Martha. So,
Okay.
yeah, polls have closed at a majority
Here we
of
go,
locations
Georgia.
here in Georgia, including the location that I'm at. I can actually see from my vantage point that at least one person has tried to come in past 7 p.m. and they are turning them away because this poll location, like most, closed at 7. But there are a few, because of issues, that will be open past 7 p.m. So 5 locations in Fulton County, 1 here in Gwinnett County, those 6 had issues with unsubstantiated threats.
I
so
just
they were
want it to
closed
be
for a certain
heard
amount of time
when
during the
it's
day.
quiet.
They've been allowed to be open for that amount of time past 7. We also have 7 precincts in DeKalb. That's another area in the Atlanta metro area that had bomb threats. We're still waiting to see if those locations are going to be allowed to be extended past that 7 p.m. window. So majority results have coming in. We've talked to the Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, a number of times. He has reiterated he's really confident that majority results will be reported by 8 p.m. And now when it comes to how close it is here, recounts are not necessary, but if it's within 0.5%, a candidate can request it. We're going to start to get those results really any minute now. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Okay,
Any
Madison, thank you.
minute.
All right, let's go to Sandra Smith, who is looking at these Fox News voter analysis surveys and picking up some information about different voter groups out there. What are you learning, Sandra?
Which could be telling a big story right now. And this is the first time you'll see this, and the first time since the polls have now begun to close there, that we can break this down by candidate. Okay, first up, timing of your vote. We know so many went out for early voting. Let's see how those votes are breaking down in Georgia. Those who cast their vote early, look at this. They did not prefer a candidate if they early voted. It is split 49 for Harris, 49 for Trump. All right,
Damn.
Let's look at some of these other key data points. We know race was huge. The black vote was huge for Biden when he won by just a bit in Georgia there in 2020. So let's look at how they are turning out in this election. All right, this is the first time we can break this down among black voters and their support for Kamala Harris. While strong, she is below where Biden was in 2020, 4 years ago. This number for Biden was more like 91. So she's running about 8 points behind where Biden was with the black vote in Georgia in 2020. All right, I have another data point where I'm going to combine this with gender, okay? So now you look at the black male voter in Georgia. We know both candidates have spent a lot of time courting them there.
I wonder what it was last time.
Democrats have been trying to convince them that they could be better for the economy. Trump has been trying to woo those voters. Remember, inflation's more than 20% in that state. With black men, Harris is at 73%, Trump at 25%. Let me give you perspective and context on that. Joe Biden in 2020 had this number at about 87%. Okay?
Oh,
so
damn.
right now, she's running about 13 points with black.
More black men voted for Trump this time than when Biden was running. Do you hear that?
Black women as well in Georgia. We have been watching this. Here it is. Strong showing, 89%. But let me give you the perspective on that. Joe Biden with black women in Georgia 4 years ago was at 95% of their support. She is also running behind with them by about 6 points. I'll leave you off with one other data point here. Again, this is the first time we are able to show you this. Education and race. Whites with no college degree in Georgia. Donald Trump, a strong showing there. He's at 77, getting 77%
With no degree.
of their support.
Okay,
so
let's see the difference.
we have a lot more data coming in, and we will continue
What
to bring
about
that
the
to you.
whites with
Martha?
the college
Those are really
degree?
interesting
Thank you.
numbers. They tell a
Absolutely.
story. They start to.
Yeah, so let's bring in our panel and see what they think about these numbers. Britt Hume, Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr., Carl Rove, Laura Ingram, and Robert Wolf. Laura, welcome.
Hi, I'm Britt Hume. Britt Hume is the most freaking boring person on commentary. Let's see what's going on here with the what happened? With the Associated Press.
4 years ago was at 95% of their support. She is also running behind with them by about 6 points.
Hi, Plant Diva. Everybody, welcome in, welcome in. They got Harris ahead in Georgia. Yeah, they're just listening to Fox. So Georgia is 55% and Trump has 44% right now. And I think I'm going to move my little face over to the other side because y'all can't even see me. It's Where's Waldo tonight. So let's do this. Because I'm going to be on and off the camera. Here, I'll put myself up here. How about that? I'm going to be on and off tonight. but we will be tuning in. I'm just... Oh, fuck. Fudge. There we go. Do. Where's Jay? Instead of where's Waldo, where's Jay? Jay with no E. Damn it. Why do I have 2 of those boxes? That's weird. I don't need that box. I had an extra box. Okay, so now I don't peekaboo. I see you. Hey, come on down, guys. Come on down to Florida. Most of you appear red. Do you really think Trump is physically and mentally stable enough for all of this again? I don't know. I mean, I'm not his psychiatrist or psychologist. I mean, look at what we have. Do we even have a president right now? Yeah, I'm up here front and center now. I think I'm covered up by chat if it's on TV, so. What's up, Striker? Welcome. Get your votes in on Every Day with Jay. He's old and unhealthy. Who is it? Look at all of the freaking politicians. None of them are spring-ass chickens. Besides, it's too late for that. It's too late to worry about that shit. I was mistaken on the shop. Different relative, and he's 50-ish. Is that where Kid Rock is from, too? Yes. We went to SCU together. He graduated in 89. I was 91. All right, so they've got Harris 51% and Trump now 48 in Georgia.
120,000 voters asked a series of questions. When we look at that data that Sandra talked about, with the raw vote total coming in, we have a sense of how accurate or not accurate it is. So far, it's lining up. Your thoughts where you are?
So I think Carl's point is right. I think one of the things I would love to see in Georgia is not just racial breakdown, but just breakdown of women versus men. Because if indeed he's underperforming the suburban areas in Indiana, you could extrapolate
close,
perhaps that happens
to call. Only
in
3%.
Georgia. But I would agree if these numbers hold up, if he's
only 3% of votes in Georgia,
25% amongst black men. That's a challenge.
But if we come over here and we look at our results,
cities in the blue states, Detroit and Philadelphia.
We look at our results. We've got Camilla with 3 electoral votes and Trump with 19.
They're going to be the key here.
Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, everyone.
The Stein-Robinson race, that gubernatorial race.
We've got Trump taking Indiana and Kentucky.
She's still ahead in Georgia, and I think once we get some more of these numbers in,
and
once you get to 10, 15,
what did Harris get? Vermont.
A little bit better sense of whether or not this 25%
Harris took Vermont, and
as serious as it seems.
Trump took Indiana and Kentucky.
Look at the percent of precincts in.
We've got Florida expected to be Trump, and we've got Georgia expected to be Harris. But it's too soon to call. Too soon to call.
Is that they're hoping
I would have went to school with the Hugheses. God, I just can't think of anybody named Hughes. What's up, Kendo?
What's the feel
Hey,
for that at
Nash.
this stage of the game?
Hey, Jerry.
Skeptical that there is a
Hey, Lori.
lot of that kind of vote out there. So Governor Kemp had some problems with President Trump.
I don't know,
for a
maybe
while,
because
but they
Vermont's
patched
like the
those things
size
up,
of your
and
pinky
I
nail.
believe that as Youngkin has
So there's
been very good for
270
Governor Trump in
needed to
Virginia,
win.
that Kemp has an amazing
270
operation
electorals
in
needed to
Georgia,
win.
and
Hey,
he's been
Megan May.
tireless out there for him. And I also think that we should.
If you doze off
Georgia
or whatever,
for
Lucia,
doing what it needed to
that's
do in
fine.
order to help get us these
Just come
results
back when you
in as
wakey
quickly as
wakey.
possible, to have integrity in the vote, for people to have confidence that the system worked for them, that they could get through those lines quickly, and that the rules are the rules, and that I think
The
will
swing
help
states?
people
I don't
feel
know.
confident about the results.
Is that the same as the battleground
economy is
states?
the number one issue
Hey,
in Georgia,
Mesera.
by far.
Is everywhere.
It's everywhere, but pretty much leads the way. In our Fox News voter analysis, they break Trump's way significantly on the issue of the economy.
Look at there's Britt Hume. Hi, I'm Britt
Keep an eye on
Hume.
throughout the night. It seems to
Listen.
me, or what to use a piece of newly minted jargon we have, there's just the low propensity voters.
You hate that word.
I think it's awful jargon, but can't think of a quickly better way to say it. But
People who
the
don't
Trump
vote very
campaign has
often.
really set a great deal of store by the fact that they believe that they have reached these people and will turn them out in significant numbers.
But explain who they are. They're people who didn't vote in 2020 or maybe even didn't vote in 2016 and
we never
2020.
voted.
Hey, Em.
They're the kind of people they think are largely for Trump, if you asked them, right? And that if they can turn them out, they think they could be the decisive factor in this election. We don't know enough now, I don't think, to assess how that's going, but that's something to keep an eye on.
We might have an indication of it if you look at some of these Georgia rural counties. I've been watching Bill work on his wall. And if you take a look at some of these rural counties, small counties, there are 150 or 180, 159 counties in Georgia. You'll see that Trump is getting a bigger number of votes in these smaller counties and a bigger percentage. This is, again, goes back to the episodic or low propensity voter.
Trump is ahead in Virginia. Here we go, some
we'll head back to
updates.
Bill momentarily. Election night just getting started.
Here we go, guys.
The first polls are about to close in hotly contested state of North Carolina. So we're going to have some data there to show you coming up right after this break as our special coverage continues.
All right, commercial. Thanks for joining tonight, guys. We still have lines going out in Arizona here. We've got the Trump campaign rally. Let's see what else we've got going on here.
This is a big one to keep an eye on tonight. Fulton is the biggest in this area. Gwinnett is right behind it here, rapidly growing. You're talking about a third white, a third Hispanic, a quarter Hispanic, a quarter black, about 15% Asian American, very diverse, growing Democratic. So again, we're going to keep an eye here, see what else comes in, and I'll give a shout if we got some more. I'm just clicking. There you go.
I love when we have hot mics on election night. Look at the Kornacki cam. He's all into it, man. Oh, I don't want to mess that up too bad. Why'd they have to do that to us? I guess everybody's going to commercial. Oh, yeah, let's take a look at this map. Okay. So if we look at our result map here, we've got Maine. Let's go over the times that these are expected to close. Hold on. Let me come back on cam. When Uncle Sam J is up there, it means that I'm probably away from the mic. I hate it too, Emily. We're just trying to have fun with it. Okay. So let's go through the map. We have Maine. Results expected around 8 o'clock. So we got about 40 minutes there. New Hampshire with 1% reporting. We have Donald Trump with more than double. Vermont, Kamala Harris with 2% reporting. New York will be in about 9. New Jersey, 8. Pennsylvania, 8. Ohio, about 7:30. West Virginia, 7:30. Delaware, 8. Maryland, 8. Now, Virginia, 1% is reporting there. And it's 58% Trump, 40% Camilla. Then we have Ohio at 7:30 expected. Michigan, key race, 8 o'clock. Indiana, reporting at 16%. We've got Donald Trump coming in hot at 61% rather. And Kamala at 36. Coming in hot. Like a fajita. And then Kentucky with 12% reporting. 71% Donald Trump. 27% Harris. Not a huge surprise there with those states, folks. Those are typically the red and blues that we see. If you go to North Carolina, those results are expected in about 8 minutes. Tennessee, 8 o'clock. South Carolina, we've got 1% in. There's 9 electoral votes in South Carolina. And Trump is in the lead at 60%, and Kamala has 38.5. Georgia, we have Trump 51.6 and Harris with 48. That's with 3% reporting in the key state of Georgia. On to Florida. We have 59% of the votes in. Florida's a big one. 30 electoral votes. We have Donald Trump at 52.9%. Kamala Harris at 46. It's close. Too close to call, but 59% in for Florida. And counting. Let's see what some of these other key states. We have Texas. Results are expected in at 8. Louisiana 9. Mississippi 8. Alabama 8. Arkansas 8:30. Oklahoma 8. Missouri 8. Kansas 8. Nebraska 9. So all of these 8, 9 o'clock, 9, 9, 8, 10. Then we get out to the West Coast and we're still trickling in with 11 p.m., 10 p.m. in Nevada, 10 p.m. in Arizona, et cetera, et cetera. So that is your latest update from me, Jay, your election night guru. What's up, Trey Snipes? Cricket, I just saw you in Nancy. I'm so proud of you, Cricket. I'm so proud of you, Cricket. I was watching it while I ate dinner, and I saw you chatting. Jammers.
Everybody does that. It's okay.
It's based on population, Cricket Day. So basically, how many ever population of people has more electoral votes? I think. Hi, Sane. I haven't seen your ass in a while. Wop, 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 wop. Hey, sweet sativa. Welcome in, everyone. Thanks for joining me for election night. Don't have any breakdowns. Vivian, no breakdowns. No breakdowns. But you know what?
Everybody does that. It's okay.
Feels like the 80s. Do you love it? Are you liking the setup? Yes or no? You can be honest. I made this today just for you folks. So we could have like a profesh look. Welcome to Everyday with Jay with no E. Yeah, Crime Time Buzz is off the chain. Let me just say that. She's asking for another stream all about her. Bella agrees. Bella can't stand Crime Time Buzz. We had to block Crime Time Buzz from our email. Just kidding. Crime Time Buzz doesn't even like me. I had to block Crime Time Buzz from my email. You Betty. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get rid of this fucking red thing. So we can make this large and in charge like Marge. So you guys can see better. This is my first night doing election night coverage. So I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Captain. Oh, man. Y'all are great. Y'all are great. Thank you, moderators, for being here today. And this is a reminder from Nash Native to put it on all instead of just live if you have the option. Hi, Gyps. I see you. Geminis, hello. Thank you. Oh, yeah. 911 crime. Isn't it funny how those things happen? J with an E is being promoted by BHB. Oh, it's just so cute. Hey, Olive. Next round of key poll closings are coming in hot next, y'all. Right now, we've got Trump with 19 electoral votes and Harris with 3. First one to reach 270 wins. It's really that fucking simple. You bitches be crazy. I haven't done any shuttle launches lately. You're right. You're so right. Wop, 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 wop. Hey, Jackie from Chicago is my kind of town. Nicole G, I'm so glad you're here. She says, I'm the only one she'd watch this with. Look at Virginia, neck and neck. Neck and neck. They're not showing anything out west yet. Gypsy, nothing in Arizona yet. Slivers, yeah. Hashtag ick vibe. You're going to need this to wrap. I know. I need this to wrap up by midnight, please. Look at that girl. They're all standing in the rain. It's raining in Chicago. These are hardcore voters out there. If you guys are just joining, today I voted here in Pinellas County, Florida. And we had recreational marijuana on the ballots. So I'm looking forward to the results of our local as well. So we have South Carolina projected to be Trump. We now have Georgia projected to be Trump at 57 and 42%. And then also Trump is breaking that gap in Florida with 53% and Harris with 45%. So Trump is trimming up that gap. I said I wasn't going to watch any coverage. Why am I here? Mona Lisa, because you want to hang out with us. They not like us. They not like us. Da 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 da. I had no line. I had no line at all. No lines here. Walked in, walked out. Wax on, wax off. Yeah, the polls out west don't close till 11. Next polls are closing in 5 seconds. Let's go live to Fox News, y'all.
Right now.
Here we go.
It is now 7:30 on the East Coast. Polls have just closed in 3 more states. North Carolina is the next state to watch, just like Georgia. It came down to the wire in the last presidential election. It has 16 electoral college votes, and it will be a decisive one, potentially. The Fox News decision desk says it's too early to call.
Also too early to call Ohio, but former President Trump has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis. As we mentioned, we're also watching the Senate race there. Bernie Moreno is the GOP candidate running against Sherrod Brown. And we can say that Fox News does project that Trump will win West Virginia. Not a very big surprise there. Obviously, the former governor or the current governor is running for the Senate as well. So
we expect that to be a quick call as well. If you look at the race for 270, the electoral college votes needed to win the presidency now ticking up with that last call, the former president at 23 and Vice President Harris at 3 throughout the night. That will go up as we make calls. The biggest story in West Virginia, as we said, is the Senate race, where longtime Senator Joe Manchin is retiring, Democrat now independent. Fox News can project that Jim Justice will flip this seat to the Republicans.
Jim Justice,
that win
is he
puts
related?
the GOP one seat away.
Is Jim Justice related to J is for Justice? I will never tell. Go Jim Justice.
Okay, so the Fox News decision desk says that it is too early to call another Republican target. Ohio, where the incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown, as I mentioned, fighting for his 4th term against Republican businessman Bernie Moreno. And we're watching that one very closely as well. That could potentially be another flip. It's a toss-up race at the moment. The balance of power looks like this in terms of what we have fed in so far into the data at this point. You've got 40 Republicans, 1 seat flipped. That's the West Virginia seat. Jim Justice will be the new senator. He was the former governor from the state of West Virginia, and Democrats have 29 right now. You can see a lot of spaces still to be filled in over on the Senate side.
We are following a number of gubernatorial races around the country. Turning to those races, Fox News can project that North Carolina's Democratic Attorney General Josh Stein will defeat Republican Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. A lot of controversy in that race. It's not close now. We're making that call.
And in West Virginia, Republican Attorney General Patrick Morrisey will succeed Jim Justice as the state's 37th.
Why'd she say Jim Justice?
Before, and now Patrick Morrisey
Williams.
will be the governor in West Virginia. Let's go over to Bill Hemmer and get a sense of how all of this stacks up
That
on the
Florida
board.
story is really interesting.
Hey, John. Hey, you guys. John is watching us live with Lucid. Shout out to Daddy-O. Thank you for tuning in. Slim Jims for all. Oh, Florida.
We'll see how that holds up here.
Florida check-in.
Another thing we're going to look at right now is
Pinellas
Georgia.
is on the
And,
fence.
Georgia's one of these states that's gone through a bit of a realignment, kind of like North Carolina, kind of like Arizona and some others that we've looked at. And, in the blue wall a little bit right now. Trump did the trick 8 years ago. We'll see whether or not he can do it again this time. But I just want to take a glance at this because
Jim and Jay Justice.
you got a lot of vote out there, guys. Now, we expect a lot of batches to come in quickly here in Georgia because they say they're going to count quickly. But right now, 8% of the statewide vote. One thing we're talking about the rurals. This down here is Brantley County. Now, this was Trump's best performing rural county in 2020. And he's doing a number right now again. I'll just go back to 2020, 4 years ago, and watch this. The percentage there was, so he's doing a tick better. Raw vote here, 6,200 4 years ago. Raw vote now in the same county, 4,900. So maybe that comes back to that conversation about, turnout and things like that throughout the rest of the country. But when you look at Georgia, let's look at the vote difference for Georgia, and we can show you a little of the realignment that we're talking about here. And if you look at this, right, all this over here, this is a dominant state for the Republican Party and had been for a long time. You think about George Bush's second term, right? He won that state by 16.5 points. It wasn't even on the map in terms of consideration, but slowly Georgia changed. And a lot of it changed for the metro area, the 26 counties that make up Atlanta. Here was Trump in 2016. I give it to him, right?
Gotta give it to him. May your Johns be long and your Jacks be short. Smoke them if you got them. I didn't see that on the ballot, Emily. I don't remember voting on those damn Chinese balloons flying over our country either. That probably caused all these fucking hurricanes, tornadoes, and flooding, in my opinion. Pearl girl. What's happening? Look at him drawing on the screen. He loves this new technology he has, too. So let's see. We have no states coming in yet. We've got some shaded out. We're still waiting.
Carolina was able to pull it off. Let's come back to 2020 right now, and I can show you what I'm seeing there. Let's go ahead and clear this, all right? Yeah. So as you can see,
at him doing that thing.
These states, they change. And it's a real part of this national conversation about where people move, where people choose to live, where people choose to work, go to school, etc. So we'll might tag on to that throughout the night.
North Carolina, you look at the counties you are following, Wake County, Raleigh.
Yes.
There's just such a population shift. More than 1 million people have shifted down there, and it's a different crowd. So that's why maybe you have a different electorate in North Carolina that Democrats are looking to.
Yeah, I look at Wake County. We can show you on the board in a second here. I look at Guilford, too. That's Greensboro. A lot of folks campaigning there. Kamala Harris was there. Donald Trump was there. Young folks go there to go to school and to find a job as well. And we'll see about Mecklenburg, which is Charlotte. Mecklenburg, Carl, that's a county that Democrats have tried to really capture and they're able to win the county, but not by big enough of a
Looks
margin
like Harris is
to
winning
capture
North
the entire
Carolina.
state. So
By the
that
way,
sense has been somewhat elusive.
Carl perked up when you said Bush-Kerry. He really felt the old days.
It was a good moment, yeah. It was a good moment.
God, these people
But
are
you're
such
right, the change in
goons.
it, like Mecklenburg, black turnout in Mecklenburg is
So we've got
below
North Carolina.
below any other place I've seen in the
Harris
in the
looks
South.
like she's
Major
taking that
county,
as of right
the,
now.
The 5 major counties around Atlanta, Wake.
Let's see what else we've got. We've got a few
Henrico,
more
Richmond,
results here.
Chesterfield,
We
and
got Virginia with
It's
Harris.
amazing and I don't
North
understand
Carolina
exactly why
with
the black
Harris. She's
turnout
got
in
68% of the
Mecklenburg has
vote.
kept the Democrats from
Trump
winning the
only
state.
got
Well, I just
30%
wanted, you
there.
had spoken earlier about North Carolina and
South
Hurricane
Carolina
Helene
is
and the
58%
impact on,
Trump,
I believe,
40%
25 counties
Harris.
were affected
Yeah.
by
Georgia is
Hurricane
now
Helene. And one of the early
60%
discussions
Trump,
was, a lot of those counties are
38%
red.
Harris. Go
They were able
Georgia.
to vote.
Yeah.
And then everyone
And
felt
Florida
like it
is
was
coming in
okay.
right now at 54% Trump,
Show that
45
to Martha
Harris.
here, and I don't know how much of that vote we've got in, but we're looking at this with virgin eyes here, okay? You're only 2% statewide. But what you're talking about, Martha, let me go ahead and draw this up here. All those 25 counties are west of Mecklenburg that we're talking about. They're west of Charlotte, okay? This is the blue dot in the western part of North Carolina. That's Buncombe County. That's Asheville. And that helped Joe Biden erase about a 43,000 net gain on behalf of Donald Trump. All the other 25 counties, Trump was up about 270,000. So he came out of these 25 counties that were so wrecked by this hurricane with a net of 43, he lost 43 in Buncombe, a net of 220,000 votes.
He's in the
So
living
let's go
room.
and clear this off and just refresh our memories here from 4 years ago. Here are the results, right? Trump won the state several days later, but a little less than 75,000 votes. So all this out here, it's going to matter. And what the Democratic governor, Roy Cooper, said is that he was going to put these
What is up
mobile
with you?
voting vans in western North Carolina to make sure that nobody gets ripped off from casting a vote on behalf of Helene.
Laura, the Harris campaign is pointing to schools like Appalachian State, the polling place in Boone County. They're saying schools in Pennsylvania and Nevada are huge lines. They're mobilizing young people. That's what they're sending out, at least now. What do you think?
15 polling places in Georgia have had to have extended hours because of that bomb threat that you guys were reporting on earlier, various bomb threats. And in Georgia, it's DeKalb County, Gwinnett.
We had bomb threats in Pennsylvania. Pop Pop is the hubsters. Pop Pop. Pop Pop is in the living room watching election coverage.
It's over this
saying it
campaign
on Twitter
season.
tonight. He's still up on X saying stay in line.
Yeah, stay in
You're on
line.
radio,
Don't get
you're
out of the
radio.
line because, there
Don't
are
get out
Harris
of the line,
supporters were
says
reporting
Brit
in
Hume.
Pennsylvania, Lehigh University students, that they waited in line for 6 hours to vote. 6 hours, and that was confirmed by a bunch of other reporting. So people have to, a lot of people can't wait in line for that long. And so that could end up being something that both parties complain about in the end. But, we'll see.
Robert?
So, as you know, when we were all at the convention together, I said that Kamala Harris was the underdog and that Trump would win. And I didn't shift until maybe with Martha like 2 weeks ago. And the reason was the following. One, on the economy, yes, it's number one, but it went from Trump plus 15 to Trump plus 8. And so that was a...
All right. Hey, Cor, welcome in. Everybody welcome in. Hit that like button if you're just joining. You heard about bomb threats because in Pennsylvania, there were allegedly bomb threats to some of the polling stations there. Yes, there was also a flaw on one of the machines there in Pennsylvania. Same here, September. I walked in, walked out. It was so fast. You blame Nick for any Pennsylvania fuckery. Snick. So up on the top left, we have the Associated Press with live from the Trump campaign, the Harris campaign. I believe that's a polling station. I don't know where that is. Right now, Trump is leading Ohio. Let me give you a brief rundown, okay? Trump has won We'll go over the states he's won. He's won Indiana. Can you guys see that when I mouse over it? It's pretty cool. He's won Indiana. He's won Kentucky. And he's now won West Virginia. He's leading in Ohio with 3% of the Ohio votes. Trump is at 58. Kamala's at 40. Trump is also leading in South Carolina with 57%, Georgia with 62%, and Florida with 54%. Kamala is leading in North Carolina with 68% and Virginia with 58%. She has won New Hampshire. She also is leading New Hampshire with 54%, and she won Vermont with 65% of the votes. So that is where we stand right now. Trump is leading in Ohio with 55%. That is 17 electoral votes there. Georgia is 16 and Florida is 30, a whopping 30. North Carolina is 16 and Virginia is 13. Let's see what's going on here. Is there... Do you hear the music? Listen to the music at the Trump. I'm going to boost it. Listen. Tell me who is that? Is that Diddy? That better not be Diddy. Who is that? The Trump rally is here on the right, and then look at the Harris rally. It's all boring. Back it up. Who is it? Listen. Trump's. It's a line dance. Oh my God. It wasn't Diddy. It wasn't. It was Diddy? For real? I don't know if it was or not. I should have Shazammed that shit. Dude, why was that Diddy? Ew. I've never heard Wobble. No, never. Never. Who is it then? It sounded like him. It wasn't him. It was not Diddy. Okay, Tammy. It's not Diddy. Hey, Regina. Hope you're doing well tonight. Thank you for voting. Dude, I'm old. Do you guys... Okay, hang on. Do I need to fucking remind you? Look at me. Do I look at like I know what the wobble is? Look at me. Do I look like I know what that is? I mean, literally, I'm over here playing sound bites of like... Bum, bum, bum. No, I've never heard that song, honestly. I haven't.
You're being a Karen.
I'm 41 and I know that song. Okay, well, I'm almost 51, bitch, and I don't know that song. I haven't been to a wedding since my son got married 6 years ago. So, I do know the fajita song, but I don't know nothing about no wobble. Listen, Claire. I know how to do the hustle. I know how to do the Macarena. I bet Jay with an AE knows. She's a lot smarter than Jay with a Y. I would look it up, but if I open up another window, my computer's going to freeze. When you dip, I dip, we dip. I mean, that's where I'm at, okay? I don't know what the fuck the wobble is. The electric slide. Do the hustle. Yes, I am on live chat because I'm on my computer. I am tonight. Claire. Dun, 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 dun. Wobble by Vic. It was popular in 2012 or 13. Oh yeah, the butterfly. No, oh that's. Oh, let me see your Tootsie Roll. Okay, thank you, True Crime and Other Stuff. We're in that same boat together. It was popular on TikTok. Okay, that explains why I'm not on TikTok. I don't have TikTok, so I'm not on there. In the words of Seth. Oh, listen, now they're playing. It's like candy. Listen. I want to go to Trump's party. Okay, now this I can get down with. Some Cameo. Oh. Trump's fun. I know, look at her campaign. It's all in front of a boring ass building. I don't have TikTok, so I'm not on there. The line dance at weddings was never the wobble. Not that any weddings I went to. I don't know what kind of weddings y'all were going to, but they used to do the cha-cha slide. It's like kendo. You guys crack me up. Shorty, I don't know. I can't explain it, Shorty. Shorty. Listen, the cha-cha slide. To the left now, y'all. 2 taps this time. Cha-cha now, or dance it out. What does he say? Turn it out. You guys are silly as freak. The music at Trump's thing. Trump's thing is all dark. Oh, look at Harris's rally is picking up some steam. What's going on over there? Who's this lady? Is that her and the... Who are these people in the crowns? What fuck are they doing over there? Wait, I'm going to turn it up. Watch them dance to Trump's music. It's like they're there. Watch. They're definitely not at the same parties, but... Oh, let's go back to Fox News. Sorry, I was fixated on this. Oh, they're not reporting anything. Nothing new yet. Nothing new yet. Hey, Rainbow. Hey, Bomba Trucker. I know you've been here for a while, but I didn't say hi to you. They can't even resist Trump's music. Cricket, I posted in Discord and tagged you. You're too funny. Thanks, Cricket. Regina, that's pretty cool. Any North Carolina updates? Let's take a look. Let's go to our real-time updates. North Carolina is 68% Camilla, 30% Mr. Donald. Looks like North Carolina is swinging blue. Swinging blue. Hello, Broken Cran. I know, we figured that out. I made a fool of myself again tonight. But that's okay. I'm Uncle Sam tonight. Welcome in to election results 2024. Showing. We're getting some Zoom action on the Trump campaign. People outside. They're all donning their Trump MAGA hats. And then we have the Harris crowd on the left being held behind a gate. Above that, you see some fellow Americans casting their votes for the next president of the United States of America. Thank you, Rainbow. Good evening. Good evening. Hey, a rare penny. They got a whole ass DJ there. So voting stops in different times in different states. So the next state's up to close. It looks like how did I see those times? How did I see those times before, guys? Oh, okay. Yeah, so the next one we're looking for in about 5 minutes is Michigan, which is a battleground state. Results are expected in Michigan in about 5 minutes. Same with Pennsylvania, which we're expecting delays there because they fucked around and messed things up. New York, not till about 9 o'clock Eastern. Alabama's coming in about 8 o'clock. Same with Mississippi and Tennessee. Our friends in Illinois will be in around 8 p.m. as well. Same with Missouri. Arkansas at 8:30. Oklahoma at 8. TikTok Tony, hopefully he got out and casted his Trump vote tonight. His vote will be projected at 8 o'clock. Kansas, 8 o'clock p.m. And then as we get further out east, it goes into 9, 10, and 11 p.m. Eastern. We've got Marky Mark over here on our far right. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Iowa is Central Time, Miss Cricket. Yep, come on, Michigan. Make us proud this year. Make us proud this year. Whatever way you're going, we don't care. We love all of you. We're all human beings. South Carolina has just been called. Let's tune in to Fox News.
former President Trump will win the state of South Carolina. So we are counting down the minutes to the next poll closing. And there you see the race to 270 ticking up on the former president's side at 32, 3 for Vice President Harris as the states are called. We will continue to see that, and obviously 270 is the magic number.
We got a long way to go. A lot of filling in of this board and these states, but some places are getting very interesting as we get closer to our next round of poll closings, which are coming up in just a little while. And that will include Florida, where the Trump campaign is watching the results tonight. Let's go to Steve Harrigan. He is at Senator Rick Scott's campaign headquarters in Bonita Springs, Florida, which has tightened up a little bit. That race has gotten interesting. Steve?
Martha, they're starting to cheer here. It's a pretty relaxed, confident mood. Rick Scott told us earlier this was the first time he's ever run for state office where he's actually been.
So Rick Scott is ahead by 10% in the Senate, but Trump is also ahead in the state of Florida, which is just by a margin. Just by a margin. Thank you, Lovey. I got all decked out for you guys tonight. Uncle Jay instead of Uncle Sam. I want to see the counties in Florida if they show that again. But we got about 1 minute till 8 o'clock when several states will close the polls. And we will be getting some results here.
Kellyanne, you see some other things that you're watching?
Looking at some suburban bellwethers coming in. Hamilton, Indiana, 70% of the vote is flipped back to President Trump. Loudoun County, Virginia, we know has really been trending toward the left. It's been a swing to the right by 8 points compared to 2020. So you look at something like that, you understand why Karl Rove today said it could be tight in Virginia. Fayette, Georgia, Trump +2. That's a place that I had said early on, Harris will have to do well there to compete in Georgia. Also, as Pennsylvania closes its polls, Brett, I think it's worth noting, Martha, that this is like political malpractice that she didn't pick Josh Shapiro between the fracking, the school choice, Jewish Americans. But I think that we'll be talking about that tonight.
We will look a lot at Pennsylvania. Election night in America just getting started.
They cut her rhetoric right off.
We are seconds away from 17 states plus Washington, D.C., including New Hampshire, Illinois, Tennessee, Florida, plus the critical battleground.
If we win Pennsylvania, we win the whole thing. It's very simple.
Pennsylvania, it all comes down to this.
With 177 electoral votes on the line, we have the results as they come in. The moment is here. America is watching.
All right, so it looks like 8 o'clock. Here we go. It's 8 o'clock on the nose.
And it is now 8 o'clock in New York. Polls have just closed in over a dozen states. All eyes, of course, are on Pennsylvania, which could be the deciding state in this race. 19 electoral votes at stake. Fox News Decision Desk says that this is obviously too early to call in Pennsylvania, as we will be watching that one really until the bitter end.
So Fox News is projecting that former President Trump will win the state of Florida, putting him 30 electoral votes closer to the White House.
Look at that.
Too early to
Projected
call
to
a
win
winner
Florida.
in New Hampshire, where Vice President Harris has an edge.
In Maine, the Fox News Decision Desk says that it's too early to call the statewide race. Maine gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their congressional districts. Harris will win the 1st district, the rural 2nd district. Too early to call in the state of Maine.
In the Southeast, Fox News can project that Trump will win Tennessee, a longtime Republican stronghold. Not a really surprise there. Further south, the former president will again win Alabama. Big numbers there.
And the former president will win neighboring Mississippi. Trump will cruise to victory in Oklahoma as well, where Democrats haven't won a single county since 2000.
And Missouri will also deliver a win for the former president. Vice President Harris will also take some big victories this hour. The Fox News decision desk can project that the vice president will win Illinois, adding 19 electoral votes to her tally.
She will also win New Jersey, another reliably Democratic state. Some people had thought New Jersey might be a little bit tight, but we're already ready to call New Jersey my home state. Exactly. Voters in Massachusetts will deliver a clear victory to Harris as well, so no mystery in those states.
Staying in the Northeast, Fox News can project that the vice president will win Connecticut. She will also win Maryland, that state worth 10 electoral votes. There's an interesting Senate race there.
Yeah, Harris will also take Rhode Island, another Democratic stronghold, and she has a lead in Delaware, President Biden's home state, of course, but it is too early to call in Delaware at this point.
The vice president will win the District of Columbia, which has never voted for a Republican, and continues not. If you look at the Electoral College and the race to 270, it obviously changes with all of these numbers. It is in the corner of your screen, 105 to Harris 72, and there you see it full screen as we.
I'm a little ahead of them here on the Google thing. Texas is coming in at 8% reporting with a huge 40 electoral votes for Texas, 52% for Harris. Trump is at 46%. They're predicting she's going to win Texas. Donald Trump took Oklahoma, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia. Now Ohio is blue. Now it's blue. 54% for Harris, 44% for Trump.
People. And I'm not going to give you the county by county because I don't have that in my wheelhouse. But I will say I was just watching something interesting in Georgia where she's not performing as well with black voters as Joe Biden. And Donald Trump has flipped the script with indies. He's up 11 with independents, whereas Biden had beaten him by 9 with independents. So those are just interesting things to look at. Other than that, if you look at these exit polling or the Fox News voter analysis, you think this would be a runaway Donald Trump victory. I don't understand if only 13% of Americans feel they're getting ahead financially, that Kamala Harris is even competitive. And bravo to the Democrat machine to make this race competitive because she came out of nowhere. No one knows who she is. She didn't run a very specific campaign, and she is making it. They are making it a very competitive race. I mean, we haven't called anything surprising except for New Jersey.
You were surprised.
Wow.
I was.
Jesse Tarlow.
Pennsylvania is showing Harris at 72%. Wow. Pennsylvania, 72% Harris, 26% Trump. Delaware, results expected soon. Maryland they're both expected to be her. Ohio is at 53% Harris. Georgia is 56% Trump, 43% Harris right now. Texas is 51% Harris. Now Trump is 47%. But look how Ohio turned around. Texas can still do the same thing. I'm surprised too, but look at all the motherfuckers that have moved here, that have come here, right? I don't know. I don't know what to make of it, y'all. Let's take a listen. We're going to listen to Fox News for a few minutes.
Where you said that she had closed the gap with Donald Trump in terms of who's best to handle the economy and is leading on protecting the middle class and cares about people like me.
Harold, can we talk a second about Florida? You know, it wasn't close. We just called it for the former president's a big electoral vote haul. But if you think about it, you know, in elections past, Florida was a swing state.
Yep.
2022, Ron DeSantis changes that and makes a red state. And even in Miami-Dade County, the Republican is taking home a vote, including Latino vote, which could bode something else beyond Florida.
DeSantis will probably be a big part of that story. It's important to note that they also had an abortion initiative on the ballot there in Florida. And it looks like it's going to win the right to an abortion initiative, 57-43, almost like the same numbers that Trump won with, maybe a little bit better. So people split the ticket there, those that were going out, and indeed, perhaps some Republicans voted for that. But you got a strong governor like you have in Florida. You have one in North Carolina. she's going to need that governor, Kamala Harris, to help her get over the hump there. I mean, you got a Democratic governor there and a Democratic that's now been elected.
They're saying Trump took Florida, yeah.
I'm curious about these suburban areas. I listened to Carl and now Jessica, now Kellyanne. It may be that even in Virginia, and you were talking, Britt, you look at that the issue around LGBTQ plus and how those issues have played in the Virginia school system there. And that Loudoun County number is an interesting number. Yet you see in some of the other suburban areas in Indiana, he has not performed quite as well. So it's interesting to me to see this. And maybe it's not, these states are a little different now than voters are in these suburban areas.
Yeah, Bill, you have Loudoun County out there?
Yeah, that's Fairfax County. That's an ex-urban county.
Yeah.
What was 2020?
Let's look at 2020 versus now.
Okay, so I want to show you guys the Fox insights that we have, and we can go into this county here. You see this green outline? So we can show you what the vote was at this point 4 years ago, okay?
Okay,
Let's go ahead and click on this and find out.
We're going to mute him for a second. Okay, so I have the results so far. It's called Amendment 3. Amendment 3 is the legalized marijuana general. Right now we are at 55% say yes, 44% say no. That is current as of 84% of the votes counted. 55%, it's about the same as for Trump. It's about the same as for Trump. Amendment 3 looks like it just may pass in Florida.
Duval County and Jacksonville, okay? This is...
Look at Pinellas. See where it says Tampa? That's me.
From where he was 4 years ago in Duval County. You see that? You see that swap? Flipped it by 5 points there. Now I want to go up to Georgia here.
Teetering.
And in the rurals, east of Atlanta and to the south. Now the Fox Insight here, right? Okay? That's Baldwin County. The county seat in Baldwin County is Milledgeville. It was the Confederate capital of Georgia during the
Donald
Civil
Trump
War.
Donald Trump is leading
now,
Texas
our Fox Insights tell us right now, look at this, okay? It has 2 colleges in this county. The African-American population is about 44% countywide. Trump right now, at this moment, with 84% of the vote reported in Baldwin County, he's up 7.5 points from where he was in 2020. You know, the Trump team is going to take that. Likewise, okay, the metro area of Atlanta. Let me pop out here. You got 26 counties to concentrate on. For the Harris folks are telling us in Douglas County is that she's performing better than Biden did 4 years ago. Okay, these are suburban voters all over the Atlanta metro area. So she's a net gain of 18,267 right now. All right, you got about a quarter of the vote still out there. Biden finished in Douglas County with a net gain of 17,360. That would be good news for the Harris campaign if this number holds there in Douglas County. Let me pop out here a moment and show you another thing here that we were looking at.
Wait, can you stay in Georgia for 1 second?
I can.
Just before we leave there, the Fox News voter analysis and the network's exit polls, we're being told, show the former president doubling his percentage of black men in Georgia. He was at 11% in 2020 and now at 25%, according to these 2 surveys today.
So that may sync up.
That's pretty historical.
So it's starting to match the raw vote.
That may sync up with what we're seeing now in Fulton County. Now, you got almost half the votes still out there, okay? Yep. 52% is the estimated number of votes that are in at the moment, okay? So roughly 48% out there. This is Fulton County. This is Kamala Harris. She's going to win the county, okay?
40,
look at the raw vote total here. It's impressive, 129,000. But look what Joe Biden did in the same county, okay? 242,000. You'd have to go into the precincts to know where the rest of the remaining vote comes from, and maybe we take a look at that in a moment here. But that would be, you know, you're one of 159 in terms of population. So maybe what you're saying, Brett, about the African-American male vote there is true in places like Fulton County, Georgia. Just want to caution you, there's still a lot of vote out there, but we're going to keep a very close eye on Fulton County starting right now into the night here in Georgia.
And Bill, do you have any indication that turnout is a bit lower than 2020, because that would affect some of what you're doing in this comparison?
Michigan is blue.
Well, I can tell you this, Martha. Before election.
Let's mute him for a second. Let's go over here. Michigan is coming in. Oh, my goodness. 15 electoral votes in Michigan. Michigan was a battleground state. Kamala Harris, 76%. Trump with 22% in the mitten. That is with 2% reporting. Pennsylvania, 76% for Harris. Ohio, 52% for Harris. But Trump has taken a hold of Texas with 50% of the vote. But she's trailing behind with only 48%. So it's close. It's really close. The electoral votes as of right now are 95 for Trump and 35 for Harris.
Said that fully half of all voters say the future of democracy is the most important factor in their vote. That's a big number. I mean, that's a lot of people worried about that. Now, Trump gets some of those voters, but 60% of them or more going for Harris. I think that issue, democracy, is about one thing, about Trump and fear of Trump. It's the same factor we keep coming back to time and again is, the Trump factor in this race is, is he able to overcome the resistance to him, which has been so dominant in three previous cycles? And that's what that vote is about.
Not
because if you
yet.
were
These
just running on the issues
early votes
that include the most important, economy, immigration.
Right.
Yeah, just to preface that, all of these numbers are going to change. We're just looking at what's rolling in. With 1% of Kansas reporting, it's Trump 70%. I'm just giving you what's popping up here on the Associated Press map because this thing is updating in real time. Back to Britt Hume.
Is still being paid.
And it also was hammered over and over again by current President Biden, the former candidate. The threat to democracy was really on his lips pretty much every minute.
And Vice President Harris didn't take that ball for a lot, but she did come back to it towards the end of the campaign.
The other thing about it I think is striking is it shows you the power of the media because in many ways, it's a BS
Illinois,
issue when you think about it. I mean, think about it. Go back to January 6th, which was supposed to be the moment when we all thought we should fear this, that our democracy was fragile. It was the premise of the January 6th special committee that we, as the co-chairman of the committee put it, we came critically close to losing our democracy. It's ridiculous.
Dude.
Our democracy is pretty sturdy.
Check this out. I can zoom in on the counties to show you guys what counties are coming in. On your middle screen, you can see the results that came in are right outside of Detroit. Let's go to Florida. And you can see the blue states were down by Miami, in Orlando, up by Tallahassee. And then this rando right here. Oh, this girl's live at the Trump thing. These are the Texas counties that are reporting. I'll zoom on in each one of them so you guys can see. Yeah, the map is pretty cool. I'll click on each state so you guys can see the different counties. In case you're from there, Oh, we got a second county coming in Michigan. Right there next to Detroit. That might be Wayne County. Georgia. Georgia's kind of speckled. Kentucky, Tennessee. It's still early, folks. North Carolina here, Virginia, West Virginia. There's Ohio. We'll keep checking that periodically too. But they are just dicking around at the campaigns right now. If you guys are just joining, please wobble it over to that like button. If you're enjoying 2024 election coverage. Oh, are they doing the wobble? Let's listen.
Trump's get out the vote effort. So far, they're not seeing signs of that, but they're definitely feeling happy about that first report coming out of Georgia, guys.
All right, Jackie, thank you so much. Before we make some race calls, Harold, you wanted to clarify something you said?
The 58% 42, the Florida abortion initiative, that it didn't pass, though, because you had to have 60%. So I misspoke, but it got 58%, but fell by 2. And matter of fact, they had a marijuana initiative, which I would have voted against them, but it didn't reach the number either to get to 60.
Yeah, and
so both failed.
Governor DeSantis is touting both of those things down there in Florida. Okay, we have some calls.
What do you mean? Oh, we got some calls.
We begin in Pennsylvania, home to a
Pop, pop.
razor-thin Senate race between incumbent Democrat
in the house.
Bob Casey and Republican businessman Dave McCormick. The Fox News decision desk says this is too early to make a call in Pennsylvania on that race.
This could be a big cheer. Fox News can project that Rick Scott, the Republican senator from Florida, will win his second term. We'll pause for applause down there with Aisha.
Pause for applause. Kendo says Pop Pop 2024. I didn't see Pop Pop on the ballot this year. So they had to get to 60% to win it? I thought they just had to have the majority. What a bunch of crap. So it didn't pass. I wonder if Josh Hawley will win. Do you guys like Josh Hawley? Put a 1 in chat if you like Josh Hawley. This is all of your senators, guys. Yes, Texas turned back red. He's ahead by like 2%, Amanda. Just so you guys know, that map in the middle of your screen will be, it's updating in real time, like real ass live time. Come on, I'm bringing you the best coverage on the tubes tonight. Just for you. I thought that was the majority. I had no idea they had to get to 60. Sounds like a setup. Sounds like a setup to me. Yeah, Texas is everything's gonna change. Ohio could even change. Michigan could change. Because if you look here, Michigan, 3% reporting. We've got a northern county coming in now in Michigan. Look at that. Look at that. Right around Detroit is red right now. Right around Detroit is red. That must be Wayne and Washtenaw counties. Too bad they don't have them labeled. Maybe someone from Michigan can let me know. Is that Wayne and Washtenaw that's red? If so, that's pretty badass. What's going on down here? Oh, I'm all set with that. I mean, that is crazy. If that actually comes in, I don't know what she's doing down there. Yes, listen to Pop Pop. Pop Pop knows where it's at. But if that stays red, that's unheard of. That'd be like Atlanta being red. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's just a bunch of crap. You have to get to 60%. It didn't say that on my ballot. All right, let's go back out. Let's go over to Texas. 53% for Trump in Texas now, and Harris at 45. So that gap is closing in Texas. In Ohio, it's close in Ohio. It's 50% for Harris and 48% for Trump. It's super close. Ohio is way too close to call. That's Wayne and Macomb. Oh, we've got more coming in Michigan. It's 62-35 with Harris in the lead. Interesting. It'll be interesting to see what Michigan ends up with. Oh, the polls were now out in California on the left-hand side. Yeah, one seat flipped. All right, let's go back to Fox News for a few. Here we go.
With a look at how that is playing out in our Fox News voter analysis. Sandra.
Hey, Martha. Hey, Brett. Yeah, just taking a look. This is the national level. Before I dive into Pennsylvania, because we want to get a look at how voters were thinking about the economy there when they decided who they were going to vote for. But this is their view on the nation's economy. And as we knew leading up to Election Day, it's pretty negative. But the thing to point out here is when you compare it to 2020, those that have a negative view of the economy, this is about 6 points higher than it was just 4 years ago. I want to look at Pennsylvania and show you what we're seeing there. Okay. When it comes to those that are looking for change, we know this is a big part of the story of this election day. Those that are looking for total upheaval, this is Pennsylvania voters, okay? 28%. And you were to break that down by candidate, which we can now do.
New York
as we,
will be in about
work our
9
way into
o'clock.
closing time there in PA. 66% voted for Trump. This is a really interesting story. Those who are looking for substantial change, it is about split with the edge going to Donald Trump by 3 points. Okay, so substantial change. Those are people looking for still big change, and it is about even in PA. We've got a lot more we're going to dig into in Pennsylvania. We'll have that for you in a bit.
Hi, Chris.
Sandra, thank you.
Thanks. Let's bring in our Fox Business panel. Maria Bartiromo, Larry Kudlow, Charles Payne, and Kevin O'Leary. Great to see you.
Ugh, let's not and say we did. We'll go back to them in a minute. Chris, I hope you're feeling better. All right, let's check out the stats. We've got Texas at 54% Trump, Michigan at 60% Harris. Georgia is still at 55%. It's moving slow, but it is still early. Still early on in this election day 2024. I have no idea what's going on at Harris's campaign rally. But we've got Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin closing shortly. So we will get some updates very soon. Wouldn't that be crazy, Lisa? That's what I'm saying. If Wayne County was red. Holy. Ooh, peanut butter cookies. I'll take some. Thank you. Just so you know, guys, just FYI, if I am not at the mic, this map right here in the center of your screen will always be updating in real live time. Okay? So don't fret if you don't hear my lovely voice. Don't worry, you're not missing anything because you can see right here the electoral votes at the top and each state at the bottom. I know, choir, it's weird. I don't know what they're doing there. I don't know. It's either that or Brit Hume at this point in time. You were a Democrat your whole life until Hillary ran? Shit. No, I just want you guys to know it's not like Frozen. It's going to be, I might be up and down. It's going to be a long night. Like right now, I'm totally out of Coke Zero, and that's kind of a problem. So you're going to have to go over to the Fox Business people for a moment, and I will return momentarily.
Will it hold? Was there enough of an expansion in Mr. Trump's base?
Thank you, Misty.
To put him over and win? I mean, a lot of people think he is. He's going to get much better numbers with Hispanics than he ever had before. He's going to peel off a lot of black votes for young people's vote. That was his strategy. I think it's a good strategy. It's not your father's Republican Party anymore. It's not that they hate business, but the business roundtable CEOs are not the center of the new party. The question is, could he expand that working class coalition enough to to win this election. And give me another hour or two, and I'll try to answer that question.
We'll try to get you some more data there, Larry. Charles, you know, the Republican Party has changed, but the issue of the economy, the vice president has closed that according to the latest polls. I mean, he was up big when you asked that question early, but as she closed, it got to within 2, 4, it was 6 points for us in the closing days.
Yeah, Vice President Harris benefited from a couple of things, I think. First, the media. Every time economic data comes out, it's great, phenomenal. Of course, Friday, we learned that last month we lost 28,000 private sector jobs. And by the way, you can talk about all the storms you want. All the experts who they put together to come up with these consensus numbers also factor that in. Our jobs numbers have been going down steadily since 2021, and now wages are really beginning to drop big time. Last week we had what they call the employment cost index. Wages are dropping, and that's bad news for everyone, particularly folks who are already having trouble keeping up. The inflation issue, and Trump went out on a dangerous limb when he talked about tariffs because conservative economists hate it.
Look at this dude's
Obviously,
outfit.
the media is.
That's one hell of an outfit there. Oh, I'm sorry, Rhonda. Hey, good to see you, Choco Latte. Robat. It's the Robat. Oh, shit. Robat, your name. Oh, shoot. That's funny. I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone, actually. Oh, cryptic. I'm on a cryptic trip with you. Oh, for God's sakes. Look how serious they are. Oh, come on. You know, it's like, why does it have to be so dramatic? She says one more day till she can change it.
With the quick time we have left, she has talked a lot about being from the middle class. It was the first sentence out of her mouth a lot. President Trump has been promising a golden age in an American economic future.
Change your
what do
name,
you see
they
winning these voters over tonight?
Well, I was disciplined when I was listening to both parties and disappointed we didn't get.
I was muted that whole time. Or was I? Could you guys hear me? Yeah, obviously, because we're... Cricket swing, Robetta, betta, swing. I'm on a total tilt-a-whirl. Look at all these screens I have, y'all. There's so much going on tonight. Oh, good Lord. Never again. Oh, man. Oh, his birthday's November 12th. Well, happy early heavenly birthday to him. Oh, shoot. About a dozen states are fixing to close. Let's get back to our puppets.
Larry, Maria, Charles, Mr. Wonderful, continue
Thank
that
you
talk.
all.
We're going to make some calls.
That's because the hour is upon us, 8:30 p.m. on the East Coast, and the Fox Decision Desk can now project that former President Trump will win Arkansas. The state hasn't voted for a Democratic presidential candidate since Bill Clinton.
And as you look at the race to 270, as it ticks up, 111 for former President Trump, 72 for Vice President Harris. That'll be on your screen all night in the ticker there on the bottom. And then we'll scroll through the races by state. We'll look at Senate races, some House races, and governor's races as well. We're back with our panel here in studio. I think, Britt, they're still talking about the economy in that other studio. they're pretty much.
I kind of wish we missed it. Sorry we missed it.
Dip in.
Well, they were talking a lot more substance than when we heard on the campaign trail when it came in. They're absolutely right. I mean, we did not have a good debate, for instance, over economic issues, and it clearly is the number one issue on people's minds. Brett?
You know, we didn't really get into policy.
Oh, Britt,
I'm keeping an eye here on what are called the non-MAGA Republican voters.
Yes.
And there's been a lot of discussion over the past several years about whether the anti-Trump Republicans, the Never Trump movement, would end up mattering. Our voter analysis memos tells us that if she wins, that will be the decisive factor. I'm not quite sure I buy that.
Happy early birthday, Gypsy.
And I think that what we have here, and the fact that the Trump campaign has made such an effort to turn out these low propensity voters.
This is for you, Gyps.
What we
party demographically, geographically. Florida, Iowa, Ohio, these are states President Obama won twice with well over 50% of the vote. We don't even talk about them as swing states anymore. He's going to get 1 million extra votes.
I didn't know
in
that
Florida
was looping,
potentially
sorry.
tonight. So I have to push back a little bit about, is it this disaffected Republican? Every time there's a Republican of note, of name out there that goes and supports Kamala Harris, Liz Cheney and John Kelly and this, everybody just has to cover, the mainstream media has to cover it. They're missing the big story, which is the millions, maybe tens of millions of would-be, could-be, have-been Democrats voting for Donald Trump, the rank and file people. They don't have big names. They're not going to go on MSNBC and crow about it and go campaign with Kamala Harris. They're showing up today, and they're showing up early. And the fact that he has converted this into the party of the worker, and he has told Americans not everybody has to be stuffed into a 4-year college degree, that the welders, the steel workers in Pennsylvania, the coal miners, they've got a seat at the table. They can work again. It's a big deal.
Yeah.
And she's not doing that. She's not winning black men. Folks, Barack Obama did not help her bridge this gap, at least in Georgia so far. We'll see in Michigan,
Jessica, we will see that because that blue wall will really tell us something. But it is changing. The party's changing. There's a lot of Reagan Democrats in this coalition. One of the things to note right now at this hour, we have not called the state of the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Right.
It is a lot closer than people thought it would be. The Trump campaign did a stop in Virginia. They thought it was closing. We're not calling it yet.
No, not yet. And we'll see when that happens. My expectation is still that Kamala Harris will win it. But I understand that President Trump ran an unorthodox campaign in terms of where he went and certainly the things that he was saying.
Sure, we can go back and check out Michigan. Let's do it. Here is the counties, excuse me, in Michigan. Right meow. Can you guys see that pretty good? Looks like more red counties are popping up there in Michigan. Take a peek-see on Texas. Looks like a lot of red. Trump is 51% in Texas. If we pop out, let's go to Georgia. Still 55% for Trump there. Oh, North Dakota is a early... less than 1% coming in North Dakota. Missouri is starting to trickle in as well, as is Kansas and Illinois. Still too early to count. Still too early to call any of those. So the bright red on the map are the ones that are taken by Trump. The bright, or the whatever this is, like the lighter shade of blue, are Kamala's states. And then the maroon and the dark blue are up in the air still. If that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. Take a listen to what they're talking about here.
On the trail, but now as they're actually going to the polls, these are things that seem to have resonated with them on this election day. Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things, that's not different across the two groups of voters is why voters are turning out. And what we're seeing is a majority of Harris voters and Trump voters saying they're voting in support of their candidate rather than in opposition to the other candidate. So about 2 in 3 Harris voters say they're voting in support for Vice President Harris, while about 8 in 10 Trump voters say they're voting in support of former President Trump.
So not necessarily something that we would maybe see as a protest vote, but a supportive vote of actually believing in that candidate and not just disliking them less than they like the other person.
Yeah, and it seems like it's even mattering more in some battleground states. In Georgia, for example, where the polls are closed, we're seeing about 3 in 4 Harris voters saying that they're showing up in support for that candidate, which is similar to the share of Trump supporters in that state that say the same.
Ashley, thank you so much. It's really interesting to see the information kind of behind the data. As you can see now in those boxes below me, we've had pictures up all night from the Trump and Harris campaign rallies, but it looks like those events are starting to fill in with more and more people as we get further into this election night. We can also confirm for you where the candidates are at this hour. Vice President Kamala Harris is at her residence at the Naval Observatory here in Washington, and former President Donald Trump is at his Florida residence in Mar-a-Lago. We will be back with more AP race calls and updates as we get them and bring them to you. At the top of the next
day. What's up, Red Raider? Red Raider, Red Raider. It's been a minute. How are you? Thanks for coming in, everybody. If you guys can hit that like button tonight, it is a free way to support this stream. I greatly appreciate it. You can see this, the states are starting to fill in across the country, and we are here for it. Let's go back to Fox News and see what's going on in Georgia.
Significant because of how many people live there. The problem here is that you've got DeKalb County, nothing reporting because the polls were suspended from that threat. So this is the first number I've seen from Gwinnett, all right? You're 16% in. She got about 60% of the votes, so a lot of the vote still remains out there. Let's move away from Georgia as requested. This is kind of interesting, guys. I mean, a lot of you folks live in the Washington, D.C. area. And right now, this is, with 40% of the vote in Virginia, the Commonwealth here. Donald Trump's got an edge here, okay? That's 8,000 raw votes. That's 0.4 percentage points. Here's the catch, however. A lot of this map's starting to fill in. This right here across from Washington, D.C. is Fairfax County, all right? Fairfax County is number 1 out of 133 counties in Virginia based on population. At the moment, you still have at least half of the vote still outstanding. And you see, Kamala Harris was 67%. You would expect that in Fairfax. I'm just making the argument there's a lot of votes still out there, and it may determine whether or not the margin statewide hangs where it is right now, or whether or not it changes, okay? So watch that. You mentioned Texas. Let's jump on down there, and I'll tell you what's going on in Texas, all right? Too soon to call. Half of the vote is in. Half of the estimated vote is in at 51%. Trump's got a lead right now. Percentage-wise, 5 points, okay? So that's kind of what a lot of the pollsters had in Texas thus far this year. I'm going to come back to Georgia in a moment. Let me just see what's happening in Pennsylvania because this is critical, too. All right, so the ton of vote out there, by the way. I mean, there's no conclusions at the Keystone State. You're at 11%. I would keep an eye on Pittsburgh. I'd keep an eye on Philadelphia. In fact, if we can, do we have a moment here? Why don't we go ahead and do the vote? Let's go ahead and do that, right? Let's do the vote margin for Pennsylvania, and let's see what's happening here. What we've done for you is we've tried to set up the state in a way where the more prominent counties are more extended than the others. So you see Philadelphia in the east and Pittsburgh and Allegheny County in the west. And the darker the blue, the more Democratic the vote is. The darker the red, the more Republican the vote is. If you see shades of blue, that means the margin in that county is 10% or less. If you see a shade of red, like a rosé, it's happy hour somewhere. If you see a shade of rosé, that's 10% or less, too. So those are counties that we want to watch. Let's look at the vote margin now for Georgia.
Did you hear the people
This is
chuckle?
interesting, right? So we just went over there on the board, and we showed you the metro counties throughout Atlanta. Let's find out where the outstanding vote for Georgia is at the moment. So what we want to do here, the deeper the purple, the more outstanding votes. So you can go to the more populated counties, perhaps like DeKalb County. You can look at DeKalb on the map. 0% in the upper right-hand corner. Can't know anything from DeKalb. What about Fulton? Fulton. You see, Fulton, 70% of that vote is now in.
It's all voice activated.
So that's certainly one to watch. What about Gwinnett? All right, still at 16%. Kevin, go ahead and arm up. We'll look at Cobb County, just to the northwest of Atlanta there. This is Newt Gingrich's old district, heavily Republican for decades. And around 2016, it flipped toward the Democrats. And right now, a little more than 50% of the vote in. So, Kevin, come on back down here a moment. One county I haven't checked in on.
It's voice activated. He calls out the county.
Look at Chatham. Chatham is where Savannah is, down there along the coast.
That's
you
where
only
Leilani
have 5%
Simon
of the
is.
vote reporting. Chatham was one of these counties in 2020 that took forever to get the vote in. I don't know if that's going to be the same way again this year, but we're waiting to see about African-American turnout, as we suggested a moment ago, about African-American men supporting Donald Trump. Let's go ahead and look at the vote margin, rather, for Georgia. The vote margin for Georgia right now, let's go statewide. So we move away from Chatham. We go statewide in Georgia. So Chatham's still at 5%.
I love you, Vince.
And for statewide, you're at 44%. So a lot of vote out there. Pete Stay, go ahead and clear this, and we'll get back to this in a moment in Georgia and elsewhere. So, Brett, Martha,
I think
back to you on that.
that's really interesting.
A lot of the
about
states
what's
just
coming
flip
in.
red,
I think
guys.
that these states, as these numbers come in, Democrats have high hopes about someplace like Texas, about something like Ohio, where they look at the Ann Seltzer poll from Des Moines and say, is this indicative of the Midwest?
Hopes.
But we're not seeing that in our Fox News voter analysis match.
Yeah, go ahead. Come on over here. I haven't checked Ohio yet. It's a good state here to examine because Trump won it twice by 8 points. Let's measure his strength right now.
Ohio.
In 2020, or about halfway in, okay? Kamala Harris doing better on the margins here, okay? 3.5 points statewide, so some vote out there. But Trump has proven to be pretty strong here in Ohio the last 2 times around. We'll see whether or not he can hold. Big Senate race in Ohio as well. Bernie Moreno against Sherrod Brown. We'll track that throughout the night as well. Basically in Ohio, you've got Cincinnati and Hamilton County. You got Columbus and Franklin County. You got Cleveland and Cuyahoga. Those are your 3 main population centers. They have been blue for some time.
I did, Chris.
I would not expect them to be even a shade of rosé, okay? But let's go into my hometown.
Rosé.
That's Hamilton County. Strong performance here. About 2/3 of the vote going to.
Okay, the reason they're talking about race is because a lot of the inner cities are turning red. Like counties that weren't ever red, that were always notoriously blue, are turning red.
Student vote as well, greater than 2/3 going to Kamala Harris right now. In 2020, the final vote in Franklin County, which is Columbus, you had 65% of the vote for Joe Biden there. So
look at the 2020 results,
there, but she is overperforming Biden's number from 4 years ago. And this, I'll just finish up here, guys. Cuyahoga, to check this. Heavily Democratic, 3-1 Democratic votes in Cleveland, Ohio. Cuyahoga, just about 1/3 of the vote right now is in. And Kamala Harris, 71%. And Biden was at 66. So that'd be a good number for Kamala Harris if indeed that holds up. And I think that kind of tells us a little bit about why this number is closer than it's been the last 2 times around.
You want to talk to your co-anchor, Dana?
Well, one of the things I think is pretty interesting is especially when you're looking at or considering the political realignment that we're living in and also the population changes, right? So post-COVID, people leaving the North and the Midwest and going South. That's one of the things that, as somebody from Colorado will say, all these people moved in from California, and Colorado was reliably red. When I was a kid, it is now reliably blue. And so you get South Park making fun of California all the time and being very frustrated that they moved there. That's not happening in the South. So if people are leaving the Northeast and moving to Florida, they're not all of a sudden bringing a bunch of Democratic politics with them. So there might be a little bit of a change here to watch in the numbers there. The other thing I wanted to say is that one of the things I think we're seeing, especially with some of these lower propensity voters or whatever we're calling them, unlikely voters, is that the policy of the Biden-Harris administration pushed them into politics and into voting because their situation is dire. and they want a better life. So they went to the rallies and they went to the podcasts and they had fun and they got involved. What will be interesting to see is Kellyanne might be able to correct me, but as I understand it, if you don't vote often or if you're a first-time voter, whichever party you vote for the first time, you're likely to vote for that party the second time, and then you might have that voter for.
I'll tell you what's going to freak me out is if I click to this map and Flint turns red, I'm going to be like, wow. I'm going to be like, wow. Because this would be St. Clair County, right? St. Clair Lapeer isn't in yet. Macomb is blue. Oakland is red. That's Wayne County is red right now. That's Wayne County. That's red. The city of Detroit is in Wayne County. Holy. If that stays, I'm going to be really surprised.
Our wokeness and weakness. In our Fox News voter analysis, Trump is seen as the strong leader by more than 10 points over Kamala Harris, strength over weakness. But it's also fairness over wokeness. People feel like life is increasingly unfair. They don't want men and women's sports. They don't want to think their kids are stuck in schools based on their zip code. They don't want the pipe fitters and plumbers to pay for student loans of doctors and lawyers. And they don't want 10 million people to come here, including in all these states we're seeing, and get cash and cell phones and clothing and hotel rooms. They just say it's unfair.
I'll open up South Carolina for you, Chris.
Wokeness is on the ballot, whether we feel it or not. I'll never understand how Kamala Harris chose.
All right, let's open up South Carolina. There's your counties. Kay wants to know, what does Marquette show? Let's go up to the UP. Let's let Chris get a look at South Carolina before we click out and go up to the UP of Michigan. Marquette is not in yet, but there's two counties up there that are red. And then in the lower peninsula, again, that's where we stand as of now. We have more results coming in at 9 o'clock. Very soon. Very soon.
In minutes away, Brett. That is what we're dealing with. We're going to get some major poll closings that are coming up. Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin all about to close. And Sean Hannity will enter our chat as our special coverage continues.
Everyone's getting that new Simply Safe.
Is Monroe County in? Let's take a look. It looks like Monroe. Looks like Monroe is blue. Is that Monroe or is Monroe below Wayne? I'm not sure. You'll have to tell me, but there is Michigan for you guys. I'll leave it up for a minute.
Don't make me a dog-faced lion pony soldier.
So we've got hey Sin, what's up, my girl? Hey Sin, what's up, my girl? Hope you're doing good. Am I like, do I sound double? Can you guys hear me? That was weird. I had two mics open. I don't know if I sounded weird this whole time or... Diana, you have Streamlabs blocked? Okay, good. I'm glad it didn't sound weird. I had two mics open. It was odd. Yes, girl. Yes. What's up, Ange? I know you've been here a while. I didn't get a chance to say hi. Shauna, hello. B. Baby. Michigan is still too close to call. So we'll have more closing in just a few, guys. They'll be back live. Looks like they gave her Illinois. But we've got Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. We're waiting. Let's go back to the news.
Wisconsin, all obviously battleground states, all very hotly contested, and those closes are just minutes away. So meanwhile, let's check back in with Harris Faulkner, who is speaking with voters and hearing their voices. Hi, Harris.
And watching everything you guys are doing, Martha. Thank you. This is Voters' Voices, and I'm Harris Faulkner here with me, polling expert Lee Carter. And we have a fabulous audience of voters talking with us about the top issues in the race for the White House. Most polls show the economy is the voters' top issue. Now a clip from Vice President Kamala Harris. The lines on the screen show how voters reacted to the comment in real time. That's what you've gathered. And the red lines represent Republicans.
Hold on, guys. This is a little crazy. If my eyes aren't playing tricks on me, we are seeing something that I have never seen before. Okay? Being from Michigan, Flint and Detroit are huge union counties. Look at Flint, Michigan is red. If it stays like this, I'm going to freak. I don't know. I mean, it could change. But wow. Oh, Regina, that's my soundbite.
Don't make me a dog-faced lion pony soldier.
You heard it. Look at Flint is red right now. All right, let's go back out. Let's look at Florida again. Wow. People are fed up, man. They're definitely fed up. Arizona and Wisconsin coming up. So we've still got a lot to go, guys. This next hour is going to be a lot. I don't know. That's what he said.
Don't make me a dog-faced lion pony soldier.
Core, I can't explain it. Here's Texas for y'all. What's the show me state? Is that Oklahoma? Hey, Melissa B. Is TikTok Tony from the show me state? What's the show me state? You guys have your own little convo. Hi, Mrs. M. You're welcome. Oh, did you see blue? Shade of blue. It is pretty funny.
Don't make me a dog-faced lion pony soldier.
Oh, Missouri. That's where he was born, though, right? That's why he shows his peen, because he's from the show me state.
So is that a joint? Or is it a cigar?
Damn, all of a sudden this chat thing fucking blew up. Missouri? Yeah, isn't he from Joplin, Missouri? Him and Seth. They're both from Joplin, Missouri, the show me state. Show me mine, I'll show you yours. I love you, Mama. I love you, puppies.
Cut his mic. Cut his mic.
What's up, Anne? Elon.
So is that a joint? Or is it a cigar?
What? Do you remember?
What?
I can't believe how old Sean Hannity is. It makes me feel old looking at him looking old. Yep, that's where they were born, in the show me state. Do you, Ange? I decked out for y'all tonight. I did.
God almighty.
You don't want to know, Core. You don't want to know. Michigan is turning more and more red by the moment. We got about 3 minutes until 9 p.m. We should get more results then, I would imagine. The map is starting to fill in. Oh, Lisa, hopefully. Keep it in your pants, Missouri. What's Sean's age? I think he's like 45. Missouri is the misery state.
These nuts.
Some people don't know that there was Tony on TikTok with a green screen failure while he was going to the bathroom. Literally on that soundbite. I can't. I really can't. Fucking weirdos, man. Are we practicing for the performance? Are we going to get out the marching? Are we going to get out the marching band? Marching band coming out at 12:02. Marching band at 12:02.
What are you doing in the White House if you're not selling cocaine?
Lovey, I know that was great. All right, let's get to it. I think they're coming in hot with some results.
From 15 states, including New York, Colorado, Texas, plus critical battlegrounds.
We are going to win the state of Michigan.
Arizona, we need to fight this battle on every front.
With 163 electoral votes on the line, we have the results as they come in. The moment is here.
Here we go,
America is watching.
Marching bands are scary.
It is 9 o'clock in New York. Another 15 states have just finished voting. This is the heat of the matter here. The Fox News decision desk says it's too early to call Michigan one of the two battlegrounds in the Rust Belt that just finished voting, part of that blue wall that we hear about all the time.
The other is Wisconsin, where Vice President Harris and former President Trump appear to be locked in a very tight race. And again, this is too early, not too close, but too early to call many of these races. Arizona also too early to call as the polls are closing there.
Fox News can project that former President Trump will win Texas. That locks 40 more electoral votes into his column. Former president also has a lead in Iowa. There's no call at the top of the hour here. Remember that Iowa poll had people scrambling there at the Des Moines Register saying it was Harris lead by 3.
Yeah, the same day Emerson had him up by 10, but that got a lot of people's attention because Ann Seltzer is such a well-known and usually correct pollster. So we'll see how Iowa plays out tonight. In Nebraska, the Fox News decision desk can project that Trump will win the statewide vote. Nebraska gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their districts. So Trump will also win Nebraska's 1st and 3rd districts, the more suburban 2nd district, Omaha, which is the blue dot that we have talked so much about. That is too early to call, but Harris has a lead there.
The Fox News decision desk can project that Vice President Harris will win New York, giving the vice president 28 more electoral votes. She also has a lead in Minnesota. Too early to call the state of Minnesota, which closed in recent days, according to the polling.
Obviously, the vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz, from Minnesota, and now Fox News can project a Harris victory in Colorado as well. She gets 10 more electoral college votes there. New Mexico, too early to call, but Harris has a lead, according to our Fox News voter analysis in New Mexico.
Former President Trump will win Louisiana, which has voted for a Republican in every election this century. Pretty sure we were going to get that one. Trump also wins Kansas, adding another 6 electoral votes to his tally.
The former president will win North Dakota, a longtime conservative state as well. He will also take South Dakota, which often mirrors the vote of its neighbor to the north.
And Fox News can project that the former president will win Wyoming, with 3 electoral votes. So there you see the tally on your screen, 178 electoral votes to 113. That map of the U.S. is slowly filling in, and we will continue to bring that to you throughout the night as we make more calls.
So moving to the Senate and back to the Rust Belt as well, the Fox News decision desk says.
All right, so that's our update as we watch the central time zone states coming in. New Mexico is starting to report. Your Senate races are on the screen as well. Utah is a red state, too. We're waiting on Wisconsin, the cheese state. Michigan. They said Michigan was too close. And we've got all these red states popping up. We've got Trump taking New Mexico. Or no, that's up in the air. Sorry, I'm getting confused. North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, and Wyoming are all Trump. So he's got 120 electorals. She's got 99.
Mexico, where Senator Martin Heinrich defeats Republican Nella Domenici.
Daughter of the late Senator Domenici. Yes. North Dakota's GOP Senator Kevin Cramer will easily win a second term. And in Wyoming, Senator John Barrasso will also win re-election as he serves as the chair of the Senate Republican Conference.
So let's take a look at how the Senate is stacking up at this hour, 9:04 on the East Coast. And we have 46 Republicans. The one flip, which we have mentioned, is West Virginia, waiting for other states that are on the bubble and close and early at this point in the night. 37 Democrats are hanging on to their seats in the United States Senate.
I think this is like where everything starts to gel.
Exactly.
And we start to get more of the hard numbers. Let's go to Bill at the billboard. Yeah. Harold, I'm sorry, Texas went to the Republicans.
No, I just think the numbers. I'm only looking at some of the popular vote numbers and how the candidates performing with minority voters in urban and suburban areas.
I'm just joking with you. Bill, what do you got?
Go blue.
Okay, so a couple things here. Go blue. What are you talking about? Michigan. We'll be in Ohio in a moment here. Hang on one second there, Bob. Okay, just want to show you this. This is really, it's got to be your target right now. Fulton County. Heavily populated, and a ton of votes there, okay? That hasn't really moved. So the estimated number of votes still out is about 30%, and Kamala Harris hanging in there with 700. She's going to win the county, okay? The question is the margin. The question is whether or not, Trump is chewing in this African-American male vote that we were talking about, because I want to come up to North Carolina. I'll show you a county. Okay, this is rural. and it's also African American. 47% African American. It's a small county here. It's called Anson. All right. Trump's winning. Okay. What's that mean? Okay. This is Biden 4 years ago by 4 points. Okay. So Trump right now flipping that county. Is there a minority vote out there that is helping to buoy his campaign? It's something we got to consider. Another thing I want to point out, just while I got you here, okay, guys, this is the part of the state that was racked by that hurricane. All right, this is Trump territory. All right, 61%, 68%, 81%. But come in here for a little bit. This is Buncombe, all right? This is Asheville. You expect this to go blue. Indeed, it has right now, about 2/3 of the vote. No, sorry, 60% of the vote in. She's got 2/3 of the vote right now. But these counties here, you just wonder if there's an effect here, all right? Because 53, this is Transylvania. I was checking this out a short time ago. This is Rutherford, 72, but a lot of that vote's still out there. Why am I showing you this? Because your comparison for percentage is that you expect Trump to do well out here. 72, Henderson, 58, Haywood, 62. So we're going to see through the night whether or not that storm damage had an effect on the vote turnout in North Carolina. Just keep that in mind as we move through the night. Also, I was just poking through here in Ohio. We saw this a moment ago based on a percentage spread. It seems like Trump is upping his number. Remember, I made the point that he won the state by 8 points in 2016, 8 points in 2020, and he was trailing there the last time we checked out the Buckeye State. But right now, the number has improved tremendously for Trump. So he's starting to track a little more toward that 8 points. And you were making the observation earlier about the Iowa poll from over the weekend, and do folks in Ohio vote like the folks in Iowa? If Ann Seltzer's poll, the Des Moines Register, had Kamala Harris win in Iowa by 3 points. A lot of people dismissed that. And if you're going to draw that comparison with Ohio, I think right now you can say that maybe Iowa's not going to go that way, but we'll see throughout the course of the night there.
I think we should get a cut from the Des Moines Register. We've mentioned her like 5 times this evening. I don't think they maybe like.
What's happening, Kathy P? Good to see you. Good to see you. I've been catching your streams, but I've been in the bushes for no other reason other than I'm just always doing shit. But I do keep up with your streams. It's good to see you guys. Check out Kathy P's. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
455 raw votes. Okay, now
Michigan,
if Michigan is that close, it's just something that we're going to have to watch throughout the night to see whether or not this is some sort of spoiler for the red team and whether or not it helps out Team Blue in Michigan so far. So that's for you, by the way.
Let's interact with the panel here. Yes. Trey Gowdy's here. What about that point about third party? RFK Jr. tries, first of all, the Democrats try to prevent him from getting on the ballot. And then the Democrats try to prevent him from getting off the ballot. He's on the ballot in Michigan and Wisconsin, also Minnesota. But Michigan and Wisconsin, obviously, if it comes down to really tight, that could make a difference.
Why would anyone vote for someone who doesn't want to be the president and has asked you not to? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who are these 0.4% that are voting for someone who has begged you not to vote for him? If you want to see him in Washington, don't vote for him. But it reminds me of Jill Stein. I mean, I think Jill Stein cost Hillary Clinton a state. I know that Ross Perot cost Bush a presidential election. I was in the green room, Brett, doing what I did in high school, which is finding the two smartest kids in the class and sitting in between them and looking on their papers. That's McCarthy and Rove.
I can't listen to this dude. I'm getting Creep Town dude vibes. Some of these people that come on these shows are effing weird.
Creep Town, dude.
All right, let's check out our battleground states. Wisconsin, still nothing yet. Oh, Michigan's close. Michigan is close. Missouri, neck and neck. Missouri, the show me state. Show me. We've got Pennsylvania is weird. 18% reporting. Let's take a closer look. Huh, that's shocking. 60% for Harris. in Pennsylvania. Oh, look at Britt Hume's back. Hi, I'm Britt Hume. I lip locked. Yeah, it was kind of interesting to see where the storm was, right? You feel like your grandpa watching these results? Oh. No, I know it's not my map. That map is a Associated Press. And the Fox map is the Fox map. So they're going to call them as they see. But the Associated Press is the map on the left. And Fox News is on the right. They're saying the pivotal battleground states too early to call. Look at the yellow. Let's go back to Fox.
Conventional wisdom that she could actually win the Electoral College, but that Trump would win the popular vote. And then there would be no complaints about the Electoral College from them if that were to happen. So obviously it's too soon to call, but I'm certainly watching that to see what they're going to say. Plus, I have been wondering about Kamala Harris and this whole decision of Biden to run again when she knew that he was incapable, but they were still asking their donors, give us all your money. He's okay for 4 more years. And obviously he wasn't. But then that did not leave her enough time. Apparently, that's another complaint that they have, for her to introduce herself, even though they had over $1 billion to do it.
And they had 100.
Let's see what else is on. Let's get a different view. We'll go back to Fox, but let's go to this. Let's see what's going on here. You guys, we got a mariachi band in Texas. Y'all ready for this? Mariachi band. Come on now.
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
Come on, wait for it. Meanwhile, Trump's got like a DJ going. Here we go. Here we go. Just in time. Oh, hell yes. Taco Tuesday. Sin, I can't. Look at the fancy. You guys are all eating tacos. Hey, Kels. Welcome to the party. You did, sis. What are we watching? Kels is just in time for the mariachi band. Robot. Trump just took Ohio. Look at Trump's crowd. Yes, we just won Ohio. Trump just took Ohio. Between this mariachi band and Robot, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. Okay, let's mute this shit. Oh boy, that is some crazy-ish. That is the Associated Press and their election coverage. So yes, it looks like Trump just took Ohio. We're seeing a lot of red. Look at North Carolina switched. Yo, look at North Carolina. It's not blue no mo. North Carolina says Donald Trump is in the lead at 52%. Virginia, Donald Trump is in the lead at 49%. Let's take a look at Michigan. We've got more red popped up through Lansing, up through Flint. Unbelievable. Unbelievable to see Flint red. Crazy, crazy.
Thinking I'm Scranton Joe, and I have this great relationship with the unions all these years. And if she does end up, and we just want to continue to caution that we're waiting for a lot of data to come in here. He's shaking his head and saying, I could have won.
It's just interesting that they're analyzing this data like we all are.
Yes.
And that is their take on it. I'm sure the Harris campaign, for the better part of the night, I was hearing from either reporters or Democrats. Believe it or not, I have a few of those friends. And I was hearing from them, oh, huge turnout in Philly, huge turnout in Philly. And I said, tell me, where was the turnout? Could never get an answer.
Right.
And so finally, now the answer is beginning to come in. And that would be the Trump war room. That would be the Mar-a-Lago crowd. Their degree of confidence is going up minute by minute.
Iowa
Take that
is
for what it's
now
worth.
blue.
Okay, Harold, let me just ask you this. I was
waiting on
in
Wisconsin.
communication with Harris folks, with Democrats. They haven't had anything in a while. I mean, are you hearing anything from?
My communication resembles yours. I'm not had a lot of that either. I think these numbers are concerning. The numbers that Sandra is raising on the other side there, combined with what you just said, Sean, is room for concern in both Virginia and Pennsylvania. So I've not heard anything either.
Okay. The polls are closed in battleground Wisconsin. We're going to check in there on the ground with senior correspondent Mike Tobin in Milwaukee, learning about some issues with more than a dozen tabulation machines. What's that about, Mike?
Uh-oh.
More than 1,000 ballots. Now, the heart of the problem, I can show you as we zoom in over my shoulder, are these tabulation machines. There are 13 of these tabulation machines here at Central Count. If you look close to the back of the machine, there are stickers on the back of the machine. Those act as the seal. The seals were in place, according to city officials and election commission officials, but there's a locking mechanism there as well. A Republican observer noted that the locking mechanisms had not been engaged. First, we were told on one machine, then some of the machines, then all 13 machines. 31,000 ballots in question. The city says they believe the integrity of those votes was never compromised. Still, out of 107,000 ballots, those now need to be retabulated. Some 43,000 ballots have been counted here as of this point, but they've got these additional volunteers to try to speed up the process. We expected to get final numbers somewhere around 1 or 2 a.m. The city now only says it's going to be later than that. that. The city wants to pass this off as an abundance of caution or a very cautious move. Republicans are upset about it. The RNC chairs, Michael Whatley and Laura Trump, put out a statement calling this an unacceptable example of incompetence. Wisconsin officials are here to try to get some questions answered. Brett and Martha.
It's a long night in Milwaukee. Thank you, Mike. So the Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win Delaware, the home state of President Biden. And there is the look at the race to 270. That makes it Trump 195, Harris 113 at this hour. And we have another call to make as well.
In a key governor's race, Fox News can now project that Republican Kelly Ayotte will become the next governor of New Hampshire. She defeats Democrat Joyce Gregg. And that was a close race for a while, but Kelly Ayotte will win there. Here are a couple of other results we're getting.
All right. What do you guys think? These things are changing by the minute. New Mexico is 10% reporting, 51 for Harris. Looks like Wisconsin at 4% is red, and so is Minnesota. Wow. Trump took Miami-Dade County, guys. Trump took Miami-Dade. That's huge. Wow. Looks like Wisconsin, 57% for Trump. We'll get right back to Fox News after this commercial is done. Yeah, Miami-Dade, for Trump to take Miami-Dade. Carlos says Trump will give us COVID-20. No, Carlos. Yeah, everybody's tired of the crap. You're surprised that he took Minnesota? He hasn't yet. It could still change, but it is leaning red. We're waiting on, I think, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia as some key states here. No matter who you voted for or who you want in office, we love you. So we don't fight in here. We're all cool. We're all cool. No matter who you want. No baby fits allowed. It ain't worth it. It's just not worth fighting over. Let's go back to YouTube for a second. See what's going on over here. It's just weird coverage, if you ask me. Wait, what are they doing? No sound? Oh, this is fun. He said, Streamlabs said, I don't know. Yeah, there really isn't any better coverage, to be honest.
Roy Cooper has led our state with a steady hand.
Don't even know what they're listening to. CNN has live in polling places. CBS, C-SPAN, NBC. Let's see what NBC's doing.
North Carolina as well, particularly in the suburbs, is to test how those counties in those collar counties in Pennsylvania might go. Remember, President Biden won Pennsylvania not because he won the Philadelphia County area, but because he was able to really drive up the vote among white working class voters in those collar counties. One more point just to mention as we watch all of these returns come in. When President Biden was at the top of the ticket, a state like North Carolina was out of reach for Democrats. The fact that we're talking about it right now, the fact that there's been so much play in North Carolina, that former President Trump spent so much time there in recent days, underscores the fact that they have tried to open up more paths, and we'll have to see if that was effective or not.
I want to ask a little bit about Michigan. We haven't really talked much about the Gaza war in Gaza and how that might affect the vote, in Detroit and in parts of Michigan. Are we getting any read there at all?
Well, it's going to be something that matters, right? Because we saw that uncommitted vote. We know there's an Arab American population in largely Wayne County. It's only about 2% of the population, but it could be potentially significant here. You saw Vice President Harris, as she was on the campaign trail just in the last few days here, begin her rally speech, one of them in Michigan, by referencing, of course, Israel, Gaza, what was happening. She doesn't typically start off her campaign speeches, her stump speech that way.
But she's been tackled at times.
That's right. She has again and again, she has faced down protesters who heckle. She typically says something along the lines of, "You have a right to be heard, so do I, and I'm speaking now," which is a line that she's become sort of known for at this point. But the other piece of this, too, when you look at this, Michigan is a place, it's going to be critical for her, as Tom has just laid out in the map. It is also the place where she started this shift in the last few days on her closing argument, moving away from this idea that Donald Trump was sort of looming large as this threat to democracy, this ominous shadow hanging over America, and shifting away from saying his name at all.
All right, here we go, guys. Let's see what they're talking about. I like them better.
We're back with our panel. Britt Hume, Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr., Kayleigh McEnany, Sean Hannity, and Trey Gowdy. And Bill Hemmer just went behind the billboard, and I kind of was going to call him out there.
It's like the Wizard of Oz.
So they're saying that Harris people are looking at Erie County, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I was looking at it too. One thing to keep in mind here as we look at this data here.
Oh, here he goes again.
Is you got to remember how they count the votes, right?
Hey,
they start processing at 7 a.m. this morning. All that's mail-in stuff too. And that's the vote that's put out first. And so I want to do something funky and fancy here, guys. So just bear with me.
Oh, Lord.
Because I'm going to try and find Pennsylvania in 2020, okay?
Michigan's up on the
screen. This is important. Y'all. It's important for us to understand. It's important for our analysts to know, understand. It's important for the audience to understand at home. This is 4 years ago in Pennsylvania, okay? This is just a 24-hour span from November 3rd into November 4th, from 8 p.m. to 8 p.m. the following day. And the vote that count that came in here, right, it's heavily blue, well over 70%.
I need to interrupt this news program with some breaking news in the true crime / drama community. It has been confirmed via non-invasive paternity test that Ken is the father of Gypsy Rose's baby. Back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Areas where Kamala Harris needs to do well, namely Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, and namely Philadelphia and what they call the collar counties around Philadelphia. But the argument for this hour is that there's a strong Democratic vote in that batch that's now been counted, okay? There's 2 counties in Pennsylvania that you watch because they are bellwethers and they are flippers too, okay? One is Erie along the border here with New Jersey. One is Erie up there in Lake Erie. This is Northampton here in the east, okay? Northampton is one of these counties that flipped last time around, all right? Kamala Harris with a lead with 27% of the vote reporting there in Northampton. The other one is Erie that I mentioned a moment ago, okay? This is up on the lakefront here, all right? I don't know why we're getting 0% in, because there is some of this vote that may lend itself to some of the confusion with the early vote being tabulated from the mail. I don't know. I can't vouch for that. I'm not sure what's going on there. We're going to watch the less than 0.5%. Yeah, that's right. So it's like 0.5% of the votes now being tabulated. That's why we can't get the 1% there in Erie County. But in all likelihood, you're going to see the T start to form here in Pennsylvania, and the T is going to be all red. Now we're going to see what happens on, both sides of the state, and they're going to be blue. The question is, how blue will they be? So we'll watch that here. You guys didn't mention Virginia. We'll just pop on down here because it seems like there's a pretty good race going on right now, all right? Trump has just upped his margin here, all right? So he's got about a 2-point lead statewide. Too soon to call, I should say, with more than half of the vote in. Here is where you need to look, all right? This is Washington, D.C. This is Fairfax County, #1 populated county in all of 133. There's 40% of the vote that has not yet been tabulated into this, okay?
Ken is her boyfriend.
Biden, sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, what's that?
Where was it for Biden? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll show you. I sure will. So a lot of that 40% outstanding is going to go for Harris, but we just don't know how much in the most populated county, okay? So go back 4 years. This is 2020. This is Joe Biden at 70%. Okay, so Kamala Harris, she has time to make up for that, given the fact that that vote is still out. And I would say, just looking at Georgia a moment ago, Fulton County looks to be somewhat similar. And the reason is, I'm going to explain this to you, okay? Fulton County is the most populated county in the state of Georgia. You're getting a lot of Democratic votes from out there, all right? She's up by 46 points, all right? Pretty good margin, by 202,000 raw votes, okay? So 4 years ago with Joe Biden, he won the county with 242. His margin on a percentage basis was a bit higher, about 2 points, but 242,000 in a state 4 years ago. Sorry, excuse me. I apologize. Let's go statewide here. In a state that was determined by 11,779. Let me go to my cheat sheet here, guys, all right? I can do something that's a little ugly, but for the sake of the audience at home and for our knowledge too, this was Georgia in 2020. Wow, look at this. Okay, again, we've taken a 24-hour period from 4 years ago. Blue is the Democratic vote, obviously red is the Republican vote. And you see all this, at 7 o'clock, boy, it was all over the place, okay? And then in the 8 o'clock hour, Trump easily took a lead there. And then the margins started to close overnight around 3 a.m. The lines moved and they moved and they moved for several days until finally we reached that margin of 12,000.
Dang, Streamlabs is really sassy. Let's take a look at Michigan. Michigan is lighting up red. More boxes for red over in Michigan. Georgia, 52% for Trump. New Mexico, 51%. Wisconsin, 51%. Minnesota, 58%. Oh, Missouri, she's got 52%. Harris. Kansas, neck and neck. Colorado is leaning Harris's way as well. Look at Maine. Trump is winning Maine with 2% reporting.
Gaining the most is where the votes are. And the areas where he's gaining the most is the area that he targeted, and that's the rural area. Whether or not you can extrapolate that over a place like Hall County, 72%, right? Banks County, 89%. Now, the problem for him is that that's 94 out of 159. But I can move along the northern border of Georgia. And, it's just, it's dominating. 81.
How does it compare to 2020?
I'll show you that next here. Look at that. I mean, that's 86. Now, 2020, in the same counties, I'll go in reverse, all right? 84, still impressive, right? 81.
And what is it now?
82 right now. So this is Fannin County. There's about 14,000 votes in that county alone. 14,000, okay? Now, if you take that and extrapolate over 159 counties, it can certainly add up. So to answer your question, Britt,
Wisconsin
4 years
switched
ago,
blue.
Fannin County was 82, and this year he's at 80. Still 25% of the votes still out, so he's got a chance to do a point or two better. But right now, he's not meeting the number that he hit in that rural county 4 years ago.
We're going to make a quick call, and we'll come back to the board and the panel. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win the state of New Hampshire. Former President Trump came closer than many expected there, but the vice president did well in cities and suburban areas. There was a time that New Hampshire they thought was closing.
I would say
actually, and we saw that Kelly Ayotte wins in the governor's race there, but now we're calling that for Vice President Harris.
She's a former senator for New Hampshire, popular in the state, but not enough to really turn New Hampshire red in this situation. So the Maryland Senate race we have for you next. The Democrat Angela Brooks will defeat former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. He never really was able to move past her. It was obviously a difficult race for the former governor as he tried to become a senator.
So that sticks as far as the U.S. Senate goes. We're still on track. There's a one pickup for Republicans. And again, they're looking to Ohio and West Virginia, maybe a couple of other races,
Montana.
still waiting on Michigan and obviously Pennsylvania. About where that goes.
And Montana, which isn't closed yet. Obviously a very hopeful pickup for Republicans with Tim Sheehy.
Back with the panel. Kaylee, what are you looking at? What are you feeling?
So I'm looking at the suburbs. And, first I would say the map, and again, it's early, but it seems to be breaking more like 2016 than 2020, but we will see. But when you look at the suburbs, the Kamala Harris team was making much of the fact that early on we saw the suburbs of Indianapolis, Donald Trump underperforming. They point to Fayette County in Georgia. But then we get our Fox News voter analysis, and you see in Pennsylvania that Kamala is not hitting the suburban marks that Joe Biden did. You look at Hillsborough County, Florida. That is Tampa. It's almost urban, if you will. And Hillary won by 7. Biden won by 7 at this hour. You have Donald Trump leading by 3 in Hillsborough County. And let me say this. This is, I think, should be discussed, hasn't been discussed, but it might have bigger implications for the Republican Party moving Florida. And that is the fact that the Republican Party has lost every pro-life ballot initiative post-Dobbs.
I was just looking at that hair. Helmet head, man. No, that shit don't move. She don't even need to put on a helmet if she rides a motorcycle. She gets pulled over and there's a helmet law. They'll be like, "Oh, you're good." They'll be like, "Oh, no ticket for you. You're good. Your melon's protected." I don't know, guys. This is a pretty close race, but it's looking pretty red. Why is she frozen on there?
Both of these candidates at this hour still have a path to 270. It is wide open. There's a number of different ways to go.
Up on us.
Who would you rather be right now?
I'd probably rather be him because she is underperforming where Biden was in states that are very close. I'm also watching the Senate because what does it profit a person to win the presidency if you don't have the Senate to get your cabinet? Nebraska is interesting to me. Who is he going to caucus with if the independent wins? I don't think he will, but who will he caucus with? Because if Donald Trump wins the presidency, you got to get around Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins to get your desired cabinet. And if you're Kamala Harris and you win the presidency, you ain't getting your desired cabinet if you have a Republican Senate.
I did see the Sarah Boone news, and I'm just not surprised. I kind of expected her to come out the gate with some kind of ludicrous, appeal or some kind of shit.
I am talking to people that know their states as well as anybody. I think the finest numbers people, finest sources. I don't think it will be very long until you call North Carolina for Donald Trump. I think Georgia will immediately follow thereafter. Then we would be at a point. I also believe Arizona is baked in. Immigration was a big issue out there. That now means that would bring us to a point in this race. If I am right, if I'm wrong, everybody call me out. Hannity was wrong. We'll have T-shirts. I'll sell them on DonaldTrump.com. Okay. But if that's true, that means she would have to sweep the blue wall.
Yep.
And based on the information that we have and the early voting success of the Republicans in both Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, I don't.
If you're just coming back or if you're just joining, we are still kind of in the waiting period of the next polls closing.
Our first look at the state of play in the battleground state of Nevada. Our special coverage continues after this.
Commercial time. Let's go back to our YouTube coverage with the Associated Press. See what's going on there. The live screen in the top left is New Hampshire. Derry, New Hampshire. Sherry Rollins, thank you for becoming a Cooter. Welcome to the Cooter Club. Good to have you here, Sherry Rollins, here and on Jays for Justice.
I'll tell you what, that dang old internet, man, click, 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 it's real easy, man.
Paul, are you a cooter? Signs point to yes. Oh, it says my sources say no. He sticks up for himself. We'll get back to Fox News in just a minute, guys. Let's take a look at Michigan while we're waiting. They're saying she's leading Michigan at 52%, but all I see is a bunch of red. More and more red popping up around Michigan, upper and lower peninsula. Look at that, up by the Sulaks. Sulaks are red tonight. Wisconsin flipped blue, but she is 50% and Trump is 47%. So that is close race there. All right, we're back with Fox.
So we're waiting for a lot more vote to come in Pennsylvania. And what we're hearing is it's not surprising. The order that the vote has been coming in Pennsylvania is not surprising to the red team, at least at this point. There's Wisconsin, 47.9 to 50%, and Wisconsin has 23% of the vote in. Also expected to be a tight race. They have both spent a ton of time there. Here's Michigan, which we haven't really talked too much about yet. We're going to look, we'll get Bill to show us on the board what Michigan looks like. 14%, a lot of votes still to come in Michigan. Obviously, this is too close to call, and that is 45 to 42. Let's go to Grady Trimble, who is just outside Detroit, Michigan, and we'll start to get a feel for what's going on in this part of the Blue Wall.
Detroit
Hi, Grady.
In the house.
Hey, Martha. Yeah, so we're expecting an update from Michigan's top elections official very shortly, but what we know from her updates throughout the day so far is that turnout on Election Day has been very strong here in the Wolverine State, and when combined with early voting, it's quite possible that it sets a new record, the previous record set in the last presidential election in 2020. And like most of the battleground states, this is going to be a story of rural turnout versus urban turnout, but there's an interesting storyline playing out in the Detroit suburbs, particularly in the Dearborn area, in the Arab American community. The Trump campaign has really been targeting that community, trying to get them to either vote for former President Trump, but they don't actually need that. In some cases, we've talked to Arab Americans who are casting their ballots for Green Party candidate Jill Stein, somebody you probably haven't heard mention much, but who could be a spoiler candidate. We also know that many Arab Americans are going to sit out this election entirely, which could tip the scales in favor of former President Trump. We're also watching the Senate race here. Mike Rogers, the Republican candidate, spoke to the crowd. He says it's going to be a nail-biter and probably a very late night. Brett, Martha, back to you.
Okay, great.
Brady, thank you very much.
There's some Democrats saying North Carolina is on the edge. I don't think they're fully agreeing with Sean. And they still may make T-shirts. But
I'm not only saying North Carolina, I am saying North Carolina and Georgia will go Donald Trump tonight. And I am as confident in that prediction as any I've ever made.
Wow. Okay. Bill Hemmer tracking that. Are we backing that up on the wall?
What does he know that we don't?
Just, Sean, if in the end you're right about that here in North Carolina, I showed you this county last hour, right? This is Anson County.
I know, Kendi, that'd be
up to 47% African-American population. Sometimes in these elections where you see an outcome, you're like, that hasn't happened in 100 years. Well, something just happened for the first time since 1876 in North Carolina, and a Republican won this county for the second time since the 1870s. So I just like something to stick in the back of your head and think about, well, that was a data point along the way. You guys mentioned the blue wall. Let's go ahead. We're moving toward the central time zone. We're talking about Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. I can show you a lot of stuff right now, okay? But this is anecdotal stuff. It's just the data points that I'm seeing on the map, okay? When you go to Wisconsin, all right, you have to look at Dane County, the University of Wisconsin. In the midterms, they had more than 85% voter turnout in one county, okay? You're going to get a ton of Democratic votes out of here, okay? You're just about halfway into it right now, and you see the margins. But I was poking through this and looking at Milwaukee. Now, there's a lot of votes out there, okay? You only got 25% coming in right now. Kamala Harris has almost 66%. So this is where Joe Biden finished. Same county, same city 4 years ago. He was almost at 70%. Right now, she is underperforming in Milwaukee. So you have to ask yourself, that little pattern you saw back there in that rural county in North Carolina, is it repeating itself in some of these bigger cities? Is Detroit, right now, Detroit, Wayne County is red. We don't expect it to stay that way, but that's one of the things you look at as well. And this is Washtenaw County. That's Ann Arbor, University of Michigan. You expect to get a good number here. That's another county to watch as well. And then let's flip over here and just complete the blue wall, because this is where we are right now in Pennsylvania. Remember, we showed you how the mail vote, heavily Democratic, is put out first. And we still think we're probably seeing a lot of that right now in this composition. But let's go ahead and look now. Let's look at the vote difference in Pennsylvania. And what we've done here is we've gone back to the year 2000, okay? So you have 6 presidential races to look at. For so long, this was not even a battleground. It was heavily Democratic. When you think about what Barack Obama did in 2008, look at that. I mean, that's 10 points. It's off the map. Romney was able to cut it in half, and so the state came.
I can't remember his name offhand. They'll probably say it again, though, if we pay attention. I like him, too. He's good at this.
A point. Let's look at the vote difference now for Michigan. Very similar, maybe not as extended, okay? Some would argue more Democratic in Michigan, all right? But that was the difference in 2016 for Trump, 0.2 percentage points, and you see where Obama was. That was not contested. Look at the vote difference now in Wisconsin. Very similar. Blue, but not nearly as extreme. In fact, if you take out the Obama years in 08 and 2012, you find Wisconsin is, I find, guys, this to be the swingiest state you find out there, all right? Back in 2000, when we're looking at Florida, look what happened in Wisconsin. 4 years later, John Kerry, look what happened. You see Donald Trump in 2016, it's just by a nose he was able to win. And then when it went back to Biden in 2020, again, it was super tight, okay? All those races, 4 out of 6 over the past 20 years have been decided by less than a point. And it might well be the case again tonight in the land of cheeseheads. Let's go ahead and clear this right now, okay?
Bill, can we go to Wisconsin?
Yeah, we sure can.
Because, go ahead.
If you want to see how this is shaping up, I mentioned Dane a moment ago, and I also mentioned Milwaukee.
Bill Hemmer.
Sean Duffy, one of our colleagues, former congressman for the state of Wisconsin, when he ran for Congress, all this area here was blue, okay? And when he went to Washington, it all flipped, it all became red, and it stayed that way. It's been a source of political strength and power for Donald Trump, and we'll see whether or not that remains the case right now. All right, so you know, we're just about the 30% mark in Wisconsin, and Kamala Harris has a slight lead there by about 3 points. This is where it ended, as I showed you out there on the map, right? 20,682 raw votes 4 years ago. So if I were to come to 2024, what am I looking at? I'm looking at Dane.
How about Sauk and Kenosha?
Yeah, Sauk is right here. Sauk is pretty interesting here because you start to see a little more population growth, and Trump has a lead here. And again, this is Kennedy. He popped up in Michigan. He's going to pop up in Wisconsin all night long. Trump has a lead here. Let's just go ahead and see. We got half of the vote in here in Wisconsin. This is where it finished. I find that interesting.
What about Kenosha?
Let's find Kenosha down.
So remember, this is the swingiest state. I mean, I spent some time there on 2 recall elections with Governor Scott Walker.
I mean, it's extraordinary. And we don't think about it that way. But it's true. Anyway, this is Kenosha, Brett. You asked for it. You got it. You got about half the vote in. Trump's just shy of 58%. Okay. So he's overperforming now in Kenosha as well. I can keep going if you want. So call it out, guys, if you like.
Milwaukee County?
Sorry?
Milwaukee, is that what it's called? Just north of?
So the WOW counties here, they have been solid Republican forever, but not during the Trump years. They got softer and softer. And they are, Wasaki here, just west of Milwaukee, is one of them. Waukesha, excuse me. And then you get into Washington, and then you get into, over in the lake, is Ozaki here. So let's see what we're doing right now. Trump at 53.5. All right, comparison point, 2020. Okay, so a little bit under right now in that suburban county north of Milwaukee. Let's pop on over here to Washington and see what we're doing. 70% is an impressive percentage, all right? From 4 years ago, what'd he do? So a little bit better right there in Washington County. Then we'll move over here. This is the most populated of the 3, Waukesha, just west of Milwaukee, just shy of 60% raw votes, shy of 40,000 from 4 years ago. Okay, all right.
Hi,
so
Jenny.
he ended up
Good to
with
see you,
55,000 net. So he either has some space to make up or he's not going to get to the number from 4 years ago. So that's something to watch. The WOW counties there in Milwaukee. My favorite county in all of Wisconsin, maybe my favorite county in the entire map this year, right here. You know what this is, Brett and Martha?
Door County.
It's Door County, okay? And why do we talk about Door County? First of all, you don't want to be there in the winter, okay? Because it's cold and it's frozen. But in the summertime, it's got to be beautiful. Half the vote in. Trump has an edge here. 4 years ago, you see what happened here. Biden won it, all right? Go back to 2024. Let's go statewide. Watch all the map go into play here, okay? This is a flipper county in Wisconsin, all right? The shade of blue is just very slight, okay? So it shows you how close it was. So we'll keep an eye on it because sometimes those are the bellwethers statewide, and we'll see whether that develops there in Wisconsin.
All right.
Thank you, Bill.
Little Wisconsin
Bill Hemmer.
for you.
A little trip to Wisconsin.
Yeah, sure.
Up to Door County in the Great Lakes. And obviously, this is going to be an area that is going to probably tell the story of this election, that in the Sun Belt, of course. So we're getting close to 10 o'clock, right around the corner. That is when we will get poll closings in Utah, Montana, and Nevada. This is our special coverage kicks into high gear, and the electoral count continues to load in. 195 for Trump, 117 for Vice President Harris.
Getting down to the wire, guys. Getting down to the wire. Hey, Megan. Megan didn't vote. Hey, don't vote. Don't bitch. I actually have never not voted in my entire voting life. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. If you are, please hit that like button while we take this little break. Go get some snacks. Go get something to drink. Use the potty. Whatever it is that you need to do. Now's the time to do it. Go outside, have a cig. Smoke a smoke. Regina, why did your super sticker not pop up on my screen? It's really weird. I'm wondering if I'm starting to lag a little bit. Thank you, Regina, for your support. Thank you to Sherry Rollins for becoming a cooter. Nash Native, thank you for your super chat. I can't imagine watching this with anybody else. Hey, Yvonne. Good to see you. Everything in my opinion, good to see you. Coconut cooter. So we're right on the cusp of 10 p.m. We'll be getting more results soon. Very, very soon. You voted for Elmo. It's like putting Mickey Mouse on there. I'm really sad that our recreational marijuana didn't pass, though. I did vote yes on that. Welcome back, Lovey. Welcome back. You came back just in time. We're about to get some results in about 3 minutes. It's good to have you all here. Thank you for choosing to watch your election coverage with me. I appreciate you. I guess it didn't. They said they had to have the majority and they didn't get, or they had to have 60% and they didn't get it. All right, here we go. We're back. Live with Fox News.
The big board on the scorecard. Right now, the electoral vote count stands at former President Trump at 195 to Vice President Harris at 117.
We're still waiting, obviously, for Georgia
Wisconsin's
to fill in and North Carolina to fill in. But there's a lot of discussion about that outstanding vote and whether or not it will meet the level that Vice President Harris would have to meet. And we've been talking about Philadelphia County. She would have to clear 700,000 votes in order to.
In 2020, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So let's go to Jeff Paul from the headquarters of Republican Senate candidate Sam Brown. And what's going on there? Hi, Jeff.
We'll be there in a little bit right when it starts, but right now we are outside maybe one of the biggest and most expensive polling centers in the country. This is Allegiant Stadium, home of the Las Vegas Raiders. And one of the things I want to mention to you folks at home is that people are still showing up here to cast their ballot. We are a minute away from polls closing, roughly a minute away from polls closing. And under Nevada law, if you are in line by 7 o'clock, you have the right to vote. And we are hearing about some instances where there are some pretty long lines throughout the state. Also keep in mind that they will not release any results anywhere in the state of Nevada until the last person in the state votes. So we could be looking at a very long night ahead of us here in the state of Nevada. Martha?
All right, Jeff Paul, thank you so much. We're waiting now for these calls at 10 o'clock, and we're looking at basically a scenario where the Democrats are putting all their hope in the blue wall. The question is, what happens when we make a call in North Carolina and Georgia? If you believe Sean Hannity, it's coming soon. We'll see if it does. It is time to see how many more electoral votes will fall as we get ready for our next calls.
Stay tuned.
We are seconds away from 3 states, including Montana, Utah, plus the critical battleground.
Together we will fight to win Nevada.
Nevada, we fight for the future.
With 16 electoral votes on the line,
It's 10
we have the results
Eastern.
as
Here
they
we
come
go.
in. The moment is here. America is watching.
Going very quickly, it is now 10 p.m. here in New York. 3 more states in the West have just finished voting. Fox News Decision Desk, too early to call. The state of Nevada, one of the most competitive states in play. Hispanic and working class voters obviously could be key to the victory there. Both of these candidates have spent a lot of time in Nevada.
Fox News can project that former President Trump will win the state of Utah, adding another 6 votes, electoral votes, to his column. He'll also win Montana's presidential election. We're looking closely at that Senate race out there.
So is that a joint?
Ad lib.
Or is it a cigar?
Yes, you will.
I just did that. All right, so let's take a look at some of the places that are too early to call, and let's get you an update on the total count. President Trump at 205 right now, 117 for Harris, and waiting on Georgia, waiting on North Carolina, waiting on Pennsylvania, waiting on Michigan. And, just keep in mind that in all these places, there's a lot of city vote, a lot of high population concentrated vote that has.
I do. It's 10 p.m. Do you know what your children are watching? I think it's 9 p.m. Do you know what your children are watching? It's 10 p.m. Eastern.
Survived it before, but this time Republican former Navy SEAL Tim Sheehy putting up a real fight and may win. The Fox News Decision Desk says it's too early to call there. Nevada also home, too early to call, to this Senate race between incumbent Democratic Senator Jackie Rosen and Republican Army veteran Sam Brown.
But in Utah, Fox News is projecting the Republican Congressman John Curtis will move to the Senate. He succeeds retiring Senator Mitt Romney of Utah. Let's take a look at the balance of power as we pull up the Senate here and show you where we are at 10:01 in the evening. Republicans now have 48 seats, including the West Virginia seat, which is a flip. Majority obviously would be 51. 38 seats on the Democratic side as we wait for a number of very consequential Senate races to come in here this evening.
Well, welcome to the panel. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity is still here. Jesse Waters. Jesse, what are you thinking?
Well, if this was a cannonball contest, Trump would be winning by a lot because of the huge splash in Florida. I mean, he beat Biden by 3, and now he's at almost 14 over Harris. That's a big statement right out of the gate. She has not had a big statement so far tonight. The other big splash, Virginia. Now, we don't know how Virginia is going to shake out, but Biden won Virginia by 10, and now it's tied. Obviously, it's too close to call, but right now she's playing defense. The Trump team is very confident that Georgia and North Carolina are going to go their way, and Harris is going to have to play defense in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. You're hearing Trump doubling his black support in Wisconsin, ahead with young voters in Michigan, and in Pennsylvania winning independents. And they say the math doesn't work in Philadelphia County. So who knows what's going to happen? Still too early to call, but you definitely think the Trump team has momentum here.
Laura, Virginia, you were talking about earlier. We'll put up the big board about Virginia and show that race. There you see the 50% to 48.3. 61% in. Too soon to call for us.
Well, this is wild. Remember, Trump didn't come anywhere near these numbers in 2016 or 2020. The Loudoun County numbers that we were talking about earlier are really something to watch. Trump is outperforming by 8 points in Loudoun County. It was a blowout in 2020. Big issue with education there. The other thing to look at, and Glenn Youngkin, I've been in touch with him, he said, buckle up, Virginia is going to be very tight. Then go down to Miami-Dade, where we haven't seen a Republican take that county in Florida since 1988. Donald Trump is doing something tonight. The New York Times is noticing he's up at 287 electoral votes projected. Obviously, anything can happen, with a 72% chance of winning. Watch out for slowing vote reporting down in the blue wall states. It happened last time in 2020. And if by midnight it looks like Trump has a good chance to win and things start slowing down with reporting, I think you can't really blame people for being a little bit concerned about the way we do reporting in elections.
Yeah.
I have more of a question, actually, for Laura, if that's okay, if it's permitted. On Loudoun County.
Yes.
In Loudoun County, can you talk to what is the issue? Is it the economy or is it the cultural issues? We've been having a little debate.
I think the cultural issues cut through the new immigrant population in Loudoun County. There's an enormous influx of Indian immigrants.
It might just be because it's early, but Oregon is red. Maybe that's just because it's just beginning. But I thought Oregon was always like Democrat. Granola crunchers, they vote Democrat, right? I did. So I have a confession. The first time I ever voted was when I was 18, and I voted for Bill Clinton. And do you want to know why I voted for Bill Clinton? I was 18 and stupid, and I saw him on MTV, and I thought it was cool that he was speaking to the youth. Boy, was I naive, huh? We learn a lot. We learn a lot over time.
Is, I think, a lot of credit to Glenn Youngkin and obviously Donald Trump for the way that state was handled. They were smart to go there late in the game.
It's interesting to look at Virginia, and sometimes these things sort of take hold over a period of time, right? So Glenn Youngkin won his very close race, all about education, really, against Terry McAuliffe and parents' rights. But then in the midterms, Virginia did not get the seats that they wanted to get. And Youngkin was sort of trying to get them over that edge. So if this does, and then we're, can't call it obviously yet, if it turns into a win for Trump tonight, it will be a very big
or even close, Martha.
And we have not called North Carolina.
We have not called it yet, nor Georgia.
But I'm sure there are good reasons for that, but others have.
I understand. Harold?
Do we know what's outstanding in Virginia?
Let's just talk to Bill Hemmer because he's at the wall.
Yeah, I can do that for you. Don't mind me. This is Roanoke County. Why do I have that on the screen? That's Salem, Virginia. That's where Trump went for the rally the other day with Glenn Youngkin. Okay, so as you guys were talking here, all right, so this is part of our Fox Insights. Anytime we see an outline here, we go in Loudoun County. We've mentioned this, right? Now, this is a 16-point advantage for Kamala Harris. You've almost got all the estimated vote in right now, and Trump's doing 3.4 points better now, with 98% of the vote reporting, than he did in 2020. So that's pretty interesting. The other thing I would point out while I'm here is Fairfax County. All right, so you're almost at 2/3 of the vote in. This is where all the people are, right? Number one out of 133. Biden was an easy winner at 70% of the vote. So right now, across from Washington, D.C., she's underperforming in the most populated county in the entire state. Did you have something else there?
Do you have a question?
Gotcha. No. Okay, Carolina. Go ahead, guys.
Again and again. So the Virginia, is that the biggest county, Fairfax County? Is there another big county out? Because the campaigns are saying they've got big votes still out in Virginia. They still believe that they...
I tell you what I'll do, Harold. I'll cheat for a second here and go back to Virginia. It seems as if Kamala Harris is doing better in the southeastern part than was expected, okay? So there's still some vote out there, some still vote coming in, and we'll see whether or not that holds up. Let me zip on down to Carolina. And Britt, I think you said some folks had called Carolina already. We've got about 70% of the vote in, and we've got...
Hold on. I got to mute this mofo. Look, Pennsylvania flipped. Let's take a look. Pennsylvania has now flipped to 50% Trump, 48% Harris. Wisconsin flipped 50% Trump, 48% Harris. Minnesota flipped. Or no, was it Minnesota? Iowa. Iowa, 51% Trump. Oregon with 1% reporting has Trump 71%. Arizona, neck and neck. That's a key race state right there. So we're waiting on Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Georgia for the key states. It's getting crazy. All right, let's go back to Matt Hemmer.
So here's where we are. Too soon to call, but Donald Trump right now up by almost 5 points in Carolina. Go for it, Martha.
Let's take a look at Pennsylvania, which is tightening up considerably.
Michigan just went blue.
presidential race and in the Senate race. Show us what's going on there.
You're exactly right about that. Okay, so there's about half of the vote being counted. You remember that chart I showed you a moment ago? The chart I showed you a moment ago? They count the mail-in vote first in Pennsylvania. It tends to be more Democratic. As we saw in 2020, we're seeing that again in 2024. All right, you got about a 1.4 margin there. Raw votes just shy of 50,000. So let's go for a spin, shall we? Philadelphia, let's start there. It is number one. Come on, let's go here. All right, here we go. This is the kind of margin you expect to get in Philadelphia. You got 8 or 9 out of 10 voters are Democratic, right? So Joe Biden was well over 80%. It's interesting, right? So she's just a tick below that right now. Does Philadelphia vote the way that Milwaukee votes, right? We saw that difference in Milwaukee a short time ago. Is Philadelphia going to vote differently than Wayne County and Detroit? We're waiting to get that in as well. These are the collar counties. They're heavily blue. I would expect them to change somewhat, but we'll see as we go through the night. Just to check the bellwether here. This is Northampton. That's about as close as you get, guys. Difference of 300 votes, 303. Biden barely won it by 1,200 just 4 years ago. So that's where we are at the moment.
What about Pittsburgh?
Back on over to you, Allegheny County. Let's see where we are. A lot of the vote came in from Pittsburgh early on.
71, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you're 71 coming. That's right. And she's at 61%. Both you guys watched it, right? How many rallies did Trump have there? How many times did Kamala Harris go to the west side of Pennsylvania?
I'm with you, Megan. I vote on who I think is the right person as well. I went through phases in my life, as I have grown, I guess. In the beginning, I was for Clinton because the Democrats, they talk more to the young people with the social issues. Young people tend to lean towards a Democratic social, and it just depends. I was talking to my 24-year-old daughter, and issues that are important to her in her life right now at 24 are not as important to me. We're both looking at different things that are important to us. I don't trust any of these people, if you want to be completely honest, but we're stuck. We're stuck with one or the other, unfortunately. And it's just, I think when one has done such a shit job, maybe we need to go to the other side for something different. I just don't see Camilla, or however you say her name, as being a positive thing for us right now. People are speaking, and the country is lighting up red.
And Pennsylvania. So I hope they can model themselves in the future on what Florida has done so brilliantly with Ron DeSantis. 96% of the vote in, and it's handled beautifully with absentee, mail-in vote. They just seem to do it in Florida. Why can't we do it in these other states?
Yeah, it's a great question. Most of us grew up with, you voted in the morning.
Same day.
Parents voted in the morning, and then you went home and got the answer that night. We've gone from 96 million voters when Fox News started to 160 probably million tonight, somewhere in that neighborhood.
And by the way, all of them watched Brett's interview with Kamala. I don't think
absolutely
nobody missed that.
So how much has voting changed, I guess, is what I'm getting at here, Sean, because we have this enormous early vote of 83 million.
It's so interesting you asked that question because everything's kind of flipped. Republicans went in today with a lead.
And I think that a lot more people pay attention when our economy's shit, when rent is through the roof, when people can't afford the basic essentials. People are, more prone to want to voice their opinion and vote. Well, Rusty Nail, I'm glad that you decided to watch with us. I'm glad you're here. Rusty Nail's never watched results come in before. More exciting than expected. Oh, Arizona has flipped. Wisconsin has flipped back blue as these results keep rolling in.
Point. Maricopa said because of the length of the ballot that they were going to, it may take days.
Pages of referendums.
Okay. There were 2 pages in Florida, and they called it within an hour and a half.
Yeah.
So
It's
not, was it
ridiculous,
even an hour and a half?
Yeah, I'm just saying what they said.
So,
agree,
all right,
Megan.
if we want to play out a
Variety
few
is
scenarios, if that
needed.
turns out to be right, or Harold's going to wear Sean
you know what
Hannity's
else?
wrong T-shirt,
You know what else is needed besides variety? Younger folks. I mean, if you look at damn Congress, these people are like ready to keel over. No, I mean, no making fun of them. They are old. They don't even understand like technology. It's awful.
who win Pennsylvania tonight, that and what the Trump team has been telling me, where they were up by 1.1 million. We went over these numbers
check
earlier.
Arizona.
Back
Zoom
4
in.
years ago, they were only up 400,000 going into today's voting, day of voting. In Wisconsin, you have a similar situation, a 40% difference, a 40% shortfall. So I'm looking at the big board and I'm watching the ever brilliant Bill Hemmer, and they needed numbers in Milwaukee that every source I know in Wisconsin is telling me they did not get today. And we're now at a situation where for Kamala Harris to have any opportunity to win, she's going to have to sweep that blue wall, those blue wall states. I don't see it. Do you see it?
I don't see it either. And if you look at Philadelphia, for instance, everybody was bragging this morning about how well turnout was in Philly. But if you look at Philly, South Philly is Italian. That's Pat's, Geno's. They love Trump down there. Big Eagles territory, big Flyers. And then you go to the Northeast, that's Irish Catholic. Maybe Sean Hannity knows a few people up there. So they came out big for Donald Trump, and that might have been an explanation for those numbers to pop. But if you look at Pennsylvania broadly, they banked so much of the early vote, which they'd never done before. They don't think Kamala has enough right now in Philly and Pittsburgh to just overcome Trump's red county substantive lead.
Let me just put the caveat in there. Britt, we sat on an election desk in 2016.
2016.
And there was a betting odds that you were quoting that had Hillary Clinton winning 90% chance that she was going to win.
That's where the evening began.
And then it started going down, and we started doing the what if scenario, and her pathway started to narrow. It is flipped, to Sean's point, that the early vote gave Republicans an early boost, and the question is what the day of vote's going to show.
Well,
is her path narrowing as we get
these people are
more
like
into the
I think she started out with a narrower path. You know, we could figure out more ways that Trump could win. She had a narrower path. And the betting odds, by the way, are now up to 83% for Trump, and started at 58%, and it's climbed all through the evening to 69.
I think you should have 70. A green eyeshot.
Anyway, and there are other models are now predicting him well in excess
stock
of
market
70%.
futures are also trading higher as well.
I do think, just to go back to this Milwaukee point that we were talking about during the break, I mean, they are rerunning 30,000 absentee votes in Milwaukee tonight because they couldn't. There was a problem with the processing. 31,000 absentee ballots after the election observer brought to the officials' attention that doors covering on and off switches on the devices, I guess, some of them weren't tallying, and they were worried about it. So just for integrity purposes, they're rerunning all those ballots. So we might not hear the full and final counting from Milwaukee until tomorrow.
AP Votecast has Trump winning 23% of black men.
That's staggering.
Nationwide. I'm sorry to hear what you said.
Where's that from?
AP Votecast.
And that has to be
consistent
a
with our
complete
stuff.
defeat for the mainstream media, who's just destroyed Donald Trump as a racist for all these years. And if you double the support with black people, and then you go up double digits with your support with Hispanics at the same time, and then run up the numbers with Jewish Americans here in the Northeast, that's a complete rejection.
That is weird. Now Oregon's gone. That was sketchy. We all saw it, too. We all freaking saw it. This is a close race.
Sure. Let's go back to Pennsylvania really quick. I know you're in Wisconsin, but can we just go to Pennsylvania?
Sure can.
And this is
I want to come back to this. It's a fascinating story. It's happening in Wisconsin, okay? So go ahead, Brett, with your question in Pennsylvania.
Lackawanna County. This is
Lackawanna County. You got it. Let me come back to current day, right? It's 2024, isn't it, guys?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I do believe, okay? So I'm kidding. So this is Lackawanna. This is Scranton, okay? So she's got an edge. Go ahead. She's got an edge of 51%.
The 2020 vote for that.
Okay, I'm going to do something here, and you're going to see a slide come out. All right, so you guys got to remember these numbers, all right? Versus 2020, here is Biden's number. So she's about
2 points.
You do the math. 2.5 points below what Biden did, but she's winning the county too, and that's Scranton. Can I just show you guys something that I think we need to pay attention to? This is Wisconsin. All right, so you got your Fox Insights going here, okay? We talked about Dane, we talked about Milwaukee. What about Green Bay? That's Brown County, all right? Right now, with 46% of the vote reporting, in Brown County, which is Green Bay, Trump's up 3.6 points at this time in the night, okay? Take this off. We'll move down here to Outagamie, all right? He's up 1.8 points higher than he was 4 years ago. Take that off. This is Winnebago, right? Trump is up 1.3 points at this point in the vote, higher than he was 4 years ago. And, you know, when you're analyzing the state going into this election, those are three of the counties you're looking at where he's trying to, like, drive the numbers up. And he's able to do that. And so this is where we sit, you know, 0.5 point. And not for nothing, guys, but sorry. Come on back here. Not for nothing.
Done messed up.
But Robert Kennedy has racked up 8,000 votes in Wisconsin. And 2020 in Wisconsin, we'll get it here. Yeah, I got you. 20,682. Maybe it matters, guys, or maybe it doesn't, but it's just something to point out right now. When we come back, I'll take you to Michigan. Some things happening there as well. Fascinating, too. Back on over there.
That's something to keep an eye on.
The 31,000 votes you talked about, Laura, you think they're going to count in the morning, and that's in Milwaukee, right? Which
they're
is
reprocessing them. They've begun to reprocess them, but there's no indication as to when that's going to finish.
Because they had problems with the machine.
There was a problem with this on-off switching device on the machine or something. It's hard to understand what.
Can I ask you a question? You just gave me the latest numbers. I've been looking at the betting odd numbers that Brett was talking about. They have moved massively
90%.
now to Donald Trump. New York Times has it massively to Donald
71%.
Trump.
Thank you for being here, Janine.
Yeah,
No,
the needle, right.
Yeah.
So we're really sitting here, and I think we got to take pause. There is a very strong possibility he will be elected the 47th president of the United States if these numbers, if these predictions end up being true.
Trump.
I don't want to get over our skis. We want to be careful. We want to be prudent. We're all looking at our sources. I'm listening very closely to everything Harold has to say and what he's offering. But if that is true, after all that they have thrown at this man, after all that they have done to this man, and with all the media that wouldn't even vet her and her radical positions, the only person in the media that challenged her in any reasonably tough way is sitting right here at this table, and that was you, Brett. And to think she never had to answer why she doesn't think we should say radical Islamic terrorism.
This is the kind of shit I can do without. Like, just give me the results. They didn't engage the lock feature. Fucking A, man. I got to admit, when I voted, it was a little weird. Like, I've never seen machines, like, with screens on them. The last time I voted, you know, you just fed it into the machine, and it counted it, and they were like, here's your sticker. This one had a screen on it. You feed the ballot in one at a time, and then it has a pop-up. It's like a fucking ATM. And it popped up, and it said, thank you for voting. Your ballot has been counted, or your vote has been counted, or something. Did your guys have screens? Music City says, oh my, look at the red. Gen C, hey, ho ho. Bullhorn Betty's got to go. We can all agree on that one. Lucy says whenever Trump is going to lose a big state, there's an issue with the machines. Ugh, they're so dramatic. Let's see how many have come in for Arizona. 50% for Camilla, 49% for Trump, with 48% reporting. I'll keep it on Arizona for a second so you all can check that out.
These states, we're going to wait and see how this raw vote total goes. But you'd rather be him. The path is getting clearer for him right now. To Sean's point, even that he's here at this moment, from January 7th, 2021 until now, is probably the biggest political phoenix from the ashes that we have ever seen in the history of politics.
In the days after January 6th, I remember sitting, I think, with you, Brett, and I said, this guy, Trump, he's radioactive. Republicans have turned against him. They want rid of him. They want him. He's an obstacle. He's a problem. And I thought, no, I didn't think a political comeback by him was possible.
Yours was a tablet? Wow.
And yet here we are. He's the toughest son of a gun I've ever seen. Ever.
Yep. Thank you for voting. Thank you for your ballot. Your vote has been counted. You got a receipt? They didn't ask for your ID? Oh, wow. Huh. That's the first time I've ever had a screen. It felt weird because there was two pages to the ballot. And I put the first one in. I'm like, do I do it one at a time? She's like, yeah. So I put the first one in and it said, thank you for voting. And I'm like, okay. So then I put the second one in and it said it again. So it was kind of weird. This is definitely a nail biter. Georgia has not moved. Wisconsin's going to be a mess. Arizona is neck and neck. Oregon disappeared. We all saw it though. We seen it. We seen the shit. You use pencils and paper? Oh, wow, Vicky. I didn't vote on a computer, though. Mine was a ballpoint pen. Mine was a ballpoint pen. Excuse me. And you filled it in like a Scantron. Utah's having printing issues and had to print emergency ballots. So I guess more people showed up to vote than they anticipated. Oh, boy. It's always something. They got a little receipt and they asked me to confirm the messages or the numbers. The messages. Thank you, Courtney. All right, we've got more called. Here we go. Some Senate. Missouri. Did Holly lose? I missed that. I can't rewind. You got nachos and wine and Every Day with Jay's special election coverage. I'm so glad you're here. Kels. You got all snuggled in. Let's look at Pennsylvania. 55% reporting, and he's winning with 51%. Here's Michigan. And Wayne County is still red. Or no, yeah, it is. Wayne County is still red. Where the city of Detroit is still red right now. Jilly, that's funny. That's pretty cool, Vicky. That's old school. I like that. Do you remember when they used to actually count them by hand, right? So where we stand with electorals right now is Trump at 205 and Harris at 117. Arizona has flipped. It's still neck and neck, 49 to 49%. They are even Steven right now. That's with 49% reporting. They are even Steven. That's a key state. This is a nail biter for sure. Holly is winning. Yay. I like Holly. Michigan vote counters went to bed. Yeah, they're like, forget it. We'll finish it in the morning. All right, let's go back to Fox for a few. I'm going to get up, stretch my legs for a minute. I'll be right back. I'll be looking at y'all, though.
Campaign headquarters, where there is a lot of votes still to come in tonight. What's the mood over there at this point, though, Jackie?
You know, Martha, every once in a while we get this glaring reminder that just over 3 months ago, this was Joe Biden's campaign. Every time we want to get any information from campaign officials, we have to text someone in Wilmington. There aren't any campaign staffers walking around, and that
lip locked. That sounds amazing. That sounds amazing. I wish I had cookies. I don't have no cookies. Oh, yeah, I do. I do have some cookies. I lied.
not been able to get any answers. And I've also spoken to some sources close to Harris who are at watch parties nearby in the city. Friends, family, and donors had receptions at two big hotels in the area. They're now making their way over here. They'll be hanging out in a basement somewhere inside the building. But even they don't have confirmation that the vice president is going to come here tonight. We don't have any program for the speakers. And right now they've just been piping in CNN behind me. So we are waiting for anything substantive. The updates that we do get are over email from senior officials that are giving us sort of broad strokes as they're watching data come in. Right now, generally, they're feeling happy about long lines at college precincts in North Carolina and Michigan, saying that that should be helping them with young voter turnout, guys.
All right.
But Jackie, let me just ask you. I mean, my chain with the Democrats kind of went dark, too. When's the last time you got an update?
Thank you so very much. Well, they're responding to us, but what we ask, the answers we get are like, well, let me check on that. Literally, I asked how many people are in this crowd, what's their connection to the vice president, and that was an hour and a half ago. The person responded, let me check, working on it. I checked back, still working on it. How do you not have that answer? This is the Harris campaign, but they are in Wilmington. So it's just sort of a glaring reminder every once in a while that this apparatus was really thrown together in just over 3 months, guys.
Jackie Heinrich at the Harris campaign headquarters in D.C. Jackie, thanks.
Let's go to Wisconsin and check back in with Mike Tobin because we want to get an update, Mike, on what is going on with these machines. Has the voting stopped as they try to troubleshoot on this equipment, and what does it all mean?
Let's zoom in on.
Well, the county hasn't stopped. What they did is they put out an all call for city employees. So they've got firefighters, they got healthcare workers, IT workers here trying to move this count along. They have to verify all of the metadata, if you will, on the top of the ballots before they can run them through these machines again. Now, here's the problem. We zoom in over my shoulder. I want to show you how these voting tabulators are working, or how the machines themselves ran into a problem. If you look at the back of that machine, there's a red sticker on the back of that machine. That effectively acts as the seal to prove that it hasn't been broken. But there's also a locking mechanism on the back of those machines. Now, those machines operated until the afternoon, and no one noticed that the stickers were in place, but the locking mechanisms hadn't been engaged. A Republican observer noticed that, raised the red flag, brought it with the city officials. The city officials say they believe that the integrity of the vote was never compromised, but out of an abundance of caution, some 31,000 107,000 ballots had to go back to the starting point, start all over again. We've got 107,000 ballots out here. At last report, some 43,000 ballots had been through the process. We expected to get some final numbers from the city of Milwaukee around 1 or 2 a.m. The city can't speculate when we'll get the final numbers now. We just know that it's going to be later. The city is trying to pass this off as an abundance of caution, but you've had some Republican leaders out here, like Senator Ron Johnson, who said that this is simply unacceptable. They had a long time to preserve the integrity of this, to make sure that these machines were locked, a simple step in the process. They're not happy with it. We heard from the RNC chairs, Laura Trump, Michael Whatley, saying this is an unacceptable example of incompetence. So they're trying to get this thing done. They're hoping this doesn't really stretch into tomorrow, but they are anticipating that the vote will now continue into the early mornings, the early hours of Wednesday. Guys, back to you.
Just to be clear, Mike, they're saying that they're going to keep counting. Like Pennsylvania has said, they're going to keep going. They're not going to stop and go home and take a break and.
You're
Correct.
Not get
they intend to keep counting,
here.
and you've got 107,000 ballots here, and 31,000 of those are the ones that have to go back through the process. So it's delaying the process. It's not tanking the process. And the city officials, again, want to insist that the integrity of the process was not compromised. They just want to be extra cautious.
Okay, Mike Tobin in Milwaukee. Mike, thanks.
So let's bring our panel back in, and we have some new people joining us at this hour. We're Britt Hume, Dana Perino, and Harold Ford Jr. are all still here. Kellyanne Conway has come back to join us, and Mark Penn and Charlie Hurt. Welcome to Mark and Charlie. Great to have you guys here. Mark, let me start with you. What's your read on this evening? And we're looking at North Carolina and Georgia and Virginia very closely right now.
Well, my read is that this is a real tug-of-war election. And all we're saying right now is the Trump forces seem to be pulling that rope just a little bit more. What you see is that he's doing a little bit better with minority voters. This suburban wave for Harris did not materialize, and Trump is doing very well in the rural areas. So there's just infinitesimal change.
Look at them in
Whoever wins, we're going to have a very divided country.
Working hard.
The polls were right. We will be divided between the elites and the working class and what they think the direction of America is.
Look at that guy.
But right now in that tug of war, Trump's forces seem to be pulling a little stronger.
And the elites appear to be on, at least the way it's shaping up tonight, on the blue side, and the working class is on the red side. This is not, this is a development that has happened in the Trump years.
I asked you 3 nights in a row, who do you want to be? Right now at 10:36 p.m., who do you want to be?
Well, right now, I want to be Donald Trump because these votes are coming in. You take a look at Philadelphia. Philadelphia, he had 12%. Then he had 18%, the same as he had last time. Now he's got 21%. He's got 3 points better than he had last time. That's what he needs to pull Pennsylvania.
Mark, she still has a path, but it relies entirely at this stage, I think, on winning the 3 big blue wall states. What do you think her chances are?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think her chances are diminishing the more this vote is coming in. There's no question that I think this race now is going to be down to those 3 blue wall states. I think he's got, let's call it a 55% chance of winning 1 or more of those states. We've got more information, I think, on Pennsylvania than the others. I think that is, I think, pulling more in his direction the more these votes are being counted.
I just have one more question for you in this round, Mark, and then we'll get to more, I'm sure. You early on questioned the strategy that had led to inflation in the Biden administration. You thought they should have addressed it much sooner. You also questioned whether or not he should be the candidate and whether or not that kind of switch up should have happened sooner. What do you think tonight about those issues?
Look, I think Harris will have run a very credible race. She is getting the Democratic constituency probably doing better than Biden would have done because Biden was really collapsing. She is getting the Democratic constituency. This is awfully close no matter who wins. Whoever is president is going to have to address all of America. But I think she ran a good race, almost an excellent race, but it may just fall in short.
It's a good point because we're comparing Biden to 2020 numbers when he won, but the numbers where he was when she took over were not those numbers.
Disastrous.
Yeah.
We have a call to make. The Fox News decision desk can now project that former President Trump will win the state of Iowa. Trump is performing well in rural areas, which helped deliver victories to former President Trump in 2016 and 2020. This obviously comes in the wake of a lot of focus on a poll that shall not be named.
No, let's do it.
Oh, name it? The Des Moines Register poll. I think we've talked about it seven times tonight. But anyway, it got a lot of attention.
Ridiculous.
It was a attention-getting poll, and it was being forecast to be what the Midwest may look like, maybe because of a gender gap or whatever she was seeing in her poll, Ann Seltzer. We are now calling Iowa for the former president.
Yeah, I mean, it was, described as a bit of a jolt when it came across. I think all of us, when we saw that, Ann Seltzer, because she has an excellent reputation. She's called a lot of things well. In fact, she called the Trump lead in 2016 in her polling, and everyone thought she was crazy. She had him like +6 or something like that.
Well, she also had him winning the caucus, and Ted Cruz beat him.
Yes, so she has a good reputation, but this one appears to be a blip on her screen because clearly Iowa is in the Trump column tonight.
Harold, thoughts about what's developing?
So you think about what everyone is saying. This blue wall, there are 44 electoral votes there in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. If she loses Virginia, Nevada is 6. That gives her 50. If she wins Virginia, that gives her 57. She has a very narrow path, as Mark is saying. I think as you look back, and this is a big if here, we talked about it, I think in the last segment, we talked a little bit about the policy here, Laura did. And if she looks back, I think 3 things, and you said one of them, Kellyanne, should you have chosen Shapiro? If where we're going is where we look like we're going to go. Should you have countered on the transgender issue more quickly and more effectively? And then the border and the economy. Should she have distanced herself from Biden? Now, look, we're still a little early in the evening. I agree with Mark. It's still a little pull one way. But if you're sitting there tonight, you want to be on that campaign tonight if you want to win the campaign. So she's got to run the tables here over the next hour or two, over the next day or so, if we're hearing correctly about Wisconsin. But it does not look as promising as it did a few hours ago.
Let's head back to Bill real quick. Bill, can we dip into Virginia, the Commonwealth?
Yeah. Say it again, Brett. Sorry about that.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead. Do what you're going to do. We'll get to Virginia.
Okay, gotcha.
Eventually.
I'll give you a little run up the Atlantic coast here, okay? This is Georgia. Too soon to call. You ask yourself, why can't you call it? There's still some vote out there. The question is, where is the vote and what's going to come in? Trump's up 3.2 points statewide. So you come in here to the greater Atlanta area, and this is Fulton. Our Fox Insights tell us, okay, this is different. This just changed from a moment ago, all right? At this point in the night, with 82% of the vote reporting, in Fulton County, the largest of 159, Trump's up 0.6 points from where he was 4 years ago. All right, I'll clear that. Let's come back out statewide. This is Cobb County. We talked about that earlier. Okay, at this point in the night, our Fox Insights tell us that Harris is up 1.3 points better than where Biden was at this point from 4 years ago. We'll clear that. We'll also go to Douglas 2 here, okay? At this point, this is all greater Atlanta, a lot of population throughout the area. At this point, 90% reporting here in Douglas County, Harris is doing 2.9 points better than what Biden did 4 years ago. So there's still a vote out there, too. And I mentioned Chatham County about 2 hours ago. That's Savannah. They counted slow 4 years ago. They're counting slow yet again. But you get a lot of Democratic votes out of Chatham down here on the Atlantic coast. A lot of folks live there, too, 5 out of 159. So we'll see how that shakes out. Okay, let's run up the coast here and let you know what we're seeing here in North Carolina. Then I'll hit Virginia. Then I'll hit Pennsylvania. All right. Trump up 2.5 in North Carolina. Why can't we call it? I was looking at Mecklenburg County with Charlotte. Okay, so they've had a lot of votes come in since the last time I checked. There's a lot of outstanding votes. You have to ask yourself, where are the votes, right? If they're in the most populated places, you can't make a call. But now you're getting a lot more from Charlotte. This is Wake County, Raleigh. It's number 1. Still about 20% of the vote out there, okay? Comfortable lead for Harris. We expected that, but let me just check 2020 and go ahead and use the slide again. Okay, so she's performing 0.5 point better than Joe Biden finished from 4 years ago. So we'll keep a track of that. You went to Virginia. I'm getting there, guys. Hang on 1 second here. Just got to move the meter, and we'll see what's happening here in the Commonwealth.
All right, so while you're checking that, Charlie Hurt's from Virginia.
Yeah. Tight squeeze.
So what are you looking at, Charlie?
Tight squeeze, Virginia.
What are you looking at?
So it's kind of interesting, actually, that this is so close, especially if you looked at the early numbers across the state. it was fairly extraordinary with the early vote, both early mail-in vote and then early in-person vote. All of the big D-plus counties in the state were significantly down from 4 years ago, including the big counties like Fairfax, Richmond, and then all of the R-plus counties were significantly higher this time than they were 4 years ago. And so if you had just looked at those early numbers and then look at this, it's actually not that surprising that it's this close, even though Virginia is, for all intents and purposes, a blue state now and has been since George W. Bush, or since Obama anyway. But it is, I think that Governor Youngkin, who said, watch out, it's going to be tight here, is probably looking at those same numbers and realizes that this thing might actually be the surprise of the night.
Yeah, a lot of people drifted to Northern Virginia, suburbanites. There's not a great Trump vote in that near D.C., counties, Kellyanne, and that's what we're looking at here is where that vote is outstanding and whether it changes the dynamic.
No question. And Glenn Youngkin has been a great partner to Donald Trump this whole time on the campaign trail. He told me personally when I asked him, do you think it's really competitive a couple months ago? He said, I think you're going to force Biden-Harris, now Harris, to spend some time and money there. And that's happened. But it was ground zero for the parents' rights movement, the school stuff in 2021. I wanted to say something. Kamala Harris's team was smart and strategic to go for the 3 states in the blue wall. Since they've gone Democrat from 1992 to 2020, 28 straight years, with the exception of 2016, they went for Trump. They've always voted as a bloc, but they also ran out of choices. I would have thought she'd do better in those more racially diverse Sunbelt states like Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and even North Carolina. She's in the very white states trying to become president of the United States. Here's the problem I see for the Harris and the Democrats right now. Demography is not destiny. That's what I think of this electorate. We think we're only going to get women by talking about abortion. We're going to get Hispanics if we talk about immigration.
Ladies,
that's how Trump is getting it. We're going to get African Americans if we talk about this. Who's big?
See, this is the shit I can't stand. Who is this lady? Who is this lady? Annoying is what she is. Oh, really, Amanda? Let's go look at Georgia. Let's zoom in on Georgia here. The 3 counties, one's just outside Macon, and then 2 are South Georgia counties that are not in yet. I hope you guys can see that. There we go. Kellyanne Conway. She's very annoying. I can't stand it. I'm sorry if you like her, but I just can't do it. Here's Michigan again. Looks like Genesee County, where Flint is, and Wayne County, where Detroit is, remain red. Oh, it's Houston County. I used to live in Houston. I lived in Perry. That's Houston? Houston's for sure going to be red. Houston is so racist. Oh my God, it was terrible. Hey, D. Smith. Kellyanne, she used to be Trump's press secretary. I can't. She's annoying. That's all I know. I can't either, Ange. I don't care who the fuck she is. Oh, here we go. Let's tune in again to him. I like Rob.
I don't know. We're kind of warming up the fryer or whatever you say when you get
But just show how it happens. Just show the 3.
Yeah, for her, it would be Nebraska 2. No. Well, we got to go a long way. So it's going to take me a while to get there. Okay. So she would have to win all the usual states here. It's just too many to fill in, right?
Oh, gotcha.
Boom, 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 boom.
That's good.
Oh, my gosh. What am I missing? Holy cow. Okay. Maine,
Nebraska,
Hawaii.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So that's why I didn't want to do it just yet, because we got to go a ways. But, maybe like another half hour, an hour or so, we'll fill in a few more. If you got time, I'll take you to Arizona, unless you got something else to do.
Love to go
Let me
there.
go ahead and reset this because there's some movement here. There's some movement here in the American Southwest. This is Arizona. First time we're looking at it on the night. And Trump has just taken a 1/10 of a point lead. Kamala Harris had the edge here for really the past hour. This is Maricopa. This is Phoenix. This is where you get 60% of the vote statewide is in Maricopa County, all right? She has an edge at 2.2 percentage points. Raw vote 563,000. I'm going to bring out the slide again, okay, and go back to 2020. And this is Joe Biden in Arizona. So she's up about half a point, not quite, all right? But Donald Trump's performing a little better right now at this point, but there's still just about half of the vote out and too soon to call there in Arizona. Let me come back to modern day, 2024, and see if this has changed. It has not. This raw vote's 2,200. So we'll watch that. Just wanted to take a sneak peek at that. You guys mentioned Iowa, the state that shall not be named, or the poll that shall not be named. This is nuts. 14.5 points.
Wow.
Yeah, that's not even
Somebody's
close.
not having a good night.
Guys, there's a ton of votes still out there, too. This thing could go higher. Anyway, back to you guys.
It's a little outside the margin of error. Okay.
All right, let's go over to Sandra and get a look because we've been talking about young voters, and you have some new stuff from our Fox News voter analysis,
Sure.
Sandra.
I'll build off of what Kellyanne just said about the Hispanic voters in just a second. I'll dive into age first for you, Martha. And it is pretty incredible, some of the data that we're seeing in our Fox News voter analysis. This age group 65 and over, okay, it is a dead heat. Split the vote there. But just note, Donald Trump led this group by 3 points in 2020. So he is, in fact, slightly underperforming with that group. But here is a huge story that we are seeing develop. Voters under age 30, 52% of the vote going to Harris, 44% to Trump. That's an 8-point margin that she's leading by. Biden led with this group by 25 points. Kellyanne was just talking about this a moment ago. He led by 25 points with this age group back in 2020. She is significantly underperforming with the younger voters right now. Want to jump back in and also talk about the Hispanic vote and what we are seeing there. This also telling a huge story of the night. Kamala Harris getting 56% of the support there. Donald Trump, 40. Okay, so she's leading by 16 points. Biden led with this group by 21. Again, she's underperforming there. I want to break that down by gender when it comes to the Hispanic vote, because this also telling a story. Hispanic women, for example. Okay, Harris is leading by 24 points with this group right now. Biden led with this group by 34 Hispanic women, underperforming there. Comes with Hispanic men. Look at this story. Harris is up by 6 points with Hispanic men. Biden led with 19 points. So there is really some interesting stories developing with the younger voters and the Hispanic vote out there. Brett and Martha, as you know, we have heard it on the ground. A lot of those American Hispanic voters, they don't like what they're seeing with illegal immigration in this country. They've been speaking about that. We are seeing that show up in our analysis.
Sandra, thank you.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff, especially that Hispanic vote.
And that gap, that 20-plus gap that we're seeing, we've been seeing it for a long time. We've been talking about it for a long time. It has shown up in polls that she was underperforming Biden by more than 20 points with Hispanic voters, Britt. It's a very seismic change.
Which means that if it comes down, as we now, I think, have agreed to discuss that it does to those three blue wall states being her chance of victory, are in very narrow path, that if these numbers are meaningful about how she will perform, broadly speaking, and I think they're big enough now that we can say they are, her chances of pulling this off would be the biggest thing we've ever seen. Amazing come from behind victory, and I think the odds on that are very long indeed.
Yeah, I mean,
well, it's a significant, to say the least, point that Kellyanne was making, which is that it all stops, right? And I think that I don't even know if in 2028 we'll still be talking about the Hispanic vote, right? Because with every immigrant group that comes through, eventually you're just an American. And you care about all the issues that everyone else in America cares about, and it's not so segmented. So I see a lot of those barriers breaking down. Again, I think that the Harris-Biden team has no one to blame but themselves for these numbers. It's the policies that drove these people to vote for President Trump. And he also, the Biden-Harris people pushed them into Trump's open arms. And now they'll have a chance to have a different type of president if he were to win. I know we got the blue wall to see, but the betting markets, everything is sort of going this way. And you sort of have this feeling that the Hispanic vote is no longer going to be so segmented. It's just the vote, the American vote.
And there's a traditional, not to overgeneralize about any group, but, the traditional faith-based in many ways
I was wondering
Hispanic family that is not responding to what Kamala Harris is talking about and focusing on.
Gender and race, we talked about the outset, would emerge as big themes because Democrats have enjoyed great advantages with certain groups of people. The numbers didn't show up tonight.
They show identity politics may be a dead end.
Well, what it shows is that we're going to have to, as a party, rethink and reformulate and reconstitute how we think about going after voters. If these votes hold up, and even if they don't, the numbers are narrowing. So
I have no idea who was president when I was born. I'd have to look that up. Who was president when you were born? Put it in chat. I need to look it up.
We're coming home, how people were coming home. This is a very different race.
Hold on one second. David Plouffe said yesterday that she could win all 7 battleground states, and said that she could do it. Now,
Nixon was
maybe
president.
If it turned and she could win 6 of 7, but he said 7 of 7.
He said
the other day.
He did. He said there was a confidence from him that, and Democrats abound, that there was. And even up to early this
all the polling said that it could go either way.
We got to hit a break real quick.
We will. A lot of votes to count still, and we are.
Look at that guy. Look at his hair. Sometimes news people freak me out. Richard Nixon. Kennedy. Reagan. Diana was in Colombia. Cooter Rally. Jay's Cooter Rally 2024. Carter, Nixon, got lots of Nixons. Ronald Reagan, Jimmy Carter, Ford, Nixon here too, Johnson. Lots of Nixons. What's up, Cramit? Nixon ended up being, remember? But though it just came out, Nixon ended up not being such an asshole after all. The whole Watergate thing or whatever. Mark Calvin Klein. Good to see you, buddy. We know. You like, Mark Calvin Klein is our little Alex P. Keaton of our channel. Mark Calvin Klein is our Alex P. Keaton. Oh man, this is turning out to be a long night, y'all. It is going on 11 p.m. Eastern. I had to Google it as well, Melissa. That was a fun question. Someone put it in chat. That wasn't me. That was cool though, because I never knew that. Hey, Kels, welcome back. You haven't missed anything yet. We're still stuck. Pretty much, Bama. Eisenhower, rare penny. Trump wins Utah. It's going to be a long week. Yeah, probably. JFK, Pearl Strand. JFK, Plant Diva. Yes, he does. Koberger has a hearing on the 7th. The death penalty debate. I've got an event up already. If you have not hit that notification on J is for Justice, it is up for you. Okay, Mark. I always agree with you until the foots. Why? I don't stick up for the foots. I think they're all fucking weird. I think that the Foots and the Rogers are all weird. Yo mama, says Eisenhower. Oh, we're at Trump headquarters. Let's listen in.
It is very good, Martha. You know, earlier this evening, a lot of folks were coming up to me and saying they're not sure if they're going to get a decision tonight. They thought it was going to take a few days, and that has completely flipped, and people are expecting there to be an answer tonight and it to be favorable for the former president. I just talked to a campaign official who tells me that over in Mar-a-Lago, where former President Trump is right now, watching the results come in, the mood there is positive. And I'm working to confirm right now if the former president made some remarks to a crowd there and what exactly he said, but everyone there appears to be feeling very, very good. And just found out as well that Speaker Mike Johnson, the House Speaker, who's in Shreveport, Louisiana right now at his district, appears to be making plans to come here to be with former President Trump. Back to you.
Aisha, thank you very much. We'll keep a close eye on Trump headquarters as we continue to give you some more updates on what's going on right now. You know, we don't have a call for any new states at this point. We're waiting for Montana, waiting to get a look at the Sheehy race in Montana as well. And we have some new guests who have joined us on the panel.
Robot. Oh, man. Daniel, George Bush was the president. Daniel, you're the baby of the chat. Wow. So when I had my son, who's going to be 30, Bush was president. Hey, it's my birthday month. Did you guys know that? Mark Klein, it's my birthday month. We're doing the whole damn month. Robot. Tomato. Just called Oregon. Here we go.
Western state.
But the former president will win Idaho's 4 electoral votes. So as we see the race to 270, it's now 216 to 193. Race is changing quickly. I am getting some word from the Democrats who have now put out kind of a sense of the race, saying that in Pennsylvania, they say they're overperforming turnout expectations in Philadelphia and the early vote expectations in Bucks County. They go into state by state of where they feel like they are going to see more votes in these states. These are the blue wall states, because that is the path that we're looking at. In Wisconsin, they say we know there's significant amount of vote remaining in Dane and Milwaukee counties, and we are seeing signs of strong performance in the WOW counties. We just have partial data. We don't expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow morning between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. We shall see.
We shall see. California Senate race, as we talked about, can project that the current Democratic Congressman, Adam Schiff, will win his race against former Major League Baseball player Steve Garvey in that Senate race. And Washington's incumbent Democratic Senator Maria Cantwell will win her 5th term. Not big surprises on that front this evening either. So here's the balance of power in the Senate. 49 for Republicans. The majority is 51. They have flipped one seat, 42 for the Democrats, as we wait for a number of these big Senate races to be called. Ohio, Montana, Pennsylvania, all will really dictate the future of the Senate.
And Michigan. Let's bring in our panel. Britt Hume, Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr. They've been here for a while. Kevin O'Leary, Jessica Tarloff, and Ben Domenech. Jessica, are you surprised?
Surprised is a very generous term for how I'm feeling in this particular moment. It is in Democrats' nature to be anxious, and we are certainly at peak anxiousness. I think the conversation that you were having in the last panel about the Latino vote is really interesting. Some of these numbers are a little bit jaw-dropping, looking at, potentially 45% for Donald Trump in some states. And that is going to cause a real reckoning within the party on how we talk about, message to, and integrate, a huge part of our base typically in all of this.
Is it just me, or are these panels obnoxious as hell? I can't take it. The whole, power suit, glasses, hair. I can't stand it, honestly. Dude, no, I'm not today. I am with you. I am with you. It is close, guys. Freaking close. California's coming in blue. Washington blue. Look at Oregon's blue, even though earlier they effed it up, right? Yep, Monday's my birthday. It is. Kendo, thank you. I just saw your PayPal. Thank you so much. Kendo. I don't know any of these people's names because I don't watch this shit. This is the only reason I'm watching it is because it's election night. I used to watch Fox News all the time. I can't with these people anymore. I just can't. So we've got vanished son, Daniel, in here. And then we also have, whose dad was there? John. Whose daddy-o is watching with them? Lucid. Is Lucid and John still watching? Or did you guys go to bed? I told him to go to bed, and he did. Like, who is this guy? Why do we care what he has to say? We don't. Look at it. They're looping it in Pennsylvania. This has got to be on loop. I mean, get with it. How long does it take? Oh, congratulations, True Crime and Other Stuff. Misfit Cooter, we share a birthday. That's awesome. Awesome stuff. Mark Klein. Look, all of 50, almost 51 years. Yeah, I can't stand listening to these people. It actually, like, makes me angry. So I tend to not listen to as much as I have to. Sub of the month, I'm thinking. Who would be sub of the month? You'll be 56 years young. Look at the Trump party. It's like cocktails. Look at the difference in the Trump party and the Harris party. It's like night and day. You've got like Paris Hilton walking around. Who are those girls? All of this is so fake. JR, you just read my mind. B, that's awesome. All of this is fake. All the world is a stage, guys. All the world is a stage. Really is. Yeah, they're just missing a state. Andy. They kind of like Fox calls it when they call it, and then the Associated Press calls it when they call it. It'll catch up sooner or later. Spivey, I would never want to do it. I would never want to do it. Look at all the MAGA hats. It's all just, it's like a Hollywood thing. It's just in the political ring. That's how I see all of this. It's just a little scarier because they kind of, make decisions for us versus, create music and movies that we can choose to watch or not watch. But it's all just a big stage. Anyways, it is, in my opinion. Do I miss absolutely Mark Klein? I do, terribly, more than you know. I miss Michigan this time of year a lot. Me too, Andy. Make life livable again. Vote for J is for Justice and make life livable again. MLLA. Vote for J.
Incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown, who has been an Ohio institution for a lot of years. This is an important flip For Republicans, the party is edging closer to an outright Senate majority tonight, and there are still a couple of places yet to be heard from.
Right. Now, think about
races.
this. Now, if the Democrats would somehow hold on to the John Tester seat, that would be a different math. But as you look at the balance of power in the U.S. Senate, is this Moreno speaking right now? Can we go in there?
Let's listen in for a couple minutes here.
There we go.
Look, today starts a new wave. You know, we talked about wanting a red wave. I think what we have tonight is a red, white, and blue wave in this country. Because what we need in the United States of America is leaders in Washington, D.C. that actually put the interests of American citizens above all else. We're tired of being treated like second-class citizens in our own country. We're tired of leaders that think we're garbage.
Did y'all hear their hot mic? Did you hear Sean Hannity and that lady? I couldn't really make out what they said.
Opponent talked a lot about helping the working man. And I will agree with him on the need to help working Americans. But the difference is talk without action is nothing. So what we're going to do, thanks to now...
That's terrible.
And Trump has an eye for finding talent. And Senator J.D. Vance, God willing, the next vice president of the United States, really.
This has got to be the cheesiest channel I've ever seen.
Saying to certain.
Sherry, it was so different.
Crime and Trende Aragua taking over the apartment complexes in Aurora, saying, "Oh, it's just one or two." And said, "Well, what?"
Ooh, I get just such creepy vibes.
Mandates, they need to be
Everybody's
gone
taking a
first
break
thing
and
in
listening to this
January.
guy. No. Oh.
There were all kinds of polls, including the one we talked about earlier, that had Democrats fired up about women in the Midwest. Sherrod Brown won in 2006, 2012, and 2018. He was pro-labor. They thought he was safe at the beginning. This race was well run by Bernie Moreno, and this puts them closer to a Senate majority. He said it is a Senate majority. There's still the possibility that John Tester holds on in Montana, although he was behind going in. Deb Fischer in Nebraska, we're still watching that race very closely. But if they hold all of those, you could have a scenario where you're looking at 52-48, 53-47.
You absolutely could. And it's worth pointing out that these Senate candidates, if he is one of a few, potentially, as Brett just said, they all closed very strong. I mean, these races were not considered competitive. You didn't see them on TV a lot because they weren't really considered to be in the game, but they are closing very strong, and we're going to keep an eye on all of them as they do. It's interesting to point out, his family immigrated here from Colombia, and, he talks about the American dream, about immigrating here, and it raises questions about how immigrants feel about immigration, because he is very much in favor of closing the border.
Yeah, his brother was the ambassador.
I've got a little sidebar entertainment instead of listening to these people. Let me present to you some raw footage from election night 1976. Well, if you're falling asleep, it's time to wake up.
Wake up.
This election isn't over, and we're going to watch 1976 live election coverage. Gerald Ford versus Jimmy Carter. And I think it's A minor.
ABC News presents Political Spirit of 76. This is the final chapter of this bicentennial election year. Tonight from ABC News Election Center in New York, the results. Election night.
Good evening. I'm Harry Reasoner at ABC Election Headquarters. With me are Barbara Walters and Howard K. Smith, and we'll be here for as long as it takes to determine exactly what happened tonight. At the moment, in this first election of our third century, about 2% of the nation's precincts have reported, and in the popular vote, with about 1 million or a little bit more than 1 million votes counted, Gerald Ford is leading Jimmy Carter 53% to 47%. That falls into the classification of being interesting but not significant. We do, however, already have some projections. Howard K. Smith can tell us about one.
Well, the first individual state projection we've had, Harry, is Kentucky. Kentucky goes to Jimmy Carter. ABC News projects that Carter will take Kentucky with its 9 electoral votes, thanks to the hard work done by Kentucky's congressional delegation and its governor, Julian Carroll, all Democrats. The interesting feature about that race is that Carter won every...
Look at this shit. Okay, Kentucky. Let's look at the votes now. I agree. I love watching shit like this. But now look at it. Donald Trump has 1,332,000 and Harris has 697,000. That's with 96% reporting, but look at the population difference. You know what I mean? Crazy, huh?
Democrats. The interesting feature about that race is that Carter won every group in the state. Blacks, whites, Protestants, Catholics, people in cities and people in rural areas. Barbara has a more significant result.
Well, I have a result from Indiana. Indiana, ABC projects, has gone to President Ford. This was expected. It was close, but it was expected that Ford would win this. And had he not won it, it really would have been quite an upset. The blacks in Indiana voted nearly 90% for Jimmy Carter, and it was the biggest turnout of blacks in that state. It was a record number, but still it was not enough to offset President Ford's victory. 13 electoral votes in Indiana for the president.
I think we should take just a quick look only at the people who will be assisting us in major areas tonight. Frank Reynolds will be covering the races for the United States Senate, 33 of them. Don Farmer will be covering all 435 races for the House. He knows all of the men and all of the opponents and will be able to give us anything we need to know at any given moment. And Ann Compton will be following the 14 races for governor. We'll be hearing from them frequently.
Look at this newsroom. Let's
Somebody
skip
else
forward.
this year, riding across the border, with which we
These
began
are the talking heads back then.
About
This is the panel.
The electoral votes to Ford, 13 for Ford in our projections. But that's, again, what was expected, that with the Southeast reporting first, Governor Carter would take an early lead. It is not yet significant. And as Lou Harris said, maybe even the turnout is not all that great, although you had another...
In Massachusetts, it's reported that the turnout today could top the record, which was 91.6% who voted in 1960 for John Kennedy. Very, very high turnout in Massachusetts, and Massachusetts has been expected to go for Carter.
One thing that should be, we should also note that if you are in an area where you can still vote, which you could if you were in New York City, for instance, and you certainly could if you were in California or most of the Midwest or the West, if you hadn't voted, go vote. Make some kind of a decision.
We've had several other independent reports.
Look at the scorecard. Isn't that crazy? Thank you, Sherry. I'm glad you liked my getup tonight. I got all dolled up for y'all. Yes, I did. All right, we're going to fast forward to the 80s. Let's see if we can find old footage from the 80s. This is fun to watch, I think. Here we go. 1984 election coverage. Uh-oh. Why did it freeze up on me again? Why? Hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. What happened? There it is. Okay, here we go. The music.
CBS News coverage of Campaign 84 Election Night continues. This portion is sponsored by Sun Company. Where there's sun, there's energy. By AT&T, we're reaching out in new directions.
You can hear the drum in the back. That's the marching band.
And by General Motors. Extra time, extra effort, and attention to every detail. GM is committed to excellence. And now from CBS News election headquarters in New York, here again is Dan Rather.
Wait.
Good evening.
How did you send it, Mark Klein? Send it back saying wrong address. Mark, how did you send it?
Again, we're glad you're with us. Big night, historic night as the United States of America elects a president.
Damn, look at all those TVs in the back. Look at that.
Early this election 84 night, and the early, still subject to change indications of our CBS News, New York Times interviews with voters around the nation today. If present voting trends continue, there could be a substantial margin of victory for Ronald Reagan over Walter Mondale. And if true...
And in fact, right now that he is meeting with his staff, he's having dinner with his staff. They have prepared an enormous scrapbook for him, featuring all the favorable editorials that ran in the last few.
Oh, look at the map. Here we go. Here we go. Here's the map.
Arkansas, our CBS News estimate is that Ronald Reagan has carried the state of Arkansas. Here's the state that Walter Mondale thought he might carry.
Okay.
Not going to happen. With 6 electoral votes, Walter Mondale thought he might carry. Not going to happen.
Let's compare the maps. Let's look at the map then. Whoops. Dang it.
Opportunity in
versus the map now. It's pretty similar. But look at how everything's red with Reagan. Put a Hollywood actor in there, and that's what happens, y'all. Think back. Think back, though. You put a Hollywood actor in there. It's just all so wild when you think about it.
Arkansas, our CBS News estimate is that Ronald Reagan has carried the state of Arkansas. Here's the state that Walter Mondale thought he might carry. Not going to happen. With 6 electoral votes, Ronald Reagan gets the 6 electoral votes in Arkansas and keeps his hopes for a 5th.
Let's get an update on what's going on in Wisconsin.
Been delayed because his 31,000 had to go through a second time. Guys, back to you.
Oh, just the same
Mike Tobin,
shit.
Thanks. Just an update from our own Chad Pergram talking to Democrats and Republicans about the House races as we are looking at the Senate, and they're poised.
Look at North Carolina. Okay. Oh, it's red now. 89% reporting. We've got Trump taking North Carolina now. Wow.
CBS News coverage of Campaign 84 Election Night continues. From CBS News election headquarters in New York, here again is Dan Rather.
And good evening again. If today were a fish, Walter Mondale would throw it back in because the polls have closed in 41 states total.
If today was a fish, Walter Mondale would throw it back in.
And an Mondale would...
Here again is Dan Rather.
And good evening again. If today were a fish, Walter Mondale would throw it back in because the polls have closed in 41 states total. And in all 32 of them decided by this hour, all have gone to Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan, red on the map, Walter Mondale in blue. 352 electoral votes Ronald Reagan has, at least at this hour. CBS News estimates Ronald Reagan has 352. Walter Mondale has picked up only the District of Columbia. You see it blinking there at one point up in the right-hand part of your screen. Reagan 352, Mondale 3, with 270 electoral votes needed to win. Now, the questions, however, the questions that may very well be decided by the votes out here in the western portion of the country in states, the Dakotas, Idaho, Utah, California, Hawaii, Alaska, Washington, Oregon. What may be decided out there is how big a mandate Ronald Reagan gets and whether indeed he...
Nash Native, you never know what you're going to get here. You know what? That's what I love. Y'all never know what you're going to get. We're watching old election coverage footage.
Character. Walter Mondale.
I hear nothing.
Stripes and bright stars.
Oh my God.
Through the perilous fight. For the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air.
Is that his losing song or what? What the hell? Terrible. Where's Reagan's party? Where? Oh, look at this. What? Did this really happen?
Electoral votes go to President Reagan. The only two states that, by our CBS News estimates and exit polling, that have not been decided are the states of Minnesota and Hawaii. In Alaska, 3 electoral votes clearly goes to Ronald Reagan. I believe we mentioned that before, but I can't be sure. I want to make sure that you understand that you see Alaska down on the sort of the left-hand side of your screen. You have Alaska and Hawaii put together underneath there because our screen wasn't large enough to have them out where they belong. Ronald Reagan has 521 electoral votes. He's carried every state. The only place where he hasn't carried,
I had no idea.
Blinking dot up there in the District of Columbia, that's the only place where Walter Mondale has 3 electoral votes. And Mondale's only hopes of preventing a 50-state sweep are in his home state of Minnesota and possibly in Hawaii. Hawaii has never voted Republican before, but all of the public opinion polls before the election indicated that Ronald Reagan might indeed carry it. So those are the 2 places to watch as to whether Ronald Reagan will indeed get the historic 50-state sweep. A historic nationwide electoral landslide, the kind to build a political future on. Charles Kuralt looks at the reality of a political dream. Charlie?
I'm floored. I had no idea that happened. Look. Here comes SF.
Dan Rather at CBS News election headquarters in New York. Ronald Reagan at the Century Plaza Hotel in California.
I think that's just been arranged.
Wow. Crazy, crazy, crazy. All right, let's get back to 2024. Yes, we have to. I'm sorry.
So we're looking into a lot of different numbers that are coming in, and as you know, this is all baking. Bills at the wall, trying to go into different places. Wisconsin's on the board right now.
Yeah.
Bill, what do you got?
Just picked up something from the New York Times. I just want to repeat this. I was trying to locate this on the map, and it's true. Right now, Donald Trump, in the big cities of America, Miami, Chicago, New York, Dallas, and Houston, he is improving on his margins from 2020 by double digits. You think about that, right? Since COVID, you think about immigration. You think about the homeless crisis. You think about how our cities have changed over the past 4 years. Maybe that's having an impact. Now, what I'm looking at here is Wisconsin. Just want to point out 2 things in Wisconsin. I want to compare that to what's happening in Pennsylvania because I think there's a trend.
You know what's nuts is that people have hope in Trump. They don't have hope in the Democratic Party right now.
University of Wisconsin, et cetera. Ton of Democratic votes in this county. So she is underperforming Biden's mark by about 1.7 points. And that translates to, it could be tens of thousands of votes. Trump, meanwhile, is up about 1.4 going back to 4 years ago. Let me come up here to La Crosse. All right, you get
I'm showing you guys Michigan zoomed in. Traverse City went blue. I can't remember what the name of that county is. Grand Traverse. Is it Grand Traverse County? Maybe. Anyways, they're blue. But Michigan is still kind of in the wings here. Same with Wisconsin and Minnesota. Let's listen in on Pennsylvania here.
Philadelphia. So we'll put this map in the motion here. Put the slide bar out, okay? She's nearly meeting her number in Allegheny, off a half a point. Trump's doing slightly better, just 0.6 points. The last time I looked at that, she was dead even with the number from Joe Biden from 4 years ago in a percentage-wise. Come over here to Philadelphia, because this is really where, if you're a Democrat and you want to win the state, you got to run your numbers up in Philadelphia. And this kind of matches what I just read from, America's big cities. In Philadelphia, she's underperforming Biden's mark from 4 years ago. And Trump is overperforming where he was 4 years ago. So, when you think about the number of votes that are available in Philadelphia, and you have 300,000, right? And that's a huge difference. I mean, you can run the totals up and never look back oftentimes in Pennsylvania if you're a Democrat.
Nash, I'm
running with a number
girl.
like that. So let's take this off the screen.
Nash, I'm so with you.
Come on back to 2024, and you guys were asking, how come we can't call North Carolina? Well, we may be getting closer because Mecklenburg is in and Wake is pretty much in. This is Guilford. That's Greensboro. You had a lot of campaigning down there. It's a fast-growing area, too. There's about 22% of the estimated vote is still outstanding. It's an impressive number. I haven't looked at this yet. Let's just go see. But Joe Biden, okay, so pretty close to where Biden was. The raw number is lower, but on a percentage basis, she's just about hitting her number, and Trump's just a little higher, just a little bit there from 4 years ago. So maybe that's the reason you can't make a call in North Carolina. Maybe, and maybe that changes in a moment here. We'll see. So this is Georgia. Too soon to call yet again. Let's see with the 134,000. So 2.7. That has been consistent, guys, for a while now. On a percentage basis, it has not much moved. Trump is favored just under 3%. I can go hunting around trying to figure out why you can't call it. I would have to think maybe, DeKalb County still got a little bit of vote out there. Come up here to Gwinnett County as well. A little bit of vote out there. Democrats scored their points in Fulton, Cobb, Gwinnett, and DeKalb County. So too soon to call right now for the Peach State.
Bill, listen to this. So Jen O'Malley Dillon, I quoted from it earlier, where they're kind of painting the picture of the blue wall and how they're doing great things in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan. But at the end of this email, she says, we'll continue to keep you all updated as we get more information. This is what we have built for. So let's finish up what we have in front of us tonight, get some sleep, and get ready to close out strong tomorrow. So
what?
The Biden, the Harris campaign. Sorry, it is the Biden folks that run the Harris campaign now.
This is what
essentially
they're saying.
You know what? Let's pack up and get some sleep, and we'll see you in the
that
morning.
reminds me of
It's 4 years
Hillary
ago,
Clinton in
Martha.
2016,
Exactly
because
right.
she said, John Podesta came out and said,
Wow.
well, we're all going to kind of sleep on this and see how all of this works out. And everyone else was saying,
wow. The Harris campaign said, they're going to sleep on it and wrap this up tomorrow.
Ahead, whether they're up tonight or not.
They're not looking real happy over there on the right-hand side of the screen. Oh, my gosh. Is that funny? All right. Here's Arizona.
He's hourly pay 25% per hour less than the minimum.
Look.
Democratic. I think
what great coverage, Bets.
In the lead up to this about the potential for
Look at Bets. Look at Bets' coverage of the election tonight.
I think that Ohio.
She probably set that out and then she went live on Crime Time Buzz. Just saying, in my opinion.
8920 if you're a supporter of Kamala Harris. If you support Donald Trump, 202-748-89.
Sky News, talking about America. I'm not seeing anything.
This is an Election 2024 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
We are back to bring you some new AP race call updates. The Associated Press has declared Kamala Harris the winner in 2 states, Oregon and New Mexico. We also have several U.S. Senate calls. The AP has declared Democrat Adam Schiff the winner of the U.S. Senate contest in the state of California. AP has also declared Republican Bernie Moreno winner of the U.S. Senate race in Ohio. So, as a reminder, back to the presidential race, the live voting map is here next to me. The update on the electoral vote totals, 230 for Republican Donald Trump, 192 for Democrat Kamala Harris. Back with me, as always, is Sagar Magani. So, Sagar, just to go back to our last update.
No one really looks happy at the Trump thing either. Oh, we have a hurricane coming too, by the way. Check this out. Raphael's coming to get me. Check this out, y'all.
All over the place over the last couple of weeks. We've got another one down here. This is the latest on Raphael, getting better organized by the minute now. Look at this, how perfectly symmetrical this storm is. The National Hurricane Center has now noticed an uptick in the forward momentum as well as the wind speeds here. Maximum sustained winds now up to 80 miles per hour, and it's projected to be a Cat 2 as it makes landfall tomorrow afternoon in western Cuba, just west of Havana. Then it hooks that left. It's going to pull away from Florida. We're only going to see secondary impacts here as we get into tonight, later tonight, through the day tomorrow.
Oh, for God's sakes. Where's it going to hit, though? It's like, oh, it's not going to hit Florida. We don't give a fuck. Where's it going to hit? If you live in Franklin, that shit's coming to you, man. If you live in Franklin, that shit's coming to you. All right. Election night, November 1992.
I was shocked. I was really shocked, but I'm glad. It's showing a lot of interest in the election and who's going to be our next president.
A voter's reaction to this scene at mid-morning inside the Springettsbury Township polling place at Pleasant Acres. A long line of voters, more than 50 deep. Democratic congressional candidate Paul Kilker was among those waiting.
I think this is great.
How long have you been in line?
Well, we've been here for about 45 minutes.
And not long after that, Kilker, accompanied by his daughter, finally voted. The wait was much shorter for Republican incumbent Bill Goodling of Jacobus. After voting, he, like Kilker, spent Election Day visiting polling places around the district.
Well, I'm glad the day has finally come. Looking forward to 10 o'clock this evening to know the results.
Independent candidate Tom Humbert is also working the polls. His schedule includes stops in the district's 3 counties, which include York, Adams, and Cumberland counties. What's going through the mind of a candidate today?
Victory, victory, victory.
All 3 candidates are saying the heavy voter turnout will help their campaigns, but they're saying so for different reasons.
They'll be thinking about the service they've gotten from the staff and myself for the last 18 years.
So weird. Me Too crime. Me
weekend
too,
rally in Georgia
Robad.
greets the challenger with a John Lennon song from the 60s, Power to the People. When Lennon wrote it, Clinton was one of the crowd, probably demonstrating against the established order. Clinton is no... His speech in Georgia cost Clinton his voice.
Oh, look at this. Here we go. Here's election night news.
CBS News election night coverage continues. Here again is Dan Rather.
On the half-hour mark, it's now just past 7:30 in the East. Two big states that now have become absolutely must-have for George Bush had their polls closed. That would be North Carolina and Ohio. With the arithmetic now at hand, if George Bush does not carry at least one of those states and probably has to carry both North Carolina and Ohio, it could be sayonara for him. Fact of the matter is the polls have been closed for some time in Florida, Kentucky, and Virginia. No decisions in those states either. We don't have enough information to make what we consider to be a very accurate estimate. So if you add Ohio, North Carolina to Florida, Kentucky, and Virginia, you can say that George Bush, at an absolute rot-gut minimum, would have to have 4 of those 5 states. New Hampshire, both of which normally go Republican, ditto. West Virginia, as we mentioned, with unemployment so high there, was expected to go for Clinton, but important for him, he got it. Ed Bradley on the presidential desk. Why is Ohio so tight? Generally, Ohio is a state that shades the Republicans in presidential races. Baloney. It matters.
Listen to this.
Who says, well, you know, I think it's already been decided or it won't make much difference. Baloney. It matters. Your vote matters. Please go out and vote if you haven't done so already. Dan Rather at CBS News Election Headquarters in New York.
Look at that. Isn't that crazy? There's Trump headquarters again, and Brit Hume. We're back with Brit Hume.
Back then, and they are getting from this administration, and have gotten from this administration. And if he wins tonight, you know, it'll be the fact that they look back on his administration more fondly than they ever might have thought they could even 2 years ago.
We've said it before, Dana, about what former President Trump has faced. If you look at what they call lawfare and what he faced in Manhattan, he still faces a sentencing at the end of November. Judge Marchand there. He is still facing other cases. There is an appeal of the Attorney General's case, Letitia James here, that the appeals court looked like it actually was siding with Donald Trump.
Yes.
And they could have a ruling that either strikes it down or reduces it dramatically right after the election. Even though Vice President Harris used that in many ads to say that he was, you know, convicted and he also lost this civil case. It's pretty amazing that we are where we are.
It is, and I feel like I wish I were Shannon Bream right now because I don't know all of the legal issues, but I could.
Ooh, the Harris camp doesn't look happy.
Yes, I think, again, it's one of those things that you think of all that he withstood, but it's also this result of these states that are coming in so far. It's because of what they did, right? And he didn't let it bring him down. So he would sit in courtroom all day, and then he would go campaign at night and go do a rally, and he'd be back in court the next day. And if you think even just about the creativity of the campaign, like at McDonald's, et cetera, they were just beating her to the punch every single time.
Yeah,
You're going to make a quick call.
They completely dropped the felon argument. Like, you don't even hear it. You didn't hear it through the course of most of the campaign.
Fox News Decision Desk can now project that former President Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina. This has been a contested state. Vice President Harris went there many, many times.
16 more electoral
Democratic
votes.
governor in the state of North Carolina. You saw former President Trump go there a number of times, about 4 times in the past 2 weeks, to campaign. The campaign always felt that they were in good position in North Carolina. Now we can project that he will win the state of North Carolina and its 16 electoral votes. The Fox News decision desk can now also predict that Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. That was a tight race. It had tightened in recent days, but Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. So as we look at the race to 270, the electoral votes needed, it now stands at 232 for former President Trump and 198 for Vice President Harris.
That makes North Carolina the state in the battlegrounds that Trump has won 3 times. It was the only battleground state that he locked down in 2020. So obviously a relief at the Trump campaign that he has kept that one in his column as well tonight as we continue to move on.
Peter Doocy is live at the White House. What he's hearing from the Harris campaign and the Harris path tonight. Peter.
And we'll start with what we're hearing here at the White House, and that is nothing. They told us that President Biden and some longtime advisors were inside watching the results come in on TV, but we have been here outside, and we have been noticing that a lot of lights that were on within the White House, at least from the part that we can see, have been turning off. So it seems like some folks around here may be taking the campaign co-chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon's advice in that memo that they should get some sleep and prepare for some results in the morning. There have been 3 big changes, though, in the way that the Harris team has been presenting their case to us in the last couple hours. As results started coming in, they were telling us where they saw silver lining in all of the battleground states. They were also telling us that they thought they had a plausible case to win in all 7 battleground states, and something over the last 36 hours they've been pushing a lot is that they thought Trump could come out and declare victory early. We're not hearing much of any of that anymore. The memo that the campaign co-chair put out is pretty broad and just something that they've been telling us since the summer when Harris took over, that the blue wall was one of their pathways to victory. That is not new information. That is just what they have got right now. Vice President Harris remains at the Naval Observatory right now. We don't know if she's going to show up at her campaign headquarters, but they took the press pool and they told him just to stand by. And if Joe Biden is giving anybody watching an indication of how he feels about all these races that he has really not been a part of, he's made 6 congratulatory calls. 4 of the 6 are to people who just won in Delaware, where he is heading next.
Peter Doocy, live on the North Lawn. Peter, thank you. Another call to make.
That's right. We can now let you know that the Fox Decision Desk can project that Vice President Harris will indeed win the state of Virginia. This was much closer. It was a state that the Trump team said they felt they might be able to expand the map, but he did better than he did in the prior elections. But this has just been called for Vice President Harris. And President Trump did better with non-married men than he did 4 years ago in Virginia, which seems to be a theme that we're seeing in a lot of these states, that all according to the Fox News voter analysis.
I want to bring back our panel, but I want to read from an email that came from Jackie Heinrich moments ago. I'll just read from it. 3 sources close to Harris are expressing concern that Harris's path to victory may be too narrow to overcome. One source at the Harris Friends and Family Party says, quote, her path is so narrow and she is not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate. They need to suddenly outperform those. I don't believe it will happen. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told me I 100% agree. The path to victory is very difficult. His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. A third source saying,
Spivey, I hate to say it, but do you ever think that maybe Trump was just the only one that got in trouble? Because we now live in a different time where women speak up. You think these other presidents weren't doing the nasties? You think JFK wasn't cheating on Jackie? They all do it. They all are pigs. He just had accountability. He was held accountable. That's the only difference I see, in my opinion, anyways.
It's reacting to some of the points from my friends on the other side of the table. You know, my party often says that Donald Trump didn't do enough on the border. He rejected a bill that would have been a compromise, that he didn't lay out specifics. He said no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, that wasn't a full-throated economic plan. And all that may be true, but sometimes politics in life isn't fair. And he's a different kind of candidate. I think if we look back, and this race is not over, we've got three, the blue wall here to hold. But if we look back at this, I think one of the things that this campaign is going to wish that they had done,
you know what
probably
I
more
wish?
effectively, was to just lay out.
I wish Clinton would have been held accountable. He straight up admitted to having an intern, to coming on an intern's dress. You want to talk about embarrassing? That's more embarrassing than Trump being inappropriate with a woman. We all know they're all fucking pigs. They all talk their shit. All of them. And you know what? I wish that Bill Clinton would have gotten justice, or there would have been justice for that, because you know what? That was sick. Diddy's innocent? No. Diddy's not innocent. But Trump's the least of our worries. You think these other politicians were just, not stepping out of their marital? Oh, yeah, he did. JFK slept with Marilyn Monroe, among others. He had a girlfriend. They're all pigs.
You're suing to keep RFK Jr. off the ballot. Nicole Shanahan, one of his vice presidential candidate at the time, feels the same way. And people look at that and say, he's building a coalition that actually works.
The only thing I'm saying is Brett Baer wrote a great piece for FoxNews.com called about unity and about what happens when these races. This is one of the most divisive races in my 54 years of life. My only point is it will be time to whomever wins. And if it's President Trump, it looks like it might be, it's time to heal and move forward. And I think he'll have to do something. I don't disagree with he's built this coalition, it looks like tonight. But it's going to take more than that. I'm one, as a Democrat, willing to work with him if he wants to do that. But it's going to take each side wanting to do it.
We're going to make a call here. Stand by.
Here we go. Another call.
Fox News projects that the Republicans will take control of the United States Senate. The party will hold at least 51 seats, which is enough for an outright majority.
The tipping point for this is Nebraska, where Fox News can now project that Republican incumbent Senator Deb Fischer will defeat independent challenger Dan Osborne. Now, this was a very, very tight race. The incumbent Republican pulling this out. And that means, because of Bernie Moreno and West Virginia, that it now goes over the top as far as the Senate majority. But we don't know the final number yet.
Right. We're still waiting for the Tim Sheehy race against John Tester in Montana.
All right. So Republicans have taken the Senate. That's huge. That is huge. But yeah, I mean, about Trump, at least he was held accountable. I feel like that's something in the right direction, rather than these pigs just being allowed to have girlfriends and it gets swept under the rug, or fuck interns. Or how about these politicians? Where's Chandra Levy? Where the hell is Chandra Levy? Ask that senator. Where the hell is she? Because they're all fucking sketch.
He needs this majority in the Senate. We don't know what's going to happen in the House.
Thanks for being here, Seawood.
Yeah, and we have seen some evidence that Democrats are having some success in the House. The question comes in the West and California. But this is a big deal, Britt Hume, that this is a flip of the Senate majority, and now Chuck Schumer will no longer be the majority leader. This is something that Republicans looked at their map at the beginning and said, this looks good for us. They didn't know how good, and we still don't know how good it's going to be tonight.
Yeah, and it raises the possibility that if Trump wins, he has the Senate, and the question becomes, then can the...
And you know what? One more thing on that. And at the very least, maybe he'll think twice before doing that shit again. Maybe he'll think twice before doing it again. That's all we can hope for, Spivey, is accountability and hope that they don't do it, that there's more repercussions. That's all the fuck we can ask for at this point in time.
The whole operation, the Senate Leadership Fund spent millions of dollars very strategically, and they had to help with $3 million at the last minute to help the senator of Nebraska get across the finish line. She barely did, but she made it.
This happens amid harsh criticism of McConnell from a not insignificant wing of the Republican Party on the right.
Yep.
Let's also not discount the success of former President Trump in these states, Kayleigh, that definitely in the case of Bernie Moreno, with a 10-point win in Ohio, takes him over the finish line. And we don't know. In Michigan, Mike Rogers. In Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick. And in Montana, Sheehy.
This lead could grow. And there was a long, big conversation, especially when you look back at midterm cycles, about President Trump potentially dragging down tickets and, hurting Senate candidates. And in fact, it seems like Senate candidates are finding coattails with President Trump. Interestingly, when we assess the prospect of keeping the House majority, Steve Scalise said we need at least an 8 to 10 seat buffer because he expects, should Donald Trump prevail, which it's looking very good for him right now, that several House members will depart and be various cabinet members in the administration. So you got to start thinking about that. That's a political calculation you can solve, on the inside, but something to think about nonetheless. I would just say this, the word here, the word on other networks that I'm hearing constantly is the word underperforming for Kamala Harris. We're seeing it repeatedly. We're seeing it among demographics. She's underperforming. And while we don't have results right now, we do have trends, and the trends do not look good.
Let me just interrupt. As we see on the screen here, this is Wisconsin. This is Hovde with 1.2 million to Baldwin, the incumbent. If we could flip it over to Michigan, Mike Rogers has a lead on Slotkin in that race, 50.3 to 46.9.
Incredible.
Now, these races, they fall in the same category. As I mentioned before, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, they have a lot of the same issues, energy. All of them campaign similarly, and they all appear to be doing well and maybe outperforming.
Yeah, and just a couple of things about the Senate, because remember that Vice President Harris said that she was open to ending the filibuster if it meant that that was what was necessary to restore Roe v. Wade. There was also discussion, not hammered too much on the campaign trail, but the idea of making Puerto Rico and D.C. states has been kicked around for a long time, possibly expanding the Supreme Court. So these are ideas that I think in many ways were galvanizing to a lot of voters, and we're seeing what's happening in the United States Senate. So
Chandra Levy, yeah, they did find her. Yeah, they found her body. But no one was ever charged in her death. But she was screwing that senator. And it was really sus. Because I think she was like falling in love. See, this is what these guys do. They screw around with these young interns. These young interns think, oh, I'm so special, blah, blah, blah. And yeah. And then I think Chandra just, I think she got in her feels, and she either got in her feels or she got pregnant. One of the two. But they did charge a Mexican guy with it, and then it ended up he was presumed innocent. And welcome back to YouTube, Shell. Wow, you worked in Gary, Indiana? My parents are all from that area. Not Gary, but Cherville, Hammond. My mom and dad met at what did they call those? The soda, fuck. What they call those places? Soda. Fuck. I don't know. I'm having a brain fart. But anyways, that's when they met. Ganja's grabbing some munchies. I think his name was Gary Condit. Let's look at Georgia. Georgia. 50% Donald, 48.5 Harris. 2 counties not reporting yet. 93% not reporting yet. And I don't know what these counties usually go down at the bottom. I would think they'd be red, but I don't know.
Looking at some of these Senate races, we're still looking at Milwaukee, of course. We're waiting for Pennsylvania, Michigan, a number of these big battleground states.
Wisconsin as well. Pennsylvania, a lot of raw vote total coming in as you take a look at this board. You can also look out in Arizona, where it is very tight early. It's about half in. Georgia now seems like it's getting close to being baked here. 93% in, 50.8, 83% in Pennsylvania. Bill, you want to chat about Pennsylvania?
Yeah, we can here. What I set up for you, Brett, is what the night's all about, right? How do you get to 270? And if you punch around on the map and just see the margins, I'm just going to do something, okay? I'm not getting ahead of anything here. But I want to tell you, as it stands right now, if you were to call this entire thing, okay, Harris at 216, Trump at 232, and, if I know you're going to make a call because it's midnight on the East Coast.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Come back. It is Wednesday in New York. Time flies. Polls just closed in Hawaii. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win the state of Hawaii. The Aloha State has voted for the Democrat in every election since 1984. This was no different.
And the Fox News decision desk believes that Vice President Harris will win Nebraska's 2nd district, the area around Omaha. Not a big surprise there either.
Not. But as you see, the 270, we're at 232 to 216 with these big races still pending. The path is getting narrower for Vice President Harris. Fox News can also project that Hawaii's Democratic Senator Mazie Hirono will win a 3rd term. And the balance of power, as we just said, the U.S. Senate will go to Republican control. So far, 51-43. But again, you see those white blocks there. We could see some more Senate races continue to fall the Republicans' way. Okay. So rudely interrupted, Bill Hemmer, by midnight, ticking down. Go ahead, Bill.
Okay, that's all good.
All right, midnight update.
I just want to show you, based on where we stand right now, if you were to call the game, okay, Trump's at 232. He just widened his lead in Pennsylvania by 4. It's still not enough. In Georgia right now, his lead went from 2.7 to 2.2. We'll check back in a moment and see where that is.
This is
nuts. If you were to hang on in Georgia, 267, still not enough. I was looking at Michigan a moment ago. He was up almost 5 points in Michigan, okay? If it stays that way, it's his. And he's back in the Oval Office. If Wisconsin stays where it is, and I just checked the number, he would run it up to 292. And if Arizona, he was up 0.1 percentage points about 30 minutes ago. He's up 0.4 now, so he's increasing his margin. Almost half of the vote out there. Arizona counts low. It's okay. We'll take our time on that, all right? It would be 303. So that's where we are, and we can run through all the other states, and I'll show you what I'm seeing there. But Georgia has not yet been called here. But here's the margin, 2.3 now, okay? So it popped up 1/10 of a percentage point. Let's go through them. Pennsylvania, yet again, all right? It was 4. It's now down to 3.7. Watch Philadelphia. There's still some outstanding vote there as well. Let's come over to Michigan. I said it was 5. What is it right now? It is exactly 5.0. And while we have you guys, let's do 2 more. Wisconsin, where does it stand right now? At midnight on the East Coast, 3.9 now in Wisconsin. I see a lot of red on this map, guys, a lot of red. Normally you see a little more trickles of blue there. Now Arizona in the Southwest, as of now, okay, that's where it is. 0.4 percentage points, a Trump lead in Arizona. You got about half the vote in right now, estimated. Too soon to call, so that's where we are. We'll see if we get a call in a moment here on some of the other stuff.
You know, more and more as the night goes on, Sean Hannity and that T-shirt seems a far distant thing. We could be looking at a real tilt here, something that goes a long way. Not only the coattails, we don't know about the House, but the Senate, and we could be looking at something that is historic.
Which means that, right, based on what Bill is describing here, there's a lot better chance that he runs all 3 of those states than there is that Vice President Harris does.
Right.
which shows you, just illustrates how long the odds are now for her. I mean, it could happen. She could do it.
It could happen.
Based on our calls.
Did happen, it would look something like
it's a long shot.
1980. I mean, it would be. Yep. You would be in landslide territory.
Oh my gosh, we were just watching that.
He ends up taking all.
And of course, that's how the Electoral College was designed, to take small margins and turn them into Electoral College landslides to make the outcome convincing.
But it's an if.
Well,
the blue wall not only has cracks, it has a lot of breakage on the inside, on the side. I mean, there's a lot of stuff happening here. Let's check in with Aisha Hosni at Trump campaign headquarters. That has to be getting kind of fired up.
Yeah, really fired up. Really exciting mood here. A lot of moving parts right now. So behind me, bigger crowd now, and that's because a lot of folks from Mar-a-Lago who were partying over with the former president are now starting to trickle in. We just saw Senator Marco Rubio a few moments ago. I just saw a TikTok video of the former president walking around his celebration party in Mar-a-Lago. I don't know what time that was taken, but he looked to be in a very good mood. I'm told by folks in Mar-a-Lago that the mood is very positive. And I also know now that House Speaker Mike Johnson, who is in Shreveport, Louisiana, at his own party, is now on a plane en route to Mar-a-Lago to come here and celebrate with the former president. So all around, all the signs are indicating that there's going to be a victory celebration here tonight, here shortly. All eyes on Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania. That is the only state that anybody here wants to talk about. That's what they're waiting for to be called. And that's when this place is going to get lit, guys. Back to you.
As they say. I hear they say that. They do.
Okay. All right, let's go to Jackie Heinrich, who is at the Harris campaign headquarters in Washington. And Jackie, we spoke about your reporting just a short time ago of some pretty dour moods of at least 3 people very close to Vice President Harris.
Yes, and there were some more colorful words than that, that I wouldn't ever dare send over email.
What is going on?
Overall, the sense that I'm getting from multiple people close to the campaign and close to the vice president is that the vibes are very bad. Those 3 sources believe that her path is narrowing much that it would be very difficult to overcome. Right now, the campaign, though, is still maintaining that none of her paths to 270 have closed, even when I pushed them on the North Carolina race call and said, can you update that? And they said, just as Jen O'Malley Dillon said, the clearest path is the blue wall. So a lot of sort of distance between the messaging from the campaign and what we are seeing from the inside of the operation, just from sources that we were speaking to.
Wow.
The exit polls that they have been watching, they're saying are accurate, and she would need to outperform, really turn things around, and what's coming in is not showing that is likely or possible. One of those sources put it the most bluntly, saying, I think that we're losing this. Right now, the crowd is thinning out a little bit, but at the same time, we haven't gotten any updates officially on who to expect here, when to expect them here. There hasn't been any messaging to the people waiting out here about who might be greeting them later or even when. So we will update you when we find out more about that. But someone close to the vice president said that it looks like she's probably going to come down here about an hour or so from now.
No, that was definitely
but she'll need to have a message when she does. And so they're probably formulating whatever that's going to be. There's been a lot of messaging from the campaign about how long it'll take some of these outstanding ballots to be counted, and maybe give them everyone waiting sort of something to hang on to. And they've also, been talking over the last few days about, of course, their process of making sure that the vote is accurate and that any challenges go through the regular, orderly, lawful process. But we will update you if we get anything official from them. Right now, the official line from the campaign is really not aligned with what we are hearing from sources inside, guys.
And people aren't leaving, right? I mean, they're still there. We can see them in the pit camera.
Said some of the people had trickled out.
It may be Biggie too, but to play anything with Diddy, that is disgusting. That is not a good look, in my opinion.
Just a short while ago, and it's kind of empty now. There are a couple different stages here, and we were actually told earlier in the night the reason that there were 2 stages is because there was a remote location with a studio where Harris could potentially go and
Speaking of New Edition, I always wondered if that's why Bobby Brown was so fucked up. Is Bobby Brown so fucked up because of whatever, happened to him in the music industry?
Jack, who knows who's going to be around for it? We also don't know who this... Go ahead.
No, we hear a New Edition in the background, and there may be a new addition to make here in a call that we're having in a few minutes. I just wanted to try to do that.
Well, I mean, that song, that's him. Who not? Tell me who got, whatever the fuck he says. That's Diddy. I know, but if you think about New Edition, don't you think those boys were treated like Menudo? When you know about Menudo now, like, think about New Edition, what you know about NSYNC and all them fucking boy bands. Ugh.
So when I interviewed Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago the day after the second assassination attempt, we were talking about the previous election, and I pointed out that 2020 was decided by a handful of swing voters in a handful of swing states, and that this election probably would be as well. And he said to me, maybe, or maybe a lot. I have a feeling it might be a lot. Mm-hmm. Looks like he might have been right. If it turns out the way this seems to be coming, this is the greatest political comeback since 1892 when Grover Cleveland lost the White House and won it back. So what that means is, love him or hate him, Donald Trump isn't just a once-in-a-generation talent, he's a once-in-a-century talent.
Okay, I can't listen to this ass licking. But, bunch of pervs. Yes, Captain. Bobby Brown was so good. What happened to Keith Sweat? Was Keith Sweat in New Edition? I'm just now learning this. Jason says, our Democratic government is the Illuminati, which is connected to Diddy and the entire music industry in Hollywood and the rest of the elite millionaires and billionaires. I agree with you, Jason. That should have, there are billions of songs that they could have used at the Harris campaign, and they used a song with Diddy. With Diddy. That's shameful. Shameful.
That they have had under immigration. So maybe he was right.
No, he was definitely right. Immigration and the border is kind of a microcosm of rule of law. What kind of country we're going to be, whether or not you're going to have to follow the rules. To take the oath of citizenship, the word law is used 6 times for new citizens. So it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to break the law and then swear an oath that you're going to follow it. My friend Mark, who knows more about politics than I do, use the word comeback. I think it is really more akin to a political resurrection. If you had asked me on January the 7th, or after the 4th of the 4 indictments, I would have told you I see no way that he'll be the nominee or the president. And now it looks like, look, Sean may be right. Maybe 300 electoral votes. I've been calling my Senate friends. Some of them don't take my call. The others require me to now call them chairman. They will not go by senator anymore. So, they are.
Ooh. Quincy Jones. I know, that's why I didn't even post about him dying. Like, bye. Yeah, she also should have kept J-Lo out of her campaign. Yeah, not a good look. No, it was the Harris team. It's just all so gross. I know, Gray Pearl, we are. It's all connected. Wop, 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 wop. But it's being called out is the good thing. Trump, it's 52% in Michigan for Trump. Oh my God. You guys, I can't believe it. Look at Marquette went blue. Marquette went blue. But look down here. Wayne County finally flipped blue. But Trump is winning by 52%. She's at 46%. Genesee County, where Flint is, has stayed red. They should be calling something by now. Michigan or Georgia soon. He's way ahead. Well, Michigan's only at 48%. Georgia's at 93% reporting. It's really close. Wisconsin is at 77% reporting. Arizona's 50%. Pennsylvania's at 85% reporting. So that's where it stands. Yup.
Take him out of his family business. Take his name off the ballot. You name it, they tried it. Oh, and the assassin's bullets, of course. You name it, they tried it. I would think thrice if I were them. I wonder this. Is there a Democrat in the Senate or the House that he can rely upon to help get his agenda through? None of them voted for the Tax Cut and Jobs Act the first time. It's benefited all of their districts in some form or fashion. There's no question.
I mean, maybe, the ones that that cited him in commercials may all go down tonight.
Some are losing because they're not authentic. People already know Sherrod Brown is voting with Biden and Harris, as is Bob Casey, 95, 96% of the time. He can't just bear hug Donald Trump when it's politically expedient. One thing I want to point out in the data, the Fox News voter analysis has Harris winning college-educated women, I think, by 10 points. The Real Clear Politics average of polls showed that she was going from 9% to 18%, basically doubling Biden's margin. That's just not coming true tonight. And I think that was her best demographic path to make up these other deficits. We're just not seeing it tonight. And I think it's too much abortion, too much wokeness, not enough inflation, immigration.
The other issue that was really so central, Dana, for her is abortion. And I'm watching these referendums, and a few of them have passed. New York has passed. Maryland passed. Florida did not pass. But
Artist Creek, don't misunderstand my words. No one said Democrats were the only creeps. They all are. Hey, Josie Joe. Do or did he? We're thinking he might just win, but it's too soon to say. So we are watching.
And then maybe you should listen to them. And when you look at, now for some people, abortion, pro-life or pro-choice is the number one issue. If you're a single issue voter, but if you looked at all of the polls, it said it was down below. It wasn't their top issue. It was always economy, immigration, crime, sometimes democracy, but down below, abortion, foreign policy, et cetera. So I think that some of these state referendums that worked very well for them in 2022.
All it takes is power and money.
Did not do as well for them in a presidential election.
Britt,
get away with it.
It's a realignment. This is a realignment of the Republican Party. There is no doubt. We thought it in 2016. It is now fully implemented in the face of what was, to everybody's point, fascism, Hitler, Nazi, Madison Square Garden, a Puerto Rican comedian that they said was going to move the Puerto Rican vote around the country. This is a major realignment where people could look at all that mass media, all the media covering that one way, and say, I don't believe it. I do not believe that. And I'm going to vote how I want to vote.
We can go back.
All right, let's go over here and see what kind of music they're playing now while we wait. So if you missed it, if you're just joining, the Republicans won the U.S. Senate majority, seizing control for the first time in 4 years. That is great news. That's big news. I don't know why their map says, oh, there it is. It just came back. So we've got Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia, and Arizona. All these important states in the wings. I don't know what in the hell she's wearing, Nanny. Like Amish or something, I don't know. I just still can't believe they played a song with Diddy. A Diddy song. Hey, D. Smith, this is for you.
So is that a joint? Or is it a cigar?
We love us some Elon over here, too. Yeah, it makes me sick that they would be so careless. You know, especially the Democratic Party and how they go on and on about women's rights and shit. Oh, we're so for women. We're so for women and, you know, having rights to their body. So then we're going to play a fucking Diddy song? A guy who has brutally assaulted not only women, but men too? Are you kidding me? If that doesn't show how fake, transparent, and how they lie, I don't know what does. I mean, they're the ones that are supposed to care about this stuff, right? Aren't they the ones that are supposed to care? I don't know. If that was me, I would have fucking walked out. I would have been like, are you kidding me? I mean, I just think it really sets a tone for me. I'd be like, are you joking? I mean, I think Bill Clinton played like the Beatles and like Fleetwood Mac. What did he? So out of, yeah. Little kids. Wop, 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 wop. I'm just so sick of them using women. You know, and that's what I hate about Democrats. No offense. But the things that I don't like about Republicans are certain things too. But specifically about Democrats is I hate how they use race. I hate how they use women. Because they really, at the end of the day, don't give a damn. They don't care. Lucid. He can't hang. He ain't like me. He ain't like us. He's sleeping. Da-da-da-da. Seriously, though. They use the people to divide, right? Divide the blacks from the whites. Divide the minorities from the whites. Because if we all were on the same side as people, we'd be a force to be reckoned with, right? We wouldn't have this two-party split down the middle bullshit. They love it. They love it. And they sit over there and go, oh, we're going to help you if you're poor. You know, we'll help you. They don't help you. They don't care. They don't understand you. And that was just I mean, can you imagine being one of Diddy's victims? Can you imagine being one of Diddy's victims? And you've got this Harris campaign with their set list that they pre-planned. I mean, let's not forget and be stupid. They pre-plan everything. This whole fucking campaign rally was being planned for a long time. This is their fucking set list. And if that doesn't say everything I need to know about what they stand for, I don't know what does. Exactly, Brookblade. It says so much without saying it. It may just be a song, but it's not just a song. It's not just a song to his freaking victims. Ugh. Makes me ill. It was Mo Money, Mo Problems played at the Harris campaign. I mean, is that like a little signal? We support you? I don't know what the fuck that meant. I don't like it. And I hope that we're about to take our damn country back because I've had it. I have had it. Exactly, Gray Pearl. It's not just a song. Unbiased. You know what? If Trump would have played fucking Diddy artist, I would say the same thing. I don't give a damn who played it. But did he? Oh, Republicans do treat women like crap. Abso-fucking-lutely. Powerful men, they all can take advantage of it. But if Trump played fucking Diddy, do you think that I'd be sitting here defending it? No. You're just mad because your girl's campaign played Diddy. And now you're mad. And you're taking it out on me. It's not my fault that was her set list. And not Trump's. For fuck's sake, I don't give a fuck who played it. It's wrong. And it speaks volumes. But you know what? Trump's campaign would never do something like that. They just wouldn't. They just wouldn't. But guess what? Hers did. And it says a lot. So Artist Creek, it's pretty damn judgy of you to come at me and say, "Oh, you've done a great job until now." Fuck that. I've done a great job, and I'm continuing to do a great job because it's wrong no matter who plays Diddy. So go Diddy it on out of here. God almighty.
Don't make me a dog-faced lion pony soldier.
Aw, I love that Mark Klein. Yeah, there's no fucking excuses who it is. Trump starts playing Diddy, I'm going to say the same fucking thing. Honorary, Key to the City, honorary award given to Diddy, taken back this week. And we've got these motherfuckers playing him. They're not like us. They not like us. Put a 1 in chat if you thought that was intentional. I don't know how you could not know that that's Diddy if you're the one in charge of the set list. Oh yeah, let's talk about J-Lo. J-Lo. J-Lo coming out. Listen to this. Hang on. J-Lo coming out. Now, guess what, y'all? You're about to find out that J-Lo could have possibly watched Diddy and another male grape another female. It's about to come out. It's teetering. It's about to come out because Diddy and another female and another male graped someone, and that female that was with Diddy watched. In the year that it happened, was when he was with J-Lo. It was in the time he was with J-Lo. So that might come to a halt too. Spivey, I appreciate that. I am very passionate about that. God, it infuriates me. Because it's not okay. And I damn sure would never say it's okay because it's Trump. Ever. They should know better. They're the ones that are supposed to be leading. They're supposed to be leading us. They're telling us all these empty promises for a year and a half. Oh, we love women. Oh, we're for the women. Oh, you need a woman to vote for a woman. Fuck off. Mm-hmm. Horrible. Horrible. Children. You're right. Children in that lawsuit. Children. And they're jamming to it. Losers. Tell us what you're about without telling us what you're about. I agree, Kraken. A whole lot is about to come out about old Hollywood and the music industry, and I'm here for every single moment of it. Every single moment. You know what? I'm with you, Mark. And I feel a connection with you as well with that. Like, I feel like my dad would like you. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense. I'm not being goofy. I'm being for real. I don't know about Wopra. I've never trusted Wopra. I mean, if you pay attention to these little things, how many people would have even noticed that they were playing Diddy? But they know they played Diddy, don't they? How many motherfuckers sitting here watching this, like this, really noticed, oh, they played Diddy? Probably not a whole lot, right? A lot of people may not even know it. But guess what? Whoever had that set list, they know. They know they just played Diddy. Oh, Amy C. I'm kind of feeling that way lately too, hon. I'm glad you're here. Thanks for piping up. You heard me getting fired up. Amy C likes it when I get fired up. They're all gross. And remember when we used to be like, oh, these celebrities that adopted kids from different countries like Brad Pitt and his weirdo wife, Madonna and her fucking weird self, going over to these countries, y'all, and literally trafficking these children. You know, if you think about it, think about like Madonna's kids. They have a mom somewhere. They have a mom somewhere that probably didn't want to get rid of them. It's gross. And people would say, oh, you know, everybody would think it's so great because they have money and they're going to have such a better life. And she adopted them. I mean, let's face it. What was it? What was it really? It's disgusting is what it is, in my opinion. But because they were celebs, everything was, you know, it was glamorous and it was, oh, they're going to have such a great life. Now we know that life is not so great. You know, oh, so jealous of this, of that life. You know, oh, how lucky the celebrities' kids are. Oh, yeah. Look at Drew Barrymore. How lucky was she at 10 years old, smoking pot and drinking beer, doing coke at 12. And we all knew that, and we never really thought much of it. Like, that's deplorable. Like, her parents should have been in prison. Drew Barrymore was doing coke at like 12. What the fuck? And it was okay. Like, no one did anything. No one said shit. It's so wild to me. It is so damn wild to me. I know, Captain. I've never been really starstruck either. But, dude, let's face it. 95% of the country is. Or was. You know? It's just a dirty, dirty business. And I think that the more that it's exposed, the better we're going to be as a society. What are they doing at the Trump thing? Where are they going? Hold on. Let's see what's going on. Where are they all going?
Biden by 25 points. I mean, this is...
They're still looking at old fucking results. Like, come on. Where are they all walking to? Looks like they're getting ready for something. Isn't that weird, though, Spivey, that we didn't realize that that was wrong? Like, they did. They made them little tokens. Look at Goldie Hawn's daughter. I don't know. Just a lot of effed up stuff, man. You know, and then they grow up and they're all weird and whacked out and on drugs and fucked up, and then people make fun of them. Trump is on his way there. Awesome. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Let's see. These guys just like to hear themselves fucking talk. It drives me bonkers. I guess Trump is on his way to speak here. I really don't know what the fuck's going on. I'm getting all fired up. Yeah, look at Amanda Bynes. She's a mess. It's sad as hell. Who are these people? Is this Trump's thing here?
Inner city ethnics, it's Catholics.
Okay, we're going to watch this. We're switching gears.
The principal swing vote in America, increasingly Hispanic voters among them. And he's knit together that coalition tonight, along with working class people in small towns and rural parts of the country.
If I could just add one data point from our FNVA on Pennsylvania on the white Catholics, it looks like Trump is running about 1 point, almost exactly the same as 2020. In fact, Trump's actually down 1 point with the white Catholics in Pennsylvania. So that's about the same. But union voters, he's also seeing a down arrow there, about 3 points. He's running down below his 2020 levels.
That's so funny. That's so funny, Kels. Macaulay Culkin he was a mess, but he's better now. At least he's got a family and he stays out of the limelight, man. Miley Cyrus, yeah, they're all fucked up. They're all fucked up. And I'm pissed that they played that song. She ought to be ashamed. Right in plain sight. Celebrating with a Diddy song. I love all of you guys, by the way.
Dana knows as well how much I love to throw out a good door knocking stat, right? So 2,000 door knocks a minute for the Harris.
Look at all the MAGA hats.
Does any of that stuff matter anymore? And we'll see how this pans out. She could win with the simple route through. She already,
look at
getting Nebraska second, but the Harris campaign ran a conventional campaign, right, where raising money, souls to the polls, that kind of stuff matters. Will that be the pathway forward? The second thing is, if this night doesn't end up going in Harris's direction,
they're barely waving their flags.
And barring some big change, she will have underperformed Biden in 2020, and every single demographic except college-educated women. And even with college-educated women, it wasn't the overwhelming win that we thought it was going to be, or that was projected in some of these very prominent survey.
Dude, the boomers are going to be so geeked about this win if Trump wins. They're going to be so effing geeked.
Kansas or up 3 in Ohio. It's going to take a lot of refocusing to understand what happened here. And it doesn't seem like it was one decision that the Harris campaign did. I'm sure if she loses Pennsylvania, there'll be a lot of Josh Shapiro discussion. This feels much bigger than any decision about having him on the ticket or going to the Al Smith dinner.
So, Carl, when Jessica just brought up a potential for 150,000 votes in Philadelphia County, I saw your head kind of spin around. Does that not make sense to you?
Well, no. I mean, we're pretty good at saying 89% of the vote is in, or 95% of the vote is in, and that not turning out to be.
Look at that. That turns out
I love it.
I love the Trump boomers.
I can't imagine one instance where we've said, where we've looked at a number and seen 90% of the vote in or 85% of the vote in, and that turned out to be grossly off. I will say this, though. I did want to follow up on one thing. Think about all that she had to face. This is an abysmal number when it comes to the approval of the sitting president. No party has elected a president when their sitting incumbent.
Oh, here we go. This a little bit bigger. I'm going to be moving around the screen. Don't fret.
The Electoral College would serve the purpose of translating a relatively small difference between these two people. Look at Pennsylvania. 50.9 to 48.1. And yet at the end of the day, a series of victories that are 1 and 2 and 3 points are going to generate a commanding number in the Electoral College that will help the new president again, if it all goes like it looks like it's going, to be more effective in office.
Harold Ford, are there going to be Biden people that say he could have been better?
I think it's hard to make that case for some of the reasons that I think Britta and Carl have made the point. I think three things. I listen to Sandra's data. I'm curious, as we get a day or so away from this, as we look at what happened with the performance amongst women for her. Did she win African American women, Hispanic women, white women at a bigger rate? Were there disparities between the two? And then the race thing for me, I'm going to be curious also to get more. We heard that the numbers around Hispanic voters, but even black voters, where that might be. And interestingly, Carl, normally you see a race where, in the country where the cultural issues impact, as you were talking about the suburban areas in some places the ones are performing, and you see the suburban areas in Pennsylvania and elsewhere where the economic issues, fracking, and the livelihoods of those communities were at stake. Then you have the cultural issues. I think the issue around transgender rights was a bigger issue than Democrats really understand what it meant, and what it meant for girls playing sports. I'm a father of a son and a daughter, what it means if little boys are playing little girls' sports and going to bathrooms. I don't think we've not gotten our head fully around that issue. So there'll be a lot of reckoning, and to Jessica's point, and I think a lot of reimagining who we are as a party, which I think will be good for the party if indeed the trend continues where it is this evening.
I'm not going to belabor this point, but for a candidate who Democrats who really were aggressive and a media that echoed that called him racist and a Nazi, and yet today to see the black vote and the Hispanic vote going exponentially more than it did before is really quite something. I mean, it's just startling.
Well, it's just further sign of the decline of the influence of the mainstream.
The national popular vote,
yeah,
which he's currently leading.
Yeah, one thing I was looking at here. Okay, this is Philadelphia. This is 2016. This is Trump's margin in Philadelphia, 15.5. Okay. Then he comes back 4 years later. Philadelphia, that's where it's a Republican running in a blue part of the state. He's just shy of 18. Okay, so where is he tonight? He's almost at 21. Okay, so hold on that moment here, okay? There's a reason for this.
I hope so, Spivey.
Wow, that was a nice move.
Yeah, like that? You caught me off guard. So let's go ahead and look at the vote difference for Pennsylvania. Some things I want to show you right now.
Let me see, Nash.
We talked about this Democratic march over here. And really, when we talk about the blue wall, here's where we stand right now, okay? Got to reach higher than that. Trump's just shy of 3 percentage points, now ticking down to 2.7. That's a live number that continues to come in. Go ahead and clear this. Kevin Wyden out there, Mitt. Let's look at the vote margin for Pennsylvania. I'm going to show you the blue wall and how, if it's moved every direction for the past 3 decades, is it about to move in the same direction yet again? Right? There's 3 counties here in Philadelphia that really tell a story. These are your flipper counties, all right? Look at Northampton. All right? Northampton is above Philadelphia. Trump's leading in Northampton. That flip for Biden, it's flipped back to Trump by about 5 points. Look at the other end of the state in Erie. Erie is one of these bellwethers as well. Kamala Harris has been leading there most of the night, and just about 30 minutes ago, Erie flipped. In Center County, right smack dab in the middle of that T that you normally get in Pennsylvania, Center County has always been the exception. It's been blue. That's where Penn State University is located, et cetera. Right? That is another indication about how well Trump has done in Pennsylvania thus far tonight. There's a real good chance he flips all those and maybe more shortly. So I want to show you that. We'll go ahead and clear it and give it back to you guys, okay?
Well, It's really interesting. We've got some action because we're hearing the former president is going to his party in West Palm, but we're also seeing Cedric Richmond in Harris Walz's campaign co-chair speaking at the Harris Watch party. Let's listen.
Oh, listen up.
Votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Cedric Richmond, the campaign co-chair, and it's hard to ignore the fact that this is the mirror image of 2016 when John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign chair, came out around the same time of night and said, you know, we're still counting votes and you won't hear from her tonight, you'll hear from her tomorrow.
Which is stunning. Go HU, by the way, is Howard University. That's where the campaign headquarters party is. Okay! But the vote is still going. They're not stopping. The counting is still continuing.
Let's switch over to Trump. So they're in bed. Here we go. Here comes the copyright strike. No Diddy being played here, y'all. No Diddy being played here. What a big fuck you to her campaign.
There's no need to feel down. I said, young man, pick yourself off the ground.
Let's get it, guys. They're celebrating, y'all. Nope, she didn't even come out. She said, you'll hear from me tomorrow. Trump is on his way here. I know it kind of is worth it, Cricket.
It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA.
Good night, Megan. Oh, I thought you said you were going nighty-night. You're like, damn, she went nighty-night. Show us some boomers dancing. Come on now. Sherry? He has a set list. I think YMCA he plays, and like, look at him dancing on the screen. Look at this lady. Look at her shoes. Coconut Cooter, I'm glad you're still here. Yeah, dude, she basically said, F you. I'm going to bed. I'll see you tomorrow. These folks gonna get turned.
Grand Rapids. He did it again in 2020 in a losing effort. He did it again just this past weekend, Monday night at midnight, right? He rolled into, he rolled into Florida at 5:30 in the morning. That was yesterday morning. No, it wasn't. It was this morning, wasn't it?
That woman.
Because it was Wednesday, right? Okay, you follow me on the calendar? Okay, yeah, okay. But it's been stubborn. It appears that it will stick that way as well. Kent County and Grand Rapids will stay in the blue column. It's a changing area, you know, this west coast of Michigan. But what I'm seeing right now, even though you'll have just about 60% of the vote in, I'm seeing a lot of red lining up and down Lake Michigan. And for a while, you know, that had changed. It seemed to be shifting a little bit. There's a county right here.
Good night, Spivey. Good to see you.
And that had seemed to be
in the
Democratic column as well. But Trump's got a firm grip on it now, 16 points. And I'll just go south of Muskegon, west of Grand Rapids, is Ottawa County there. Like for years, this was like a Republican bastion. Trump kept it that way in 2020, winning by 21.5 points. In 2016, in Ottawa specifically, you ran away with it at 30 points. And so it will stay that way tonight. And let me just come out to real-time data here and let you know where we are statewide. You've got some vote out there, but you see this margin here yet again. Just as I'm talking here, guys, it's ticking higher. 210,967, 6.3 percentage point lead in Michigan. I'm not going to say it because it's not my job, but it looks like the blue wall could stay intact yet again for another year where it votes in unison with the winning party who takes the White House that year.
Since 1988, that has held.
I think we're getting ready for a call.
I think we are too. Are we?
Fox News can now project that the state of Georgia will go to former President Donald Trump. This was a really hard-fought battle. Wow. If you think about Georgia loses it last time to President Biden by 11,779 votes. For some reason, that number sticks in my mind. And this is a big win. He went there, campaigned there, and so did Vice President Harris numerous times, thinking that Georgia could stay in the Democratic column.
You know, he had a difficult relationship with Governor Brian Kemp. If you remember, 4 years ago, after losing Georgia, they tried to salvage 2 Senate races.
Isn't it interesting that they knew to put that on the screen before Fox News even called it?
For former President Trump to, have this redemption in Georgia tonight.
So now we are at Electoral College vote, 248 for Trump and 216 for Harris. We have a panel. We're welcoming in Darren Shaw, a member of the Fox News Decision Desk. Welcome in Juan Williams as well, along with Karl Rove. Darren, we got you out here. We were going to say, what happened? Are we calling Georgia? And then you push the button.
Are you here to tell us that we were right when we said you called Georgia?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, I thought you were going to come down here to grill me, and we preempted that.
What else are we going to call?
You guys called Georgia the nigger town for you, Darren.
That's exactly right.
While we have you, how do you see this night? And was it like you thought going in? And as you look at the blue wall there?
Well, I think 2 things. This is an election that is unprecedented by my standards because the more data I saw, the more possibilities seemed to unfold. There was stuff a couple weeks ago I didn't think could happen. I didn't think Trump could win, let's say, the national vote. I'm not saying he's going to, but that was something that nobody thought could happen. They thought he was capped at 47, 48%. That's a possibility. We had a lot of conversations about whether these...
You guys really stuck it out tonight. It is almost 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. You guys... I gotta stop moving things around. Do you guys think I can ditch the map? Or no? I want to ditch a window because I'm starting to freeze up. I'm gonna leave the map. But now, since Trump is playing Fox, I'm just gonna leave it on the Trump thing. Who? That way it won't jerk around like it is. All right, so we're here for it. We're going to wait for Trump to arrive. I will keep the map up on the left. They haven't flipped it here yet. But Georgia is 16 electorals. Let's listen in to...
she needed to hit about 55, 56%. She was getting about 45%. And at a certain level, that becomes a statistical impossibility. The more data you get, the less room she has to actually grow or do better than she's been performing. And so that sort of triggered the call in Georgia. We're not quite there yet in the other states, but this may not be an election where we need to be here till Thursday or Friday.
Right. And so when they say go home, relax, you're saying maybe not yet.
We'll see if they continue to count. Arizona and Nevada have been particularly stubborn about that. We understand in Nevada they don't allow any counting until the last vote has been cast, which is we think why we're getting basically nothing from Nevada so far. Yeah. But Arizona, it's coming in sort of droves. It's a close race there. Wisconsin and Michigan. Michigan seems to be counting there like 54, 55%. Wisconsin at 2 a.m. in 2020 had counted 99% of the votes. So we think there's a chance we might have enough data in Wisconsin, maybe Michigan. So we may have some resolution more quickly than we thought.
So in Pennsylvania, Sean talked about this earlier, the early vote and what that looked like and what she would have to do day of in Philadelphia and those counties right around there. Is it possible that that's still out there and it's possible to do?
Boy, it seems to be a probability diminishing by the hour. I think this is something from the Georgia data, but we've also seen it in Pennsylvania. Young African-American men did not come home. Part of the African-American vote came home to her, but a lot of it didn't, and there's a gender gap there. And the Georgia, I think, I have to run the numbers, and I'm not going to lay this at the feet of any demographic group in particular, but she really did seem to underachieve amongst African-American males, especially young African-American males.
I mean, it just makes me think about Michelle Obama and Barack Obama, the former president, and the very strong appeals that they made. Michelle Obama said, don't let your husband or boyfriend's rage dictate your vote. President Obama talked about bringing out brothers and scolding them. That does not seem to have been a strategy that worked.
Darren, did the Fox News voter analysis track with what you saw with raw vote as you went around the states?
Yes. There were a couple. What we're doing early on is we get this early vote from Indiana and Kentucky. It allows us to kind of figure out is the FNVA performing consistent with the data. There were a couple states where Trump overperformed a bit. Florida was one. We were a little concerned that we might be overestimating Trump's performance in rural areas. But the more data we got, the more that didn't seem to be the case. It seemed like he was basically hitting what we thought he would hit.
We've got the brain here. Did anybody else have a question for Darren?
I'm curious about immigration and what you've seen in terms of how much that played into the votes in some of these states.
Well, I think the one thing we can say is that it didn't repel people. In particular, there was some talk about the Hispanic vote coming home over the issue of immigration. That did not seem to happen much at all. The FNVA suggested, I think it was 40% with Trump's performance amongst Latinos. That ended up being, I think, within 13 or 14 points of Harris's. I mean, if you showed me data before the election and said, that he's going to get 15% of the African-American vote, 40% of the Hispanic vote, I'd say that's an awfully tough night for a Democrat to win an election in.
There's some reporting that Trump has won Erie County, Pennsylvania. Is that square with anything you understand?
I think it was on sort of a knife's edge. I don't know if Bill's got the latest data, but
it was a joke here.
It's part of her hope, right?
Went back to the Trump team, and right now, currently, just to keep you guys up to date, he leads it by a point in 1.4, which is a little less than 2,000 raw votes.
And it's 99%
left out. How much is it? 99% in, or 90? What did you say?
90%. Statewide, 90%. Darren, I got a question for you. When you think about the blue wall in the upper Midwest, when we were at the convention in Milwaukee in July, it ended on a Thursday. On a Friday, we had that national computer glitch, and all the airports were shut down. So all the delegates and all the journalists and all the campaign folks were stranded at the airport in Milwaukee. And I was still thinking at the time about, why did I just see Kid Rock? And why did I see Hulk Hogan? And why did I see Dana White? And I went to the campaign and I said, what's going on there? Because it was men. It was white men. And they said, we notice in the upper Midwest, at the time they were thinking about Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio to a lesser degree, and Pennsylvania. That's what they were thinking about. And they said, we noticed that there was a certain percentage of white men who voted in 2016. They sat out 2020, and we're trying to win them back. Is there evidence that those white males in those upper Midwest states did that tonight?
There was sort of a rule of thumb we were adopting that, and we spoke about this a little bit earlier in conversation with y'all. But that the gender gap is a double-edged sword. Gender gap can help or hurt depending upon the absolute level of support. We were looking at 55%. In other words, if Trump was hitting 55% with men, that was a good sign. If Harris was hitting 55% with women, that was a good sign. And in the upper Midwest states, he was getting closer to that sort of magic number than she was. So what they call it the bro strategy or whatever, it seems to have paid some dividends up there. I mean, we're still waiting, but it's looking pretty good for him.
So we can definitively say that the poll that we don't talk about in Iowa was kind of off. The register.
I love Ann Seltzer. She's a giant and a pioneer in our field. I think, what we were looking at, ironically, was not so much the top line in that race, but what Seltzer had said was that senior women were breaking away from Trump over the abortion issue. And I think our friend Sean Trende had a really good observation where he said that may be true, but it may not help Harris.
No, I think they're saying because they're saying the right is going to riot, not the left. California's blue.
Really quickly, what's happening in Minnesota?
That's what I was going to ask you, that question.
Minnesota, why is that still?
They have done what sometimes they do in states. They've stopped counting votes.
Really?
And we're kind of close
After all
to.
we've been through with that.
After all we've been through?
We're at a level where we're close to statistical significance, but it's not quite there yet, and there are still.
Tim Walz in charge of that?
Yeah, well,
there you go.
Rumor has it.
We have to let you go because you have some more data crunching to do. We appreciate you coming
Thank you,
by.
Darren.
Thanks,
It really
Darren.
does help a lot.
Coming
Great
by.
Great
nice
job.
to see you guys. Thank you.
Let's check in with Aisha Hosni at the
Let's
Trump
do that.
campaign headquarters. Aisha?
Hey, you guys. Well, all signs here are pointing to perhaps imminent remarks from the former president shortly. The biggest dead giveaway was a short while ago. Somebody went onto the stage right behind me and put up the glass for the teleprompter. So perhaps somebody will be speaking to the crowd here shortly, and that might be the former president. We've got eyes outside, our security details outside watching to see if the motorcade arrives from Mar-a-Lago. I did get a video from someone at the Mar-a-Lago party a short while ago, and folks there were jubilant and cheering and clapping. They had Fox News on the screen. They were watching as we were calling states and more races for the former president. The excitement here is climbing every minute, and people here are anxiously awaiting to see if the former president shows up here tonight and perhaps gives a victory speech. Back to you.
Well, Aisha, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Cough drop.
Head back there. If the former President Trump is about to take the stand.
What are they
and speak there.
protesting,
So,
Megan?
we're going to keep a close eye on that.
I mean,
1
what could they
a.m. in New
possibly be
York.
protesting?
Polls have just closed.
It must be the left
In
protesting.
Alaska,
I don't know what
Fox
the
News
right's
decision desk
protesting
says it is
about.
Too early to call. Trump has a lead in our Fox News vote. So we will get you back to Alaska when we have a little more data to report there.
And there you see 248 to 216, the Electoral College map. We are waiting on the blue wall, which could be a red wall. You just heard from Darren Shaw. I think that data and the way he laid it out there and their decision making really kind of lifts the curtain to how these guys operate based on our Fox News voter analysis, which again was 120,000 voters, that a rolling poll, and then the raw vote total that they came in. Alex Hoff is in Pennsylvania. We'll check in on the ground there. Alexandria.
Hey, good to be with you. Yeah, the crowd here in Bucks County, they are excited by some trends they are seeing, not necessarily expecting to result tonight. Pennsylvania's result.
But they couldn't have been protesting at 7. They didn't know at 7 they were losing. Do you know what I'm saying? So what the hell are they protesting about? Stupid. Just a reason to fucking be assholes.
The Trump and the Harris campaigns, they're saying they're outperforming there, but Team Trump feels that this could be good news for them because there are pockets of support inside of South Philadelphia, Northeast Philadelphia, and there is a saying that goes that Republicans can gauge how well they are doing in the state by how much they are losing Philadelphia by. Simply, it cuts into the margin that Democrats need. And here in Bucks County, they're seeing themselves on the screen right now. It means a lot. If he were to win this county, Bucks County, I mean, that would be the first time a Republican presidential candidate has taken this county since 1988. And these suburbs of Philadelphia, this is what pushed Biden over the edge in 2020. Harris needs to do well in these counties if she stands to have a chance of taking the state, guys. Brett, Martha?
Alex, thank you. So let's go to Bill and see, what are you cooking up over there, Bill?
You know, I was just looking at New York. You know, we heard so much about MSG and the insult comic about the Puerto Rican joke. And, you know, Trump, you know, New York's his home, right? I'm now living in Florida, Mar-a-Lago, but just look at this. I'm going to go ahead and use the slide bar and just Okay, 8 years ago, when he's running against Hillary Clinton, this is his margin in New York, all right? 37.5 compared to almost 59 for Hillary Clinton. And then against Joe Biden, it was, what? It wasn't, oh my gosh, it was 0.3 of a point, all right? And now we come to 2020 and see the numbers on the board here. That's a pretty decent performance. And we're just getting some insight here in the New York City. He did well over 40% of the vote here in New York as well. One thing I was checking out here, guys, this is the number, right? Path to 270. I guess in theory right now, if you were to close out, you're at 248. If you were to close out Pennsylvania, and even though Alaska has ranked choice voting, which could take a while to post a number here, nonetheless, that would put him right at the number of 270. So even around the blue wall, that's possible too. That goes back to the argument that we've been talking about for some time now, that Trump had more paths to the Oval Office than Harris did. Let's go check on Pennsylvania one more time here, and we'll see. Okay, it's holding steady at 3.5. 90% of the estimated vote out there is now reporting here. In Michigan, the blue wall, 6.3, so that number is stuck a little bit here. Estimated somewhere, maybe 40% of the vote still missing there in Michigan and Wisconsin. Maybe we get some more numbers in. It got 85% of the vote in here. And, Trump's holding on to this 4.2 advantage in Wisconsin. And Wisconsin, they take a lot of pride in what they do. They want to get the vote out quickly. Maybe Milwaukee notwithstanding, but the rest of the state, that's their idea. So we could get that in maybe a little more as we go into what, the 2 a.m. hour? Are we going to 2 a.m. or 3? What are we doing here? Arizona sticking here at 0.7. What's that?
Just keep going.
Okay, you got it. This is Nevada, so we're starting to get our first numbers in from Nevada. For any of the nerds and geeks out there that have been deep in the weeds about the early voting, you've been watching Nevada. And Nevada's been a pretty good marker there for Republicans. This is a quick count here now. It's saying 75% of the vote is in, and Trump's got a firm lead at 3.4 points, roughly just a tad under 35,000 votes. Clark County, Las Vegas, 70% of the votes in the Silver State here all come from Nevada. Let's see what's happening right now. Okay, Harris, just a tick over 50.2 with 80%. I want to go comparison's sake, 8 years ago. Why not, right? In Nevada, I don't know what this number is. We'll find out together, okay? So Hillary Clinton did 2 points better than Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden, okay, did even better, 3.5 over what Kamala Harris is putting up right now. So it appears if you're in the Trump camp, that's a pretty good number right now, just shy of 51% in Nevada early on. Here's Karl Rove's favorite place in the world. This is Washoe County, right, Karl? Right now, a point, it's close, right? 0.2 points. What happened with Biden? Was it close? Yeah, pretty close, but Biden won the county. So in all likelihood, Trump's got a chance to flip this if it holds up right now. Super slim and more vote to come in, but Nevada is looking good too. And now you start to wonder, how high does this number go on the Electoral College?
Yeah, New York Times needle is now at greater than 95% and likely to win the popular vote is what they have. Well, let's check in. Let's go out to Vegas. Jeff Paul is live in Las Vegas. Jeff, what's happening?
Well, a lot of excitement here and optimism at the Sam Brown watch party. He's, of course, the Republican candidate trying to unseat the Democratic incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen. And just a few moments ago, when Bill was talking about Nevada, you heard a lot of cheers here from the crowd at the Sam Brown watch party, just knowing some of those initial numbers. It took nearly 3 hours to finally get some of those numbers. We're hoping to get another batch in the coming hours, but Nevada has an interesting law where it's, you can vote right up until the 7 o'clock hour, and if you're in line, they'll let you vote, and in order to release those results, they wait until the very last person in line votes. That person, it took 2 hours and 48 minutes, so still a very long night ahead of us. But for the folks here at the Sam Brown watch party, a lot of optimism in the air.
All right, Jeff Paul in Las Vegas. Jeff, thanks.
So our panel is still with us, and we have some new folks that are here as well. Kevin McCarthy's joining us. Karl Rove is back. Juan Williams is here. Great to have all of you with us. Kevin McCarthy, let me start with you. Give us an update on what your overall take on the night so far, and then maybe drill down on some of what you're seeing in these House situations as well.
The Senate Republicans did an extraordinary job. They surpassed all expectations. President Trump is on his way, and I think President Trump is going to help the Republicans hold the House, but it's going to be very narrow, maybe even narrower than we have now.
But you think they could do it?
Maybe even narrower than you have now, you said.
Yeah, it may be exactly the same or maybe smaller. Look at the two seats I said at the very beginning of the night. Watch Pennsylvania 7 and Pennsylvania 8. I think we're going to pick those both up. You said North Carolina 1. We're probably going to lose that by 1 point. She did an extraordinary job.
Wow.
Then you look at Maine. We're ahead there. But we have some incumbents that have fallen in New York. California's just in now, but don't read those numbers yet, because it's just the first part coming in. We're going to have to wait some time to see where we're there. Arizona, we've got a couple of incumbents in trouble. Bacon's coming back in Omaha, maybe there. If we hold the House, if this is a trifecta, the credit goes to President Trump. But it also fundamentally means something different. You can do reconciliation when it comes to tax reform. So you don't need 60 votes in the Senate. Having the Senate as large as he is, he's going to get the cabinet that he wants. The other thing that's going to happen is you're not going to have a Hakeem Jeffries that's going to try to impeach him every single week. So America's going to see ability to govern. And if Republicans take this moment in time to not play games and focus on the issues, they can grow it the next time. Otherwise, it's going to be very competitive in 2 years.
But Juan Williams, if it's as big as we think it could be, we obviously haven't made these calls yet, but it's trending that way, and the pathway for her to win is getting narrower and narrower. Isn't it not a mandate? And Hakeem Jeffries and the thought of impeaching with what we're seeing tonight seems like wouldn't be the right move.
Well, I think the Democrats are, dispirited at this moment, and I think that the likelihood, as we pointed out, is that Trump will be the president. And I think that, for me, talking to people like Darren and political professionals around, no one anticipated the size of this mandate, as you call it. I think that there is even recriminations now among Democrats as to Biden and whether Biden should have dropped out earlier or Biden should have stayed. Would a white male have done better? Obviously, Trump has defeated 2 women and now a black woman. So there's all of these questions. But to my mind, it seems to me incredible that a guy who led an insurrection against the United States government is going potentially now, like a phoenix, going back into the Oval Office. It's unbelievable.
Well, you have to consider the fact, Juan, that a lot of people didn't think that was an insurrection. They thought it was a riot, but not an insurrection. And had they thought it was really an insurrection, I don't think he could have won.
Well, I don't know.
Exaggerations about that day.
Well, I'm not exaggerating.
About the alleged threat to democracy is a piece of what happened tonight.
Well, I don't think so. I think, again, I'm giving you my perspective.
And I'm giving you mine.
Right, so I listened to you as my friend. But I'm going to tell you what I saw was not only a right in terms of the violence, but a direct action intended to stop certification of a presidential election.
Understood. And we've talked a lot about it.
That's why I said that.
And we've talked a lot about it.
The campaign, clearly. I'm not trying to hype anything.
The campaign ran a lot of ads about it, talked a lot about it, and more, half the country now, Juan is going to say, that is not what I care about. I care about my economy. I care about immigration.
No, see, that's where we differ. I'm not sold on this idea that, it was the cost of eggs. I worry that it was, I'm not voting for this woman, or I'm not voting for this black woman.
I don't know. That's not what we see in our data.
Well, here's the thing. Where do you see that? Because a moment ago, Darren was out here and he said, in fact, not only did the bro strategy work, and the bro strategy largely worked along the lines of white men, but that the bro strategy also had some impact in terms of Latino and black men who came along and gave higher percentages.
All right, Carl, weigh in.
I just want to make one more point with Juan. I spoke to Jack Brewer this week, and here's what he said if Trump wins. He said he won because black men felt that Democrats and elites put immigrants before us. Your thoughts on that?
I just think that that's possible. I don't know that for a fact. I think there are tensions between racial groups, and people might feel that
obviously they're going to, you can exploit those tensions and you can exacerbate them to the point where you can politically benefit from it. Do I think that's the reason he won? No. I think the reason he won is you look at that bro strategy and the white male turnout and white grievance politics that he has used to great success in this country.
I think he's trailing trailing his prior 2020 numbers with whites.
Well, you know what? I think that the bros,
Hispanics and black males.
Yeah.
Look, it's not sufficient to make up. It's not sufficient to have this kind of night.
Look. I just think it is extremely odd to suggest that black men are somehow prejudiced because they vote for a white candidate who says, I want to make certain that everybody has an opportunity to succeed in our great economy. I want you to be more prosperous, and I will do things that will make it possible for you to make a better life. That is an appeal to their best instincts. He did not go out and say, vote for me because I'm not a woman. Don't go vote for me because I'm a white man. That would not have attracted those votes. They got attracted to him because they thought he was a strong, effective leader, and they thought he would do something about the issues they cared the most about, which is an economy in which they think they get the short stick, inflation, which has decimated their purchasing power, and illegal immigration, which has affected their communities deeply. And to suggest that somehow black men are racist because they supported a white man is just too far, Juan.
You're distorting my comments, but let me just say to you,
I followed your comment to its logical conclusion.
Hold on. We're not saying most black men did not vote for Donald Trump. So I never said anything like that. That's just not true.
Oh, you suggested it's only
I'm saying to you, no, I'm saying to you that in terms of this bro strategy for white males, the whole notion of I'm bad, I talk about women in the most disparaging way. There's some men who just said, you know what, I get into, I want to be in on that. I want to be a badass guy. And I think they Trump's image and the caricature.
I think they supported him in spite of that, not because of it.
Harold Ford Jr.
Because we offered to make their life better.
Harold Ford Jr.
Look, I tend to agree with Juan about January 6th. I'm surprised by the fact that the country got over that as quickly as we seemingly did, which speaks to the political comeback. I've said here earlier, I think that the fact that some of these issues around the economy and the border were not addressed more forthrightly, I think had an impact. That being said, we're going to have some analysis around this and around whether or not the driving up support amongst men, what was behind that, how did it work, did the gender gap with women, did black women, white women, Hispanic women, we still don't know those numbers. We'll have an opportunity to dig into some of those things, but I don't interpret what Juan is saying any more than that.
All right, more to talk about here.
There's a lot more coming up as election night moves on at 1:15 on the East Coast. We continue to get more vote in. We will be able to make some calls when that vote is in full. Our coverage continues next. Stay with us.
Help a brother out. on sponge cake, watching the sun bake. All of those tourists covered with oil, strumming my six string on my front porch swing. Smell those shrimp, they're beginning to boil. Wasting away again in Margaritaville, searching for my lost shaker of salt. Some people claim that there's a woman to blame, but I know it's nobody's fault. Don't know the reason, stayed here all season. Nothing to show but this
Movement from the Mar-a-Lago Trump group, including former President Trump, who is in a very good position to be the next president this evening as well, is heading over to the Trump headquarters, where there are a few thousand people who have gathered for this evening. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Obviously, when he shows up there, we will take you there live.
Well, those guys had two Make America Great hats on.
I saw someone with a
front,
really large
back.
one. Yeah.
As we look now at what we have, Pennsylvania. Is this a call, ladies and gentlemen? We are now projecting that Donald J. Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania. Former President Donald J. will win the state of Pennsylvania, and we can make that call, the 19 electoral votes. That puts him at 267, not officially over the 270, but the path that it takes to get to 270, he is
Can you guys
to become the 47th president of the United States in what is going to be the biggest political phoenix from the ashes story that we have ever seen. Ever. I mean, I'm going to say it's more than Grover Cleveland in 1892.
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
The Russia investigation, 2 impeachments, 2 assassination attempts. They have indictments, 91 indictments, convictions.
Trump took Pennsylvania, y'all.
That hasn't been thrown at. And his tenacity in wanting to go back and run again, which he announced immediately after he lost in 2020. This is a huge historic moment in the United States of America as the former President Trump is closing in with just a few electoral votes away now from clinching 270 as Pennsylvania is called for Donald Trump.
We're looking live, 1:21 a.m. in the morning at Trump headquarters, and the cheers coming up. We're told the former president is there, as well as J.D. Vance, Senator J.D. Vance. They are getting ready to hear from former President Donald Trump. Again, at 267, not there yet, but looking at where that vote is in Wisconsin, where the vote is in Michigan, where the vote is in Nevada and in Arizona. There is no path, Britt Hume, for Vice President Harris, and just 30,000 feet. What this means.
Well, I'm old enough to remember when Richard Nixon was declared dead in 1962. I remember the famous speech he said, "We don't have Nixon to kick around anymore." No one could have imagined after that failed race for governor, he could have come back in 1968 and been like president. That was a hell of a comeback. This, to my eye, was a man who was facing many more slings and arrows than Nixon had been at that time, hated though he was by the Democrats. This surmounts that. This is an extraordinary comeback.
Dana.
I want to know why my map
He
isn't.
campaigned so energetically, ruthlessly, fiercely, and with more joy than Kamala Harris.
I want to know why my map isn't updating. Why is my map behind? But you guys, 267, he took Pennsylvania. Holy, you guys are totally witnessing history right now. You're witnessing, what you are witnessing is real. Here we go.
What you are witnessing is real. The participants are
No matter
not
what
actors.
was said about him, they were called every name in the book, including Hitler and Nazis, and they came through. The other thing that's on my mind is, last night at her closing rally, Oprah Winfrey said that if Donald Trump is elected again, basically you can just write America off, like America's just going to fall apart. That's obviously not true, although I'll be surprised tomorrow if there's a big line at JFK of Hollywood celebrities leaving the country, as I said they were going to. This is the greatest country, and there will be so many opportunities for lots of deal making. I think President Trump will be in the mood, but he also has a huge to-do list. Biden and Harris have left a mess. His closing argument was, she broke it, I will fix it. And she talked about having a to-do list. He's got a big to-do list, but he thrives on it. And you saw that through the whole campaign.
He is, I think, enthusiastic about doing the job of being President Harold, and it is just an absolutely remarkable. I think if you wrote this as a movie script, people would say this could never happen in the United States of America.
He's a single, I've said this before, he's the single greatest political athlete I've ever seen. And tonight he proved why. There were moments in the campaign where I thought he would said some things and did some things that I didn't quite understand, that I thought maybe detracted from that. But tonight obviously proves that too. He also ran a traditional campaign. He connected with voters on issues. He talked about the things that mattered most to voters. And Democrats said he didn't talk about them in the most full-throated way. He didn't talk about it in the most wholesome way. Didn't talk about it in the most comprehensive way. He connected with voters. I would urge my party tonight, if indeed I think he's almost at 270, we'll declare here shortly once Alaska comes in. Don't write off the American people. Let us not be critical of people for voting for President Trump. He did something we didn't do in this campaign. We had to reevaluate, reassess. Mr. Wonderful said it a little earlier, that may give us an opportunity as a party to revamp, and perhaps we should think about that. But don't write off the people, the American people, for the decision they made this evening.
Charlie Hurt, he will be the 47th president of the United States after everything that we saw in this election. It's hard to understand how some in the mainstream media are going to take this, because it was so over the top one way that they thought it was done. There was a landslide prediction from a lot in the media that she was going to have the landslide. It looks like he's going to have the landslide tonight.
Yeah, it's truly remarkable. And, the revolution rolls on. And this is not just, a victory for the White House tonight, but also, this is the end of the old Republican Party, which, of course, Donald Trump took on. That was the first thing that he did. The very first thing that he did in 2015 was take on the old Republican Party. He has completely reshaped the Republican Party. The Republican Party is no longer doesn't stand for a lot of things that it stood for before. He has made it a far more middle class, working class, a far more practical party, I think probably a far more durable party. And he's figured out how to win with that. And you can't help but think that with this victory, in 4 years from now, he's going to have the mantle that he can hand to the next Republican. So I don't know how Republicans ever go back to the old party that they were. But it is truly extraordinary, and it is all by the force of one guy, one man who had the fortitude, the strength, the vision, the refusal to accept anything, all of the experts counting him out, and he just kept on fighting.
Charlie, it would have been one thing for him to come back from a single defeat to be elected again. But when you think about it, he came back from a series of them. I mean, his party lost in the midterm when his term.
2018.
They lost in 2018. They lost the presidential election in 2020, and they had a major disappointment in 2022. Which one might have thought after all that the party wouldn't turn to him again, and yet in the face of that, plus all the things that Martha enumerated, the indictments, all the other troubles that he had.
Okay, I'm going to
for him
mute
to come
them
back
for a
from that is
second.
really quite.
So I can talk with you guys. Sin, did you go get caught up on Delphi? Because I feel like I'm not going to be able to tonight. It's already 1:30 in the morning. I can't believe it, though. What you witnessed tonight is crazy. And I don't know why my map is not updating. But Pennsylvania really brought it home. Really brought it home. I'm waiting for Michigan. Is at 64%, and Wisconsin is at 88%. Arizona hasn't really budged. But mine has not called PA yet. Which I don't know why. It's the AP. Michigan and Wisconsin. Well, if he takes Alaska, then he gets it, right? He doesn't even need to win Michigan or Wisconsin or Arizona, right? If he takes Alaska, he wins. Correct? Because that's 3 electoral votes. Let me know if I'm right. I want to thank each and every one of you for being here tonight. You guys have been so damn respectful to one another. Like, I'm so proud of my chats and my moderators. I can't say enough. Like, you guys are amazing. You really, I mean, so when we are such a divided country right now, like, I feel like we all are in the same boat, though, now. Like, we all are struggling. And, oh, that included Alaska? Mine's really behind then. 911. But I just really want to thank you guys for just being respectful and being able to watch this without anybody being jerks to one another. It's been great. I watched family members like block each other on Facebook and not talk to each other anymore because they didn't like Trump. And it's like, wow, I watched that. I'm just like, damn. That's family, you know? Amy, thanks for being here. I'm glad you stuck around. Shoot me an email, Amy, if you feel like it. No, I think it's cool. I think it's amazing that we can have chats like this. Yeah. Pretty cool to have opposing sides get along for the sake of America, and maybe those lines won't
just help a brother out here.
Thank you, Brune. Thank you, Jay, for taking care of this for us tonight. Nice to spend this with you all. You too, Brune. Thanks for being here. You haven't, Sin? Aw. I love you guys too. I think it's cool that we can do that. Yeah, man, not talking to family members, it's crazy. Because none of these motherfuckers care. I think he might be hanging out waiting for another one to be called, and then he's going to come out. That's why they're playing Fox. They're waiting for Fox to be like, we have another call. I think they're going to call Michigan next. Jenna, good to see you too. Donna, Donald, they ain't like me. They're not like us. It's sad. It really is sad to see people fighting, especially family members. Look at this chick. The vibe is on. All right, we're going to go back to this. Thank you guys again for joining. If anybody ends up going to bed, I just want you to know I really, really appreciate you guys.
2 points, thank you. She wouldn't even take a position on that. 75% of the people in California wanted it gone, and you can't take a position to be with them?
Not only that, you were part of Prop 47, which changed the law the other way when you were in office.
So not wanting to take a position and not being willing to be criticized is a problem if you want to be a leader at that level.
Sorry, that was the first
She
thing
had that
popped
affliction in
my head.
2020. Why didn't her own party say, you're not the right candidate? I mean, run a process.
Well, they did. They ran her out of town right before any votes were cast in 2019.
But the same affliction
Now they have
hit
to
her
go
here.
back.
The same problem she had in 2020 hit her in
Maybe
2024.
Good morning,
It's not all her fault. They put her in a race that she, we now know couldn't win.
We're thinking
Carol, in fairness to Democrats, there's no doubt. I agree with you on unrealized capital gains. We shouldn't be taxing that. But we produce more wealth, more innovation, more oil, more cures, more therapeutics over the last 3 years. So I hear you. Democrats are not bad for the economy. There's some things she proposed that I'm with you on. But we need to be clear, we're a great country, and we're going to continue to be great. And I trust and hope and believe that President
Your party will be great again.
I want the
and you can thank Donald Trump for that.
But he inherited an economy also that was in pretty good shape. I don't want to quarrel about that. All I want is going forward.
Look at that
I agree with you. I
Who's that
want the
guy?
country to be great, and I hope that both of the parties can work together to try and do that. And I salute President Trump tonight. What a great win, and I agree with you in this regard. My party's got to reimagine and reinvent itself going forward.
Listen, I wrote about this, the unity and
you did.
Past presidents and past losers and winners and what they said. This is a big speech, Britt, for former President Trump. As he gets ready to deliver this in front of a crowd, he's obviously taken the slings and arrows and everything that's been said, the fascism, all of the things we talked about tonight.
Dude took a bullet to the
freaking
ear.
Is actually a moment to reach out.
It's an opportunity if he chooses to do that, but it's also 1:30 in the morning. So you got to wonder how many people are alive to hear him.
Oh, they're there. And he's definitely
A lot of people are still up.
Time we did, JR. Time we came back.
You know, I think back at the moment in Iowa at the beginning of this process, Brett, when we were in a town hall with him, bless you, Brett.
We had to bless you.
You know, we asked him about all of this revenge stuff. And that he was
She went home and didn't even thank all those motherfuckers that stood there all night long. She didn't even have nothing to say to those people. And she played Diddy. So, F the Harris campaign.
Brett, you wrote in your piece, you quoted one of those great old Republican presidents, H.W. Bush, who said that a campaign is a disagreement and an election is a decision. And decisions clear the way for harmony and peace.
See what's going on too.
But listen, there are a lot of Thanksgiving tables that people are still going to have hard feelings after this election, more than any other election.
Okay, so Camilla's, look at Camilla's window is now just the White House.
Thanksgiving Day, but this is a chance to move
But look at this,
forward.
still has Trump at 247,
One thing that can happen here, and it happened to
not
Biden.
267.
Biden was elected. We had
Oh,
every
'cause
reason
that's
to
the
believe that he
AP.
would be this sort of moderate deal-making guy that he'd been when he was in the Senate. Yes, he's always followed sort of the drift of his party, but he'd worked across the aisle with many senators, had Republican friends, and so on. We thought that would probably be the kind of president he was. And then something happened. Trump went to Georgia and made a mess of that Senate, those two Senate races down there, and the Democrats ended up with control of the Senate. At which point, old Biden started getting, these hysterical sugar plums dancing in his head.
Even
And went out for a very
C-SPAN,
aggressive
guys.
agenda.
Sure, there were articles about FDR.
C-SPAN is at the Trump thing in West Palm Beach,
Well,
Florida.
And that, in my view, that was he would have been if the Republicans had maintained control of the Senate.
C-SPAN
first
has
thing
it at
wouldn't have happened was
247.
all that wild spending that led to the inflation, or led to a big part of
Yeah,
the
it just
inflation.
makes me believe that I made the right choice when I voted today.
Been better off because of it. There's always
Thank you,
a
Ann,
danger
for
in
being
overreading
here.
a mandate. One wonders if
Exactly,
if Trump would
Southern.
be
Like,
sober-minded
I
about
totally
his-
made the right
I think
choice.
that happened to Biden. Early on,
Shameful.
remember he said that he's going to be returned to norms, and then the historians came in and said, no, you could be bigger than FDR. So he says, fine, okay, I'll spend all the money. Then they caused inflation, and now they end up with this result.
Well, he has said that this looks like new President Trump, if he gets to 270, which we expect he will, fairly
with the last
shortly, yes, exactly, has a moment to bring about the unity that people expected after the last election. Of course, we would be kidding ourselves to think that there won't be a tremendous response to this. Tremendous backlash.
So even C-SPAN has.
So listen, he's going to get there because Alaska's going
See
to
what
be Republican,
NBC
but
is
we're
showing.
not done. As far as calling states, there could be even more states that go Trump's way. This could be a massive landslide.
NBC has it at 247. Wait, let's go over here.
Vice President Harris will win Minnesota. And
She
her
won
running mate,
Minnesota.
Tim Walz, serves as the state's
Oh,
governor
they
there.
called
That
one and it
takes
was
up
Minnesota.
to 267 to 226. But again, Donald J. Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. More Democracy 24 special coverage next.
Do you guys already feel great again? Hey, Rainbow. Yeah, I mean, they're saying 267, but the other channels aren't.
Picture what life could look like with
But we'll see.
Hytrulo, a subcutaneous injection.
Let's go back here. Now we got commercials. They're gonna play some music for us. Everybody, PBS is only showing Trump, so we're just gonna go back here. Everybody is now just showing this. Yes, they are playing Elvis now. Make life livable again. I feel like a weight's lifted a little bit. Great again, Cooter. Enjoy the music, y'all. Guaranteed. Guaranteed Elvis has put a copyright strike by now. Or not a copyright strike. Toilet flushing. No toilets here, y'all. No toilets here. Seems like we're only minutes away though. Robat. Feel relieved. Yeah, she's being a coward. I'm too excited to sleep. How about y'all? Put a 1 if you're too... Yeah, make bread affordable again. Put a 1 if you're too excited to sleep.
About to explode at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach.
Here we go, guys.
Thousands of people waiting, and we are about to hear from the next president of the United States. He will be 45 and 47, and we're waiting for him to join the room. We'll take you there, obviously, as soon as that gets underway. In the meantime, Grady Trimble is in Michigan. Let's get a quick update just outside of Detroit. Hi, Grady.
Hey, Martha. Yeah, people were getting a little bit tired here, but then the call for Pennsylvania was like a jolt of electricity through this room at the Michigan GOP watch party. And the crowd started chanting USA. They started chanting Trump, 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 as it now appears he will be the 47th president of the United States. Now, in addition to Trump and the call for him in Pennsylvania, they're also excited about the possibility that Michigan could be the state that tips him over that magic 270 number. We're also following a very close Senate race here in Michigan, and they're feeling very confident about that as well. Republican candidate Mike Rogers looks like he could cruise to victory with the help of former President Trump. Democratic candidate Alyssa Slotkin, she went out to her crowd at her watch party at around 12:30 tonight and told them to go home and go to sleep, where here they extended this ballroom venue all through the night if they had to, and now it looks like the crowd is fired up as they await former President Trump taking the stage.
Okay, Grady, thank you. It is really important to point out how big the coattails could be tonight. Think about Bernie Moreno in Ohio, was thought dead in the water against Sherrod Brown. He wins. We have right now at this hour, as Grady mentioned, Mike Rogers in Michigan is up. Looks like he is getting closer.
Thanks for being here, guys.
We haven't made a call
Thanks
there
for being
yet.
here, Rainbow.
Hovde in Wisconsin, leading right now. Sam Brown in Nevada is closing in on Jackie Rosen. Wow. We're talking about historic numbers here. If all of these dominoes fall, you're talking about a Senate that could be 54-46, 55-45. That wasn't in the cards. That wasn't on anybody's bingo card when you came into election night.
But these candidates have all fought really strong races, and they have all closed in a very strong way. And in fact, many of them were sort of pulling into +5, +6 in just over the last 3 weeks. So it's a fascinating part of the story. Hopefully, we'll be able to call some more of those soon.
Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says with these coattails, you could see the House going Republican as well, and that would be a part of this story as well. Let's go back out to Trace Gallagher on the West Coast with his panel. Hey, Trace.
Brett, thank you. Martha, thank you as well. We've got our panel, Steve Hilton, Jody Armour, Kaylee McGee-White, and Jono Caldwell. You're talking to your panel, Brett and Martha, and we were talking to ours, and Kaylee McGee-White was struck by the whole concept that, again, Trump was undercounted. Kaylee.
This is the third consecutive polling miss in a presidential cycle for Donald Trump. And we really need to be asking ourselves, why do they keep getting it wrong? And at this point, it is a choice. Back in 2016, you could argue that you were blindsided. You didn't expect it. You cannot say that anymore. This was predictable from the very start. And I think the reason they keep getting it wrong is because they still don't understand the average Trump voter. They cannot wrap their heads around why so many people support him. And it's because for a long time, actually for the past decade or so, Democrats in power didn't think they needed to. And even worse, they didn't want to. They didn't want to have to stoop down to understand the concerns over immigration, over the economy. And guess what? The American people sent a very clear message tonight that you better start paying attention, and you better start paying attention soon.
We heard a lot of words, demographic. I don't know how many times we heard it, Steve Hilton, but Gianna, you talk about black voters, black male voters especially. We heard it again and again tonight, and you think it's worth talking about.
I think this is a historic night. Black men will now, those who voted for Trump will be counted as those who helped save America.
Let's come together,
from further decline.
guys. There is no
Kamala Harris is trying her best to create these accents. Like, you better thank her union. Remember all of these things that she's done to try to appeal to this community, even going on Oprah Winfrey's talk show or whatever that was to say, oh, I'll pull out my gun and shoot someone that tries to come into my house. I mean, this is become nonsensical to the point that I don't know if we're looking at Medea runs for president or not. I mean, this is outstanding what has happened from the black male perspective, and I hope the Republican Party takes note.
Yeah, and you talk about young males and younger voters, Jody Armour. You're a law professor at the University of Southern California. You know what young people are geared into. Are you surprised when you see these voter analysis numbers that young voters came out heavy for Donald Trump?
Yeah, well, young voters can sniff out a fraud. They can sniff out somebody who's chameleon-like. She changes her position according to the prevailing winds. They didn't like that. Many across the country, young students said, for me, a red line also is mass atrocities, is collective punishment, is what I see going on in the Middle East, and I see us as complicit in. So they, were saying, I'm not just that enthusiastic. Yeah, and I'm not going to get out.
I got 15 seconds for you, Steve.
I just think when I see this unfold, Trace, it is just a massive victory.
Oh, we got to jump back. Sorry, guys, back to you. We got Trump coming out.
Trace, thank you. The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
The former president's comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin, a state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago. He's now the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s.
He won it.
Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice president. of the United States. Voters expressed deep frustration with the Biden administration and former President Trump and the future President Trump overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they doubled and tripled down on over the course of the last few months absolutely succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
47th President of the United States, former President Trump now defeats Vice President Kamala Harris, who entered this race just over 100 days ago. And for Democrats, they were projecting the possibility of running the table with battleground states. David Plouffe with the Democratic campaign of Harris campaign suggested that just yesterday. Now it is possible that Donald Trump runs the table with these states and builds on a big landslide electoral win. We don't know where the popular vote is going to finish out, but we do know that he will be going back to the White House, and with him, Brit Hume, will be a lot of changes because he will have been there once and will know what he wants to do.
You know, he often counts for the fact that he had so much turnover in his first term, in his term as president, by the fact that
they always play it right before he comes out.
And he was new to this realm that he had come to.
And he stands there like he's God.
And
it's so
he promises
cheesy,
us
but
that now he knows. Now he knows whom he wants to hire. Now he knows the kind of people he wants to have around him.
Y'all. It's been a long
a lot of very experienced people around Washington.
I feel heard tonight.
But it's going to be very interesting to see the kind of people he reaches out to.
For the first time in a long time, I feel like my vote counted today. Put a 1 if you actually feel like your vote counted today. Put a 1 if you feel like your vote counted. Put a 2 if you feel like you got fucked. If you feel screwed, put a 2. Put a 1 if you feel like you counted. Put a 2 if you feel screwed. Be honest, it's okay.
And now there is the prospect of creating what you want to create in a second administration. Your thoughts, 30,000 feet of this win.
Indictments, 2 assassination attempts, an unlikely come-from-behind victory, and history is made tonight. This is a huge moment, particularly because this is a tectonic shift of the Republican Party. If all of this exit polling is true, you now have black voters, Latino voters, young voters coming in a way that we haven't seen the party bring in a very long time, and that's due to former President, now soon-to-be current President Trump. And I just want to say this as we wait for him to come out. I remember having a conversation with Ivanka Trump in 2016 about his remarks.
We need our Michigan to come
before
through,
he went out to give those remarks, he had speech A and speech B. Speech A was a more boisterous Trumpian speech. Speech B was a speech full of unity, and he looked up, Ivanka said, saw the faces of crying Hillary voters. He ripped up the boisterous speech and said he wanted to heal the nation. And the first words he said were an appreciation for Hillary Clinton, for her service to our country. And then he said, now it is time for America to bind the wounds of division. And he said, we are a party of all races, creeds, and religions. That is more true tonight than it was 8 years ago. And I fully expect President Trump right now is maybe ripping up that more boisterous speech and preparing to unite the country.
It's an amazing message.
I hope Kayleigh's right. I hope you're right. And we're gonna a chance to see here in a minute. Trey Gowdy said something on your show the other day about how one of the things that you hope also is they're a little more prepared this time. They've got a great transition team, and they're going to need it. And I hope that there are a lot of people who want to go in and be helpful.
Trey?
I think his transition team has done a wonderful job vetting potential candidates. And to Kayleigh's point, I think a liberated Donald Trump, he's never going to be on the ballot again. This is his last term. I think, Harold, he will surprise his detractors. I think he will be not anything like what his detractors have described him as being now that he is liberated. If I'm wrong, you can hold me to that. But I think he will. A liberated Donald Trump is going to shock his detractor.
He has said that the assassination attempts had an impact on him. We saw him in many ways return to the very rough and tumble style that we've seen in Donald Trump towards the end of this. But now he will take the stage tonight as the next president of the United States, and he will not be able to run again. Yeah. And I think that is another liberating factor potentially for President Trump. Katie.
We'll never underestimate the power of unfinished business. This is a president who has caught lightning in a bottle twice, and the second time around, he now has a MAGA mandate. He'll have a Senate that he can use to push through his cabinet appointees. who can work with him on legislation, who could potentially replace a number of justices on the Supreme Court.
He could build a wall.
He could build a wall. He has a working group in Washington, D.C. We'll see what happens with the House, but he also has been working very hard on his transition, get the right people around him. He talks about the lessons he's learned about the first time in the White House. So this is a mandate tonight for him, and I think he should get a lot of credit for doing the work on the ground.
I actually love Trump on social media, to be honest. I absolutely love it. I can't wait for him and Elon Musk. What are they going to do together, y'all? What the hell are Elon Musk and Trump going to do together in 4 years?
The analysis is going to be on the Democratic Party and what went wrong.
I think it's going to be agonizing. I think it's going to take a little while.
Make America sparkle again, it said.
Consensus to form about what the party needs to do next. What it did wrong this time.
Love you, me too.
It'll be grudging at first. One can certainly
John
imagine
Boyd, yeah,
that,
that's
if the party was
Why
smart.
is he there, I wonder? Are they
and
friends?
Shrewd political voices were heated. That there'd be some major changes in their agenda and their approach in this. And you think of the issue sets that they tried to run on against this man.
Let's see what Elon is saying.
That failed. They need to reconsider all of
Let's
them.
go see what Elon is saying.
I think it'll take a while. Now, our colleague and friend Mark Halperin, who's been very astute this particular cycle, he thinks there's going to be blood in the streets and people are going to be hysterical. I hope not, but it could happen.
Look, he says the future's going to be fire.
To reading some of the stories, probably with a lot of anonymous sources amongst Democrats with the recriminations, and it's going to be fast and furious. And you will have people saying that Joe Biden should have dropped out the day after, not dropped out, but said he was not running for re-election on the day after that midterm in 2022, and either endorsed her or said, let there be a primary, and Dr. Jill Biden, there will be thoughts about her, and I wonder how chilly that White House is going to be for the next 90 days as they try to figure it out.
And let me just say that as Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris will certify the election results on January 6th.
A lot of irony in that moment. Harold, your thoughts?
This is how our country is organized, and it's a great education, I think, for people who had very high passions in this race. There are Democrats who were fervently for Joe Biden. He performed poorly during a debate, and the party switched to Kamala Harris, and there was genuine excitement, I think, built over a period of time. And some of that excitement was an aversion and almost a dislike and a disdain for Donald Trump. But I hope it's a moment that we can all grow from, because if we don't, not in a selfish, partisan way, Democrats won't progress. And I don't think you can fly and soar as a great country unless you have both wings working together. And President Trump, tonight, I'm going to be interested in that tone. Kayla, I was reminded of your words, and reminded of what you said as you shared it. I remembered that story, and I hope and pray for the country tonight that President Trump, who has every right to be joyful, every right to celebrate, will give a speech with that tone tonight that in many ways could help him do all the things that he campaigned on in this campaign.
What does this mean for the never-Trumpers, the Republicans, and the Lincoln Project people, and Bill Kristol, and people like that who seem to abandon everything they ever previously believed in order to oppose Donald Trump?
We'll get to the never-Trumpers soon enough and the hundreds of millions of dollars wasted on them. Look, Donald Trump won this on policy and personality. I don't want to be remiss here. He is talking about energy independence, manufacturing, an economy where everybody is working, no new foreign wars, getting out of the entanglements we currently have, respecting and resourcing law enforcement, border patrol, military. And by the way, friends, we don't get those policies without that personality. What did we hear during the Republican primaries? I want Donald Trump's policies without his personality.
Oh my gosh.
Good luck with that.
Did you guys hear that Richard Allen might have eaten a Post-it note in court? Oh man, I can't wait to do our updates tomorrow. They think that he ate a motherfucking Post-it note.
See the race to Donald Trump on my phone. I handed it to him.
Speaking
and I
of
said
Post-it
to
notes.
Vice President-elect Mike Pence, make sure Hillary actually concedes. She did. And President Trump was gracious to them, too. They came to the luncheon at the Capitol after the inauguration. The Obamas and the Clintons were there. I was there to see it myself. And then something just changed. The Washington Post said, let's impeach him at noon, 2 minutes after he's inaugurated. Melania wrote about this in her book. So, Harold, I hear you. I hope everybody can unify. But I got to tell you, my friend.
The information came from Lawyer Lee. She got it from another person who could see better than her, but she said it was someone she trusted, saw him pick up a Post-it note, put his hand to his mouth, the Post-it note disappeared, and they never saw it again. That's what she said. This was yesterday in court.
He's known for a while. I wrote a piece on FoxNews.com October 11th saying he's going to have a narrow landslide. I think he's felt that for a while, but he wanted to go and earn it.
And I even think the people around him have to be gracious too. I think I don't know him as well as you, but the people around him can be gracious as well.
Southern, I know that is a scary, scary thought. It actually happened. Remember, we had a shortage
on this election. $15.9 billion.
Shortage of baby formula, shortage of antibiotics, shortage of this, shortage of that.
40 years, that would be $1 billion. It was 16 times that. What has been spent on every race, presidency, the whole deal. $16 billion. And here we are.
What is that, a check you can write to for every American? What did you say?
About $50. If not $40.
But I just want to say, every presidential race has a medium. You know, you go back to television, cable. This was, in some ways, a podcast experience of a campaign. And those are free to go on podcasts. And you wonder how much of that money really needed to be spent when there's a lot of ways to reach.
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know what was on it.
We'll be talking about a lot in terms of the reach
that is
of these endorsements.
Really a good question. I don't think anybody knows, but it would be interesting to know. Well, he was eating his discovery too. So,
just help a brother out here.
Candace, thank you for doing this tonight, Jay. I felt like I was watching with friends instead of alone. Looking forward to the next 4 years. Thank you so much, Candace. And I'm glad that you were here. I'm glad that I could provide a spot for all of us to watch. It's been really fun. Yeah, bring pharmaceuticals back to America. I don't know why he would eat a Post-it note. Because he's a weirdo. Maybe he wants the jury to think, oh, he's not right. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I hear that there's fireworks going on in some neighborhoods across the U.S.
A big night, Brett and Martha, a long campaign.
He likes to eat his poo and paper. Who the fuck knows? The more this trial goes on, the more questions I have.
And people were hugging each other, they were high-fiving each other, that people were on FaceTiming. I think there was
Look at the brick wall guy. Trump rallies. I have to admit, I've been to probably, I think, 3 of them, and they're so much fun.
Just help a brother out here.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Southern-ish. Hugs to you, Jade. Thank you for this. Thank you for being here. That was really generous of you. I appreciate you. I love our watch parties. It's nice to have, like-minded people. Y'all are great. Frenchie Mama, you got some fireworks going on in your town. Y'all, we pulled an all-nighter and skipped Delphi updates. You guys are amazing. Amazing. I'm telling you, this is like monumental results. He came in and he just swept the red across the country. Just say no to Chinese balloons.
Thank you. The Harris team is now texting.
I agree, 911 crime time. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of, you know what else I'm sick of? I'm sick of the left using Russia as a scare tactic. Oh, this morning it was, oh, Russia's fucking with our election. No, they're not. No, they're not. Russia literally invited Tucker over and he sat down with Putin. They're not fucking with our election. I feel like that is, in my opinion, 100% bullshit. So sick of their Russian fear. When really, who we should be afraid of is China. You know what? We have the governor in California rolling out the Chinese flags, lining them up and down the road, having the Chinese president over for dinner. But look this way, not that way. I'm planning on doing Delphi during the day, Nash. Yes.
They have to make it public. And then
if I can get caught up enough. I'm pretty sure I can, yes.
I would do it tonight.
But while they're in court, I'm planning on doing my updates. I hope you'll join me. Yeah, it's always Russia, Russia, Russia. Aw, B, that means a lot to me.
They were holding out hope. They were holding out hope that the blue wall could somehow come together.
It means a lot to me, B. I'm glad I could make it fun. Because I don't really like watching politics either, so I had to make it somewhat
90
fun.
minutes before all of this, Jen O'Malley Dillon, the Harris campaign person, said everyone can go to bed and come back tomorrow. So
I'm not sure about that. I just heard it briefly from Lawyer Lee. That's all she said. It was secondhand information, so it was
It
hearsay.
just seems very ungracious. By the way, it ended up being a very bad split screen. You probably couldn't see it in here, but they're filing out, and he's expanding his.
Literally, they were filing out, and this party was going on. It was like night and day when it was the side-by-side of their campaigns. And then when the memo went out, oh, we're going home. We'll revisit these results in the morning time. What?
Trump supporter maybe is just as a human.
This stream will be monumental.
Rarely do we get a second chance. As
All of you will be right along with it, a piece of history.
And that Kaylee worked with is going to.
When people go back and say, "Oh my God, this is when Donald Trump won in 2024," and
bringing in the governors. Nobody gets a
like we did
chance.
tonight,
It's big in their
playing that
lives.
old footage.
And just puts it on the shelf like it's a trophy or a gold star. He's going to use that as a platform for good and undo some of these bad policies, and I think do even better. You know, these celebrities.
Look at that crowd.
These athletes. He's got
It's crazy seeing all their redheads.
He's got Elon Musk and Dana White. He's got people who make.
Yeah,
stuff.
I thought that was really
And people say,
freaking
wow, this is
rude,
America's
too.
Success story, and he's going to bring them aboard.
So, Vice President Harris
I'm
is
with
now
you,
enacted
Southern-ish.
what is known as the Van Buren curse.
We got Tucker sitting down over in Russia, but we're supposed to be deathly afraid of them. Deathly afraid of Russia. But China can just fly these fucking balloons. Do you know that one of those balloons connected to a Wi-Fi at one of our freaking bases when it passed over? No way.
And maybe it's the future. I mean, it's
crazy stuff. And Biden's like, oh, we're just going to let it continue to fly over until it gets above the ocean, and then we'll shoot it down. After it's already collected all of its data across the United States and fucked with the weather. Now we'll shoot it down. Nothing to see here, folks. And then what about the damn one that was shot down over Lake Huron in Michigan? What happened to that one? The damn Chinese balloon with strings. Remember they shot it down with an F-16 and then told us it was a fucking Cub Scout craft? No, it wasn't. It wasn't. There's no way. No way. I don't like it. I'm sick of their bullshit.
I think if President Trump manifests that working man agenda,
I'm waiting for the next call, guys, and I'm hoping to God it's Michigan.
Man's economic agenda. And if he makes that happen in 4 years, this party may look like this for quite some time.
You know, I'm struck when you're talking about the authenticity part of this, because when I think about him with the French fries at McDonald's,
I just think they try to make us scared of the wrong things.
Fight. You can't fabricate.
It's just so ridiculous.
You know, consulting.
Oh, we know this Chinese balloon is flying over the country, but We're just going to let it get to the ocean. No worries.
Really far short on in terms of the authenticity.
It conveniently flies over every military base, large military base.
With Middle America, I would have questioned that. To my friend, the gentleman from Tennessee, autopsies are painful, especially when the patient's still alive. I wonder what the Democrat Party is going to go through in the next weeks and months, because this was a loss that I don't think anyone saw coming, not to this magnitude. So what does the autopsy look like if you're a Democrat? It's painful, but you have to have one. How did you lose, and how did you
Lily
lose
Rose, Harris isn't even going to talk. Wow. How sad. That should tell people something.
Hadn't clung.
I'll go wake Biden up and tell him to pack up and get out.
Come to the nomination and hidden his condition with a lot of help. They could have had an open nominating process and gotten a more attractive nominee who would have been freer to walk away from Biden policies and would have had a better shot. I mean, I think that's the easiest, simplest solution.
I did not see Tucker in the Russian grocery store.
I don't think you can pass over an African-American female, which is a very loyal constituency for the Democrat Party.
Sounds suspicious. Were you here for the balloon thing? Oh, man, that was crazy. Wasn't it wild? We were like tracking that thing on flight radar. We were live tracking them balloons on flight radar.
I mean, you have Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden.
You got Andy Beshear, you got Josh.
They're such babies, too, when they do that. Like, oh, we're just going to go home. No, that's not how this works. What a joke. Go play some more Diddy. Kamala. Right, she could have at least said thank you to the people that were there, waving flags, listening to Diddy. She should have thanked him for listening to Diddy, for Christ's sake.
So if this can happen, things are possible in politics if you're willing
Thank you, Andy. Yes, give me some props on my patriotism tonight.
Democrats or anybody want to say about this guy who's been elected,
I got decked out for y'all.
He personifies that courage and determination and persistence.
Suspicious.
You were asking a serious question, and Britt gave a very.
That was fun, though. I was like, what the fuck are these things? What are these balloons doing? And then it would just be hovering. And they're like, oh, we couldn't find a spot to shoot it down. It was too much. It was
we got a long history of figuring these things out as a nation, as a
too
party.
dangerous.
And we'll figure it out this time.
When Diddy was playing, they played Mo Money, Mo Problems, which was just really fitting, right? Real classy. Of all the millions of songs they could have picked. Mo Money, Mo Problems. Who hot, who not? Right? Diddy.
What do you think? You know he's coming.
Thanks, B. How did they react? Well,
upset that there were teleprompters.
Some were foolishly dancing
So, Dana, what does this speech look like?
and mouthing.
Right now?
Holy cow. Thank you so much, Angie.
Look, I don't know.
That is so generous of you. Thank you for your $50 super sticker.
I've been awake for almost 24 hours now. And
Wow.
curious to
Angie's first time. It's Angie's first time.
I'm thinking about
Thank you. Yeah, it's very disturbing.
which would be 8 years
They played Diddy.
since Carnage speech.
Some were foolishly mouthing and kind of dancing mindlessly. Others were trying to wave their flag and be happy. But it didn't seem to faze anybody, really.
It kind of got off script, and people thought, oh, he kind of lost opportunity. But he didn't. I think if you look at these people who would take off work, drive somewhere in the middle of the night.
I didn't feel like anyone was really all that phased.
To then stay at a rally.
Did you guys?
Part of the things he has done as well is created this camaraderie among
What is
people,
taking so
that you
long
could
for them to
go
call
a place where
Michigan?
You're not afraid to wear your red MAGA hat, and you could say, I'm not.
I know. Angie came in super hot. So did Southern.
Thinks the way that I do. I can actually have
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
To the other side, I believe in love thy neighbor. I love all of that. But he has created something special here.
She left him high and dry, made him listen to Diddy, and then she said, go home.
I think this this is necessarily the moment for unity, especially when she won't even concede and give him the night.
Fanny is BFFs with Kamala. Yeah, I just can't. I just think that was just a horrible taste.
Could finish up.
And part of it is because he did run up the totals in places I was looking at, even the rural counties in
Horrible
Pennsylvania.
taste.
He was going to win them by significant double digits, but he won them that much
I'm pretty
more.
sure you would have to know what you're playing, don't you think? I mean, come on, that's your job to do the playlist.
Haley, right, your home state.
I feel like
and this is, look,
they definitely
I think
knew.
that when the Democrats take a look at this candidacy, it's not going to be that she had too much time, not enough
know.
time. She's just a flawed candidate. She doesn't speak well. She doesn't work hard. I'm not being mean or partisan. I don't know why the country would have rewarded this candidate with the big job when she couldn't make the case what she does as vice president that affects our lives in a positive way.
Oh, fist pumping.
She was given that opportunity. I personally would like to thank the women of the View.
Sonnet, Sanook, whatever his name is. I don't know all the politicians' names.
Oprah, we see you.
Hiding in plain sight. That Diddy thing is an example. Exactly.
Because they made something.
That's what I was saying. Like, how many people even noticed that they were playing that?
Take that one word. Take that one.
Because when you look up, watch, if you go to Google and you type in Mo Money, who comes up besides Damon Wayans? Mo Money song? Who's there? Diddy. Diddy. Right here. Who do you see the first minute you turn on this video? Diddy. And it says everything we need to know. Some people say, "Oh, you look into things too much." Nope. When I go to this video, who do I see? I see Diddy. And it makes me so angry. Do you know that there's the one song that I love that Trump always played was what was it?
Creep Town, dude.
A week or so ago, they were saying, what is wrong with
Thank you for subscribing, Gan.
Joe Scarborough saying, raised like this, who raised these people? So I can only imagine what tomorrow is going to look like.
I can't sing it. I can't think of what it is.
What comes to mind is we mentioned the car
Okay, hold on.
that President Trump gave at
Get ready, I'm coming. This one, they sued him. Sam and Dave. This saying.
Can we say tonight, though, Harold, that the melting pot still works? That Hispanics, Black Americans, working class Americans, standing up, asking what their government is going to do, asking their government to see them and their concerns, that it works. That this is American democracy in our republic.
The process works. I think as we get a final account of the numbers and the coalition that President Trump won with this time, I think it'll be one that will be for the history books. President Bush, I think, got 40+% of the Hispanic vote. George Bush, W. Bush. Looks like President, at least
Sorry, I'm going to mute that for a minute so I can talk. It makes you wonder who these people are with, bad boy records. These people that, got to be in his videos.
Communities, urban communities, suburban communities across the country.
I am like you. I look at I'm glad you're dancing, Boomer K. I look at everything Diddy has touched with a major side eye. A major side eye.
Once we get past the moment here, the 24 hours of excitement and joy and celebration, to understand that what we're really celebrating is the greatest experiment.
I don't think I haven't watched this video since probably it came out.
In 2026, so those are my thoughts.
But the first artist you see is none other than Diddy himself.
Because it was talked about so much.
Sickening.
And it was presented as if,
he makes me sick.
And you are not going to support her, then you hate all women. They said that husbands, were hateful towards their wives and the women in their lives if they didn't support this candidate. And I think it just goes to show that that kind of, manipulating, it doesn't always
craziness.
It doesn't win.
And narrowcasting us based on our gender. I think Kamala Harris.
Be careful with what? Oh, what do you mean? Be careful.
Donald Trump was talking to us from the waist up as well. That's where my eyes, my ears, my heart, my brain, and my big mouth are.
Yes, Rainbow.
I mean, you got to talk to the woman in full. It's as if she doesn't know anything about the economy, or
Oh yeah, did he? He's a
Ukraine or Israel with
he's a pompous, creepy ass.
It's an insult.
I've never been a big Diddy fan.
Just as we are not monolithic in life, we're not monolithic thinkers politically. But Martha, something else happened. They put these ballot initiatives on to try to gin up turnout for the Democrats.
It's so different watching it without music, isn't it?
Popular vote, and it backfired. The other thing
I know. I don't even want to cover his case. He's so disgusting. I hope he gets everything he deserves.
And you can vote separately or similarly for president.
I think she maybe meant be careful with the music, but I think it's already too late.
On abortion. By the way, somebody sent me the statistics.
Trump and Diddy are the same, says Donna.
$500 million in this country out of the $16 billion Brett is talking about. $37 million for pro-lifers. The rest was the pro-choicers. I mean, it's just insane amount of money.
So we've spent a lot of time.
But yeah, anyways, this is what Camilla played at her thing tonight.
About 66% the Republicans hold on to the House as they're ticking down the possibilities. And
well, this is actually the Notorious B.I.G., but Diddy obviously made himself the front and center of this video like he did every other video. Do they even show Biggie? Oh, he's on the screens in the background.
Possibilities open to a lot of things.
You guys have heard this probably. Listen.
Double up, we don't play around, it's a bet, lay it down. Niggas didn't know me 91, bet they know me now. I'm the young Harlem nigga with the Goldie sound. Can't no PD, niggas hold me down. Cooler, school me to the game, now I know my duty. Stay humble, stay low, blow like Hootie. True pimp, niggas spin no dough on the booty. When you yell, there go Mace, there go your cutie.
The first thing that I'm wondering about is why would they even think that this is a good song to play at her campaign, waiting to win a presidency? Why would that be a theme song for you? Like Trump plays like Boston, feeling better every day, like, songs that are supposed to make you feel good and positive. You know what I'm saying? And she's over here playing this shit. I mean, make it make sense. Diana Ross is like Diddy, if you want my opinion. She's more like Diddy than Trump. What do you think about that? What about her and MJ? She ain't no better. None of these people. They all take advantage of children. They all do. They have the power to do so, so they do.
Not getting much money or attention.
It's sick.
Yes! Yes! Hello, we're here with the winner, Puffy Woods. He has just won the Bad Boy Golf Tournament. How do you feel about winning this PGA?
Oh man, well I was having some trouble on the 17th hole, but my man B.I. from up above came down, talked to me, told me to cool out. I did it.
I guess this means more money, more problems for you.
Yeah, I guess so. More money, more problems. It's just the way it is.
Hey, we're coming back to you, Billy.
I know you rather see me die than to see me fly. I call all the shots, rip all the spots, rock all the rocks, cop all the drops. I know you thinking now when all the ball is stopped. Nigga never home, gotta call me on the yacht. 10 years from now, we'll still be on top. Yo, I thought I told you that we won't stop. Now what you gonna do with a crew that got money much longer than yours, and a team much stronger than yours? Violate me, this a BO day. We don't play, mess around, be DOA. Be on your way, cause it ain't enough time here. Ain't enough lime here for you to shine here. Deal with many women, but treat down's fair. And I'm bigger than the city lights down in Times Square. Yeah.
He's disgusting. You're bigger like Times Square. Yeah, they took the key right back from you. Here we go. Here we go.
and defend her still today.
Here we go, guys.
'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Proud to be an American. I'm proud to be here with you guys tonight.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee.
Tennessee in the house.
Across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea. Detroit down to Houston.
Detroit.
And New York to LA. Where there's pride in every American heart. And it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land.
Detroit down to Houston. Here comes our marching band. Get some American flags, guys. Light it up red, white, and blue in chat. Stand up next to you
and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you very much. Wow.
You guys are awesome.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath, honor of being in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which
free cooterships.
result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that.
Just help a brother out.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome, guys.
Winning the
Thanks for
popular
being
vote
here.
was very nice. Very nice. I will tell you.
Cooterships for all.
A great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. Huge. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
Thank you, Sherry.
And I want to thank
you, everybody.
Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady.
I'm sexy and I know it. I work out.
I had to
Who
do
has
it.
the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are.
You guys thought it was them.
But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman.
But be
that
proud
one.
to be
Beautiful inside
an American,
and out.
You know, it's like
She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? I've said, go into the enemy camp. And the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay.
That would be so
funny. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them.
Like 7 foot?
Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
More Coke Zeros for everyone.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning.
A party of one.
But he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country.
Seal it up.
We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
A lot of pretty people up on that
stage. Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her. She's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon.
Oh, Lord.
Now he is. He's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. He spent 2 weeks in
or is it a cigar?
Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. He sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. When it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. and it came down, and you saw that fire burning, and I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here.
Lighten it up, Pete.
And
Southern-ish. I'm
important
thankful
guy,
for
one of the
you
most
too.
important
Thank you
people
so
in,
much.
I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So,
he did.
And it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives.
He did.
But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. Hits the ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he?
He's having some cocktails.
Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson.
Oh, my God. Is Kid Rock there?
Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC. And came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him arenas because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and I said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Pretty cool how he's bringing these people up.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
His veins in his
That
head.
is a piece of work.
He's
an amazing. He's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me.
Bobby.
We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do.
Looks horrible.
We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Stand up!
Awesome night, guys. Do the dance, Trump. Come on. Hit it, Trump. Yo, we made it, guys. It's freaking 3 a.m. on the East Coast. And I have a new dance out song for y'all tonight. New outro. Stick around. We're going to finish this out. guys, let's wrap this up right at the 3 a.m. hour. I can't tell you how thankful I am for all of you. Thank you, Southern-ish. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate your words. I appreciate your donations, but I really appreciate your words. Thank you so much. Let's dance it out one final time. Get some rest, guys. You are troopers. Good night, America. Good night, everyone. I'll see you guys in the next one.
I might go forever, go for eons. Friend like you don't be on. Pull up in the Tesla, Elon. When I was a kid, I was a phenom. When I was a kid, I was a beast. I pull up, then I be gone. See ya. See ya. See ya. Be gone. See ya. See ya. See ya. Be gone. Thumbing through the blues, no BB King. Back to back shit, so just looking for the ring. I wake up, I brush my teeth. I wake up, I ball 2-3. I wake up like, ooh, that's me. Brand new car, like, ooh, that's clean. Tracksuit pants, don't wear no jeans. I'm athletic, count up 100 like calisthenics. Talking about a bag, you got bad credit. New MX, we don't use debit. Calling, brand new deals, keep calling. Tell them bring them through, need all them. 4 whole kids still ballin'. I just get up and I zoom. I don't need proof on the proof. I be way up in the moon. I'm looking down on you. Hey nigga, I'm proud of you. Stack money a mile or two. I might go forever, go for eons. Friend like you don't be on. Pull up in the Tesla, Elon. When I was a kid, I was a phenom. When I was a kid, I was a beast. I pull up, then I be gone. See ya. See ya, see ya, be gone. See ya, see ya, see ya, be gone. I'm on a run and you better know. I'm in the know and you better know. I'm here to stay and you better know. I'm at the table, I never fold. I'm at the table, I'm up again. I'm at the table, I'm here to win. Don't cook a record, don't come again. Please, I just need what I need. I collect for my seeds. Would've thought my name Tree. I pick up then I leave. In my pocket I be. I don't like to be seen. I just get up and I zoom. I don't need proof on the proof. I be way up with the moon. I'm looking down on you. Hey nigga, I'm proud of you. Stack money a mile or two. I might go forever, go for eons. Friend like you don't be on. Pull up in the Tesla, Elon. When I was a kid, I was a phenom. When I was a kid, I was a beast. I pull up, then I be gone. See ya. See ya. See ya. Be gone. See ya. See ya. See ya. Be gone.
Jennifer loves horses. Hi, Jennifer.